Chapter 1313, World Barrier. Chapter 1313, World Barrier. Seeing the system notification, Shifeng immediately thought to click the Bind button. In God's domain, some weapons and equipment needed to be bound before they could be used. Once bound, the item could no longer be traded, and only the player it was bound to could use it. The item's value would reduce significantly. When bound items became outdated and players no longer needed them, they would become utterly worthless. Unlike non-bound items that could be sold to other players for a low price, bound items could only be stored in a warehouse or destroyed. However, the Ring of Gospel was clearly not in the same category. It was neither a weapon nor armor. It could even be used from within a player's bag. Moreover, according to the description of its skills, the Ring of Gospel was incredibly powerful. It wouldn't become less useful as time passed. Binding it was definitely worthwhile. However, as soon as the first system notification faded, another followed. System: due to the miniature world's extremely unstable nature inside the Ring of Gospel, if you wish to bind the ring, you must expend 30,000 magic crystals every 7 days to stabilize the miniature world. If you do not meet the requirement within 7 days, the Ring of Gospel will crumble. You will also receive a backlash, permanently decreasing your physique by 30%. What a steep price. Even current first-rate guilds wouldn't be able to keep this thing well-fed. Shifeng could not help his astonishment when he saw the second system notification. Magic crystals had already become a daily necessity for the various large guilds. They expended a frightening amount each day despite only accumulating a small number. The majority of God's domain's first-rate guilds only had a stock of around 60,000 magic crystals. It had taken them a long time to accumulate so many, yet it was only enough to sustain the Ring of Gospel for 2 weeks. The Ring of Gospel was practically a crystal-devouring beast. Armed with this new information, Shifeng decided not to bind the Ring of Gospel for now. After all, he couldn't feed it as needed at the moment. Following which, Shifeng stored the Ring of Gospel. He decided to bind with the ring only after Zero Wing was capable of earning a sufficient amount of magic crystals. After all, Zero Wing was still in its development phase and urgently needed magic crystals. After a short rest, he decided to explore the Moon God space. His Tier 2 promotion quest's goal was to seal the Demon King. The Moon God space was vast. It could even rival the game's large-scale maps. Since Shifeng didn't know the Demon King's exact location, he had to search the map bit by bit. More demonic patrol squads are showing up. Shifeng frowned, quietly observed the patrolling demons from the treetops. He had spent several hours exploring the Moon God space. Initially, he had only occasionally encountered a patrol squad in the outer edges of the Moon God space. However, the deeper he ventured, the more patrol squads he came across. Now, after reaching the map's inner area, he wasn't able to proceed. If he advanced carelessly, he would either alert the demonic patrol squads or the wandering demonic beasts. Regardless of which he fought, the outcome would be the same. Aside from the demonic patrol squads, Shifeng noticed level 65 magic light dragonlings fly past him from time to time. If they found him, he would find his death. This should be the furthest I can move while avoiding detection. From this point on, I'll have to fight my way through. Shifeng glanced at the wandering level 70 demonic beasts. Soloing a demonic patrol squad was simply too dangerous. However, he could try to take on the demonic beasts that wandered alone. Two-headed demonic wolf, demonic beast, lord. Level 70. HP 22, 000/22, 000/000. After another demonic patrol squad moved past, Shifeng retrieved blazing meteor from his waist and threw it at a two-headed demonic wolf that was currently sleeping on the grass. Flame God's Fury. A dazzling explosion smashed into the demonic wolf's back. Minus 62,197. Not bad. It seems the demonic wolf's defense isn't particularly high. With my damage, I should be able to kill it quickly. Shifeng evaluated. The demonic patrol squads followed a specific pattern in the moon god space. However, the demonic beasts did not. If the fight dragged on, he would likely attract a pack of Lord-ranked demonic beasts. At that time, even escape would be difficult. As the two-headed demonic wolf whimpered, it turned to Shi Feng with a chilling gaze. It then dashed towards its attacker. Shi Feng turned and fled, luring the demonic beast away from the path of the demonic patrol squads. The two-headed demonic wolf was very fast. Despite activating Windwalk, it caught up to Shi Feng quickly. Its two heads then bit at the swordsman from two different directions. Turning his feet, Shi Feng spun, his head only centimeters away from the demonic wolf's right maw as the latter moved past him. With the demonic wolf's side exposed, Shi Feng activated Phantom Kill and Nine Dragon Slash. Working with his doppelganger, he then launched a series of attacks at the two-headed demonic wolf's soft belly, both dealing over -10,000 damage with each attack. Although the two-headed demonic wolf tried to turn and retaliate, Shi Feng's physique rivaled that of a Tier 2 player. Both he and his doppelganger remained at the demonic wolf's side. The demonic wolf was too massive to defend itself or counter the attacks. After 10 minutes or so, the level 72-headed demonic wolf collapsed before Shi Feng's feet. From start to end, it hadn't even scratched Shi Feng. HM? This place is quite good. Not only do the monsters here award EXP, but they also drop 7 luminary shards. Shi Feng rejoiced when he noticed an inconspicuous crystal shard beside the two-headed demonic wolf's corpse. Previously, to reach the research area, he had spent 507 luminary shards. The expenditure had been painful. Now that he knew that the demonic beasts gave EXP and 7 luminary shards, he regained his motivation. After picking up the shard, Shi Feng proceeded to lure more monsters. Time passed quickly. While Shi Feng grinded demonic beasts, the battles in the Asura mode regional dungeon Frozen Scar were unceasing. However, these battles were not between players. Rather, they were battles between players and snow giants. As more time passed, the commanders leading the teams from the various large guilds discovered something. The snow giants were growing stronger. After fighting repeated fights with the players, the snow giants had begun to learn the players' combat techniques, becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. This slowed the various large guilds' progress through the Frozen Scar. In contrast, Heaven's Burial's team rested leisurely in the Frozen Scar. Not a single snow giant could be seen. Logically, this shouldn't be possible. This was all due to the dozen or so one-horned humanoid monsters not far from the team. Hundreds of snow giant corpses littered the ground around these humanoid monsters. It's about time. Blood, tell Abandoned Wave that he can make his move now. I don't want the Frost King to fall into the other guild's hands, Singular Burial instructed after glancing at the system clock. I'll notify him right away. I believe he is eager to get started, Flame Blood said as he tasted his lips. The various guilds thought that they could kill the Frost King. However, none of them knew that they were no more than a sacrifice. The Frozen Scar's inner region was slightly special. An ancient magic array suppressed the area. Players couldn't use teleportation scrolls here. This just so happened to provide Abandoned Wave with the opportunity to devour these guilds' elites. Elsewhere, Shi Feng killed demonic beasts in the forest relentlessly. After grinding for more than a day, his level had risen from level 51 to 23% of level 53. His leveling speed was astonishing. With Divine Providence's luck bonus, Shi Feng killed a two-headed demonic wolf and obtained a 7 luminaries shard and a piece of equipment. Picking up the equipment, Shi Feng appraised it with omniscient eyes. The piece I want has finally dropped. Shi Feng's eyes shone in excitement as he looked at the item in his hands. This piece of equipment was none other than the belt for the Shadow Moon set that he needed. Now that he had the belt, he had finally completed the Shadow Moon set equipment. As Shi Feng was about to store the belt in his bag, a beam of black light shot into the air a short distance away, piercing through the clouds. Immediately after, the roar of a dragon echoed throughout the moon god's space, the resulting tremors nearly causing Shi Feng to lose his balance. One roar after another shook the area. Although these dragon roars sounded different, the pressure they gave off was similarly powerful. How is this possible? Shifeng was stunned as he looked to the sky. A massive pathway had opened up in the air. It was as if the black beam had pierced the barrier between worlds and linked them. 5 adult dragons stood on the pathway. Chapter 13-14, Challenging the Limit. Chapter 13-14, Challenging the Limit. Why are so many dragons here? The scene in the sky stupefied Shifeng. Even during ancient times, dragons had been extremely rare. Moreover, dragons normally preferred to live alone instead of in groups. Seeing several magic light dragonlings move as a group was unbelievable enough, yet now Shifeng stared at 5 adult dragons that had just appeared. If these 5 dragons emerged in God's domain, they could easily turn an entire empire into ash. Adult dragons were Tier 5 legendary monsters. Including their high life rating, not even Tier 5 NPCs could take them down. Slaying a single dragon would require a group of such NPCs. If 5 dragons worked together, the outcome would be simply devastating. Although a path had opened across the world barrier, it was extremely unstable. The spatial turbulence even posed a great threat to adult dragons. It would not be so easy for the dragons to enter the moon god's space from another world. Meanwhile, the beam of black light was attempting to stabilize the spatial channel. However, this gave Shifeng a hint. The moon god's space was simply too large. Even after a full day of exploration, Shifeng had only covered a small fraction of the map. He would have to invest a lot more time if he wanted to explore the whole thing. Now that the black light pillar had caused such a large commotion, needless to say, the light pillar must be related to his quest. Shifeng immediately set off towards the black pillar's origin. Although the light pillar did not seem far away, in reality, it was the complete opposite. Reaching its origin would take a very long time. Furthermore, as Shifeng grew closer to the pillar, so did the demonic beasts. Many of the demonic patrol squads were also gathering towards the light pillar, making them even more difficult to avoid. As Shifeng finished killing several demonic beasts, the light pillar in the sky suddenly disappeared, following which the spatial channel closed. Did it fail? Shifeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the black pillar vanish. If the spatial channel stabilized, it went without saying that the 5 dragons would enter the moon god's space. Shifeng reached this conclusion after watching the 5 dragons attempt to barge through the spatial channel. However, due to the spatial turbulence, they had given up. The spatial currents were as strong as Tier 5 spells, yet when they struck the dragons, they had only left a few white marks on the monster scales. It was simply due to so many spatial currents that the 5 dragons had been forced out of the channel. The currents couldn't actually damage the dragons. If the 5 dragons entered the moon god's space, Shifeng would likely fail his promotion quest. However, despite the threat of the dragons disappearing, Shifeng didn't dare to be careless as he tried to find a way to kill the demonic beasts in his path faster. Finally, after nearly 20 hours, he reached the black light pillar's origin. During this time, the light pillar had appeared once again. Compared to the previous appearance, though, the second spatial channel was a little more stable. However, it still disappeared without letting the dragons through. From this, Shifeng realized that each time the light pillar pierced the world barrier, the spatial channel would become more stable. It was only a matter of time before the 5 dragons entered the moon god's space. The black light pillar had originated from inside a large canyon. Trees and shrubbery decorated the area. A temple, neglected for many years, occupied the canyon's center. The temple stood several hundred meters tall, looming like a large mountain. Many black, stone pillars had been erected around the temple, and every pillar was decorated with complex, demonic runes. Moreover, each black pillar automatically gathered the surrounding mana. These black pillars had been arranged to form a massive magic array that constantly absorbed the moon god's space's mana. The gathered mana was then concentrated in the center of the magic array and formed a massive, floating ball of water. To Shifeng, this floating ball of water was extremely familiar. This was none other than the liquid mana he had seen in the War God's Temple's eternal throne. However, the 9 balls of liquid mana the 9 lords had conjured had only been as large as a house. In comparison, the ball of liquid mana before him was the size of a 7-story building. Hundreds of Tier 3 demonic wizards stood below the ball of water, chanting incantations. A tall, large demon with bat-like wings directed the liquid mana into a magic array that had been carved into the ground. As a result, the magic array gradually activated and released a frightening pressure. The Demon King really is here. Shifeng couldn't help but shift his gaze towards the tall demon with 2 flaming horns sprouting from its forehead. This demon was none other than his quest target, Demon King Storus. Storus, Dark Creature, Demon King. Level 72. HP? / However, it wasn't the Demon King that gave him a headache, but the hundreds of Tier 3 demons. Demonic Wizard, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 70. HP 33, 000, 000 / 33, 000, 000. A single demonic wizard was enough a threat for Shifeng, not to mention several hundred. If these demons reached God's domain, they could raid and capture countless major NPC cities. Facing so many alone was suicidal. Shifeng was in a bind. With the demonic wizards surrounding Storus, he couldn't even approach the Demon King, much less seal the monster. I should still have a chance. Shifeng suddenly remembered something as he looked at the massive array the liquid mana powered. In God's domain, liquid mana was even more precious than 7 luminaries crystals. This was because the mana within liquid mana was purer. However, very few people in God's domain were willing to use liquid mana as it was too pure. Ordinary players couldn't use it. At the very least, one needed to reach the Tier 4 standard before even thinking of using liquid mana. Although Storus maintained the magic array, the demonic wizards were only Tier 3. They should not be able to maintain the magic array for long. Once they reached their limit, they would succumb to a weakened state for a certain period. Considering his options, Shifeng decided to wait. If things turned out the way he assumed, then he still had a chance to complete his promotion quest. If not, he may have to give up. Time passed quickly. Soon, liquid mana filled the temple. Suddenly, Storus shouted and activated the magic array. Another pillar of black light then shot up from the temple and pierced the world barrier. After this phenomenon continued for half an hour, the magic array deactivated, and the light pillar disappeared. Immediately after, the demonic wizards slumped to the ground, their backs covered in sweat. It was obvious that maintaining the magic array had taken a huge toll on their bodies. Good. It's just as I expected. Shifeng revealed his excitement as the demonic wizards dropped. These demonic wizards suffered from a debuff called Magic Backlash. Magic Backlash. All attributes decreased by 95%. Unable to use any spells for a short time. Even Demon King Storus suffered a weaker version of Magic Backlash. His attributes decreased by 95%. Though, unlike the demonic wizards, Storus could still use spells. However, Shifeng did not hurry to attack. Instead, he continued to watch from afar. 6 seconds? 7 seconds? 8 seconds? Shifeng's gaze was fixed on the demon's every action as he inwardly counted the debuff's duration. Magic Backlash's description did not state how long it lasted. He would only have one chance to seal a Tier 5 Demon King. He needed to be prepared when he took action. There's only a 10-second gap? This quest is harsh. Shifeng smiled bitterly as he watched the system clock. After 10 seconds, the demonic wizards began to stand up. Although they were still in a weakened state, their attributes had recovered to 50% of their totals. Moreover, they could cast spells again. The Demon King Storus had already fully recovered. Before sealing Storus, Shifeng needed to damage him severely. However, even if a Tier 5 Demon King only had 10% of its attributes, he was still a frightening existence. Even if Shifeng could weaken Storus further with the 7 Luminaries Source Stone, wounding the Demon King in 10 short seconds was impossible. After all, Feng was aware of how frightening a Tier 5 existence could be. It seems I can only use the Ring of Gospel and give it a try. Feng retrieved the Ring of Gospel and bound it to himself. The Ring of Gospel's 2 activatable skills could suppress the Demon King and boost Feng's power. This was the strongest card he could play. Again, time passed quickly. After another dozen or so hours, the temple's magic array was fully charged once more. Another pillar of black light pierced the sky. Activate. The instant the light pillar faded, Feng activated World Projection and Ring of Brilliance before charging towards Demon King Storas. Chapter 1315. Asura vs. Demon King. Chapter 1315. Asura vs. Demon King. The instant the black pillar disappeared, the demonic wizards and Demon King Storas breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, however, a powerful pressure descended on them. The demons, weakened from the ritual, succumbed to yet another attribute decrease. In the blink of an eye, the demonic wizards, who originally had 33 million HP, only had 1,320,000 HP remaining. In terms of basic attributes, they were not even a match for level 70 common monsters. The Demon King Stora's HP was still unknown, and his aura was still considerably powerful. Any normal player bathed in this aura would feel as if they had just stepped into a muddy swamp as their movements grew sluggish. A Tier 5 Demon King really is powerful. Feng inwardly celebrated the fact that he had the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone. If he had only relied on the Magic Backlash debuff and the Ring of Gospel skills, Storas would have killed him. Following which, Feng activated the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone, the stone releasing a dazzling, red glow. Miniature, golden magic arrays began to form around Storas. Golden chains then emerged from the magic arrays, the chains sapping away the Demon King's power. Now, Feng no longer saw Storas as an unreachable opponent. Despicable human. Why do you have that? Storas's blood-red eyes turned to Feng in rage. However, upon seeing Feng's tear, a human-like sneer appeared on his face. Do you think that a puny Tier 1 swordsman like you can kill me just by suppressing my power? Foolish mortal, you'll pay for your foolishness. Storas stretched out his hand and summoned a bone spear. He then lightly tossed the weapon at Feng, who was still over 40 yards away. Shio! The spear shot toward Feng like a meteor, so fast that Feng could barely see it. So fast? Feng was surprised. Storas had been weakened 3 times over. World Projection alone had reduced his physique by 30% normally. This was a massive disadvantage for both high-tiered monsters and players. Yet, even after such severe debuffs, Storas was still frighteningly strong in all aspects. With no other choice, Feng immediately activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation before executing parry. Ping! The instant his swords collided with the bone spear, Feng lost all sensation in his arms. He was also forced to take 4 steps back. His strength is still at the peak of Tier 3? Glancing at the vanishing bone spear, Feng gained a general understanding of Storas's current prowess. The realization shocked him. Normally, only Grand Lords with unique bloodlines could exert strength at the peak of Tier 3, or they were Grand Lords who had gone berserk. This was also the maximum power he achieved in his previous life. Only now did Feng understand why Charlene had said that Asura mode represented mortals' limits. Fortunately, his quest didn't require him to kill Demon King Storas. Following which, Feng activated Absolute Time and Instant Strike before appearing in front of Storas. Storas maintained his calm as if he had prepared for this. Immediately, another bone spear formed in his hand, forming a white arc as it swept towards Feng. The white arc was accompanied by a faint, black line, proof that the attack had cut through space itself. Although Storas couldn't use skills or spells, he was still capable of executing advanced combat techniques. Instinctively, Feng executed Sword's Orbit. In the blink of an eye, countless sparks flew around Storas and Feng. As the weapons met, the clash sounded like an explosion, echoing throughout the temple. Although Shifeng had an advantage with his speed, Storrs easily predicted Shifeng's movements, reacting nimbly to every attack by either blocking or dodging. The difference between the combatants' physiques was obvious at a glance. Shifeng couldn't inflict even the slightest damage. "Mortal, you're doing pretty good. You've actually forced me to dodge. You are a first among mortals." Storrs was very calm as he looked at Shifeng. He even had the leisure to praise his enemy. "Unfortunately, you've reached your limit. In just another few seconds, I will give you a taste of true despair." "My limit?" Shifeng smiled at the calm Demon King. "Who said this was my limit?" Shifeng had expected such a stalemate. After all, this was not his first time against a Tier 5 monster. He knew just how terrifying such an existence was. He then activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. As soon as Shifeng's doppelganger appeared, it, too, activated Instant Strike. With the attacks from the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, even with peak, Tier 3 strength, Storrs was forced to defend himself. The Abyssal Blade Phantoms even landed the occasional hit. Unfortunately, the Phantoms' damage was abysmal. -1. The Phantoms had only dealt an obligatory 1 damage. Storrs' defense hadn't weakened in the slightest. His defense was still at the Tier 5 standard. Just scratching Storrs was impossible, much less inflicting heavy injuries. "Stop wasting your energy. A measly mortal like you can't harm me even if I stand here and do nothing." Ridicule filled Storrs' gaze as he looked down at Shifeng. "But that's not right." As Shifeng began to despair, he realized something. If Storrs had the defense of a Tier 5 existence, why had the Demon King defended himself? If his attacks had been useless to begin with, Storrs wouldn't have had to dodge or block his attacks. The Demon King could have stood there as he waited for 10 seconds to pass. Moreover, his promotion quest's clear condition was to seal Storrs. This showed that Storrs had some sort of weakness. As long as he found that weakness, he could seal Storrs. Hence, Storrs defended himself. Omniscient eyes. Sure enough, there is a weakness. Shifeng immediately discovered a hidden magic array over Storrs' heart. Currently, some kind of power suppressed the magic array. It resisted the golden chains around Storrs' body, preventing the chains from exhibiting their greatest power. Damn it. Has he found it? Storrs' gaze turned chilly when he noticed the magic array's surface in Shifeng's eyes. Hurriedly, he pulled away from the swordsman. As long as he survived for 10 seconds, he could deal with this pest even with the magic array's suppression. "You want to run?" As Storrs retreated, the Demon King confirmed Shifeng's suspicion. Divine steps. Immediately, 10 doppelgangers surrounding Storrs. With Shifeng in the lead, the 10 doppelgangers swung their swords at the Demon King, their target being the magic array over his heart. Die! Suddenly, Storrs went berserk as he thrust his spear at Shifeng and his doppelgangers. The spear had a longer reach than one-handed swords. Before Shifeng's swords could reach the magic array, his spear would penetrate Shifeng. With Shifeng's attributes, he only needed 1 attack to kill the swordsman. Very quickly, Storrs stabbed Shifeng and all 10 of his doppelgangers, revealing a vicious smile. However, the doppelganger directly behind Storrs, which had already been stabbed numerous times, revealed a smile, the killing ray in its hand abruptly piercing Storrs' heart. Illusory shadow. Killing ray passed through Storrs' heart and destroyed the crystal that suppressed the sealing magic array. Chapter 1316, Tier 2 Promotion. When the crystal in Storrs' heart shattered, the power, which had been suppressing the sealing magic array, started to dissipate. At the same time, the golden chains grew stronger, sapping away Storrs' power. No! No! Storrs desperately tried to break free from the chain's bindings. However, no matter how hard he struggled, the golden chains remained. On the contrary, they dragged Storrs into the pitch-black portal that had appeared behind him. Eventually, Storrs vanished into the portal. As the seal contained Storrs, The demonic wizards were forced out of the map as if the moon god's space had rejected them. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng stood alone in the temple. He then heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You have cleared the Asura mode promotion quest. Rewarding 60 legacy skill points. Activating Tier 2 legacy skill menu. System, congratulations. You have been promoted to a Tier 2 Blade Saint. All attributes plus 150, all resistances plus 30, attack power and attack speed increased by 20%, all attributes increased by 50%, and physique improved by 50%. System, congratulations. You have completed your Tier 2 promotion quest. Please head to the Adventurers Association to complete the Tier 2 promotion procedures. System, congratulations. You have completed your Tier 2 promotion quest. If you wish to leave, you may head to the teleportation array in the Moon God's Temple's main hall and exit the Dark Canyon. It's finally over? Shi Feng slumped to the ground powerlessly. He was both physically and mentally exhausted. When he saw the system notifications, though, joy bloomed in his heart. The instant he was promoted to Tier 2, his basic attributes and physique improved significantly. Even if he wore secret silver equipment, he could easily take out a Tier 2 Lord. This was the frightening part of Tier 2 classes. Their strength was on an entirely different level compared to Tier 1 classes. Moreover, because the Blade Saint class was one of the 10 Great Saint classes, his Tier 2 boost was even greater than normal classes. Normally, hidden classes only provided some extra basic attributes. On the other hand, the Blade Saint class provided an extra 10% to his physique. In the past, Shi Feng could have been considered an expert, yet during his Tier 2 promotion quest, he had only cleared the hard mode difficulty. Now, however, he had completed the Asura mode Tier 2 promotion quest. The difference between his present and past self was like heaven and earth. In God's domain, expert players attempted to complete higher difficulty promotion quests due to the potential rewards. This was especially true when it came to legacy skill points. Normally, players only obtained one legacy skill point every 3 levels. One could also obtain some by completing special quests. However, these special quests were extremely rare, and they didn't award many legacy skill points. Accumulating legacy skill points was typically very difficult. Depending on the promotion quest's difficulty, it would award a different number of legacy skill points. In the past, Shi Feng had only received 20 legacy skill points after completing his hard mode promotion quest, yet he had received 60 points after completing this Asura mode quest. The additional 40 points were the equivalent of 120 levels. After including the points he had accumulated previously, Shi Feng now had a total of 72 legacy skill points. He could easily learn several powerful Tier 2 legacy skills. There sure are a lot of Tier 2 legacy skills unlocked. Shi Feng's eyes shone as he opened the legacy skill menu. When he had been Tier 1, he had only had 6 Tier 2 legacy skills available. Now, however, he had 17 Tier 2 skills to choose from. However, Tier 2 skills required far more legacy skill points to unlock. Even the most ordinary skill cost 6 points to unlock. That was 3 times more than ordinary Tier 1 skills. Among the 17 Tier 2 skills, 11 required 6 points to unlock. Among the remaining 6, 2 were Tier 2 Berserk skills. One was an option to upgrade Blade Liberation to Tier 2, and another was called Blade Awakening. These 2 Berserk skills each had their own specialties. Blade Liberation improved the user's basic attributes. As for Blade Awakening, although it provided a much lower bonus to the user's basic attributes, the skill improved the user's physique. Both were undoubtedly precious. As Shi Feng had already learned Blade Liberation, he didn't have to spend as many points to upgrade it to Tier 2, only requiring 20 legacy skill points. Blade Awakening, on the other hand, required 40 points. Most players wouldn't have 40 points even after completing their Tier 2 promotion. Only someone like him, who had cleared the Asura mode promotion quest, could possibly afford such an expenditure. Without hesitation, Shi Feng learned both Berserk skills, spending all 60 legacy skill points he just earned instantly. Legacy Berserk skills were extremely rare even among hidden classes. Not many hidden classes possessed such skills. Moreover, Legacy Berserk skills could stack with non-Legacy Berserk skills. They were must-have legacy skills as they could save his life during crucial moments. Blade Liberation had already saved his life many times. He had decided to spend the points to upgrade it due to how much time it took to increase his proficiency with the skill. He did not have the time to wait for the skill to reach Tier 2. As for Blade Awakening, needless to say, an additional Berserk skill was an additional trump card. Although Blade Liberation and Blade Awakening couldn't be used at the same time, they were interchangeable, further increasing his survivability. Blade Liberation, Action Type. Requires Sword. Tier 2, proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 3, 0/50,000. Grants player unparalleled strength for 24 seconds. Effect varies based on the weapon's unlocked potential. Player is weakened once the duration ends. All attributes decrease by 70% for 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 7 hours. Blade Awakening, Action Type. Requires Sword. Tier 2, proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 3, 0/50,000. Improves the player's attributes and physique for 24 seconds. Effect varies based on the weapon's unlocked potential. Player is weakened once the duration ends. All attributes decrease by 70% for 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 7 hours. Aside from these two Berserk skills, Shi Feng spent his remaining legacy skill points to unlock Shadow Blade, a skill that needed exactly 12 points. Shadow Blade, Action Type. Requires Sword. Tier 2, proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 3, 0/30,000. Every attack can invoke shadows to attack the target. Every shadow possesses 120% of user's strength and causes 100% darkness damage. Accumulate 1 shadow every 3 seconds. Can hold a maximum of 9 shadows. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Although it was not as powerful as a sure kill skill, it had its own power in how often it could be used. Now that I've finished learning my skills, I should head back and deal with my Tier 2 promotion procedures. Shi Feng was quite satisfied with the Tier 2 skills he had learned. Without waiting for his weakened state to end, he impatiently activated the teleportation array in the Moon God's Temple and left the Dark Canyon. Although he had already completed his promotion quest, he wouldn't officially be a Tier 2 class and wouldn't have access to the privileges that came with it until he updated his status in the Adventurers Association. Only after becoming a Tier 2 class officially would he have crossed the new milestone. Chapter 1317, White River City Promoted. Chapter 1317, White River City Promoted. White River City, Teleportation Hall. Shortly after Shi Feng arrived in the teleportation hall, the system notified him of a communication request from Blackie. Guild Leader, you're back? Have you completed your promotion quest? Blackie asked eagerly. Only a few people in the guild knew that Shi Feng had challenged his promotion quest. Blackie was one of those people. Currently, Tier 2 was still an unknown realm to players like him. Moreover, Shi Feng had constantly told them that only by reaching Tier 2 would they emerge in God's domain as a true adventurer player. Tier 1 was only a warm-up phase to help them familiarize themselves with the game's combat. Unlike the Tier 1 promotion, not every player would complete their Tier 2 promotion. The fact that Shi Feng's class was a hidden class meant that his Tier 2 promotion quest would be all the more difficult. Although Blackie trusted Shi Feng's strength, the guild leader had previously mentioned that he would need at least 5 days to complete his quest. However, Shi Feng had emerged long before those 5 days were up. Hence, Blackie was surprised to see his friend so soon. I just need to register with the Adventurers Association, Shi Feng said, nodding. But since you've contacted me, has something urgent happened? Yesterday, a particular group of people showed up in the battle arena, and they've been challenging various experts constantly. Even now, those players are undefeated. They even defeated the previous champion. The group then issued a public challenge against Zero Wing's experts. But we've run out of qualified experts already, Blackie awkwardly explained. Run out of qualified experts? Shifeng asked. Did you lose as well? Mitchum. The group's assassin defeated me. That player was too fast. Even I had trouble keeping up with him. Eventually, the assassin whittled me down, Blackie said reluctantly. This is interesting. Do you know their in-game IDs? Shifeng asked curiously. Blackie might not have much combat talent, but after training for so long, he had become extraordinarily strong. With his powerful weapon and equipment, ordinary peak experts should not be a match for Blackie, yet he had been defeated. Clearly, their opponents couldn't be underestimated. The assassin must be a well-known expert in God's domain. We only found out one of their IDs. You've met the player before. It's that evil fire kid that fought in the friendly competition. His in-game ID is also Evil Fire. He's the group's leader. As for the others, they've been wearing black cloaks, keeping their names hidden, Blackie said. Evil Fire? No matter how hard Shifeng racked his mind, he couldn't remember an expert named Evil Fire from the past. However, the fact that even Evil Fire's companions could defeat Blackie proved that they weren't a bunch of noobs. I got it. Notify Aqua and have her deal with the group for now. I'll head over once I'm done here. Understood. Blackie then disconnected the call and contacted Aqua Rose. Meanwhile, Shifeng rode an advanced horse carriage to the Adventurers Association. Adventurers Association. As more leveling maps were discovered around the White River City region, the Adventurers Association had become one of the 4 most frequented spots in White River City. Countless players gathered in the association every day to pick up quests that increased their reputation with the association and offered high rewards. Upon entering the splendorous building, Shifeng was greeted by the sight of long lines of players queuing up for the quest counters. Plenty of players also loitered as they formed parties or drank and chatted in the association's bar. Among these players, there were quite a few level 40 expert players wearing impressive equipment. Even the most inferior piece these experts wore was level 40 secret silver equipment, with the majority being level 40 fine gold equipment. Normally, one only encountered such a commotion in the Adventurers Associations in Empire's capitals. The quests in the Eclipse Gate this time are awesome. Did you know, my party made a huge profit from a single quest. It's a pity that the team from the Rhine Kingdom snatched the rare herb stalks. Otherwise, every member of our party would have earned at least 50 silver coins. That much. Of course. The Eclipse Gate is awesome. You can easily find rare herbs and ores. Moreover, the monsters provide above-average EXP. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. I've heard that some teams even got their hands on energy essence. It can nurture guild mounts. Several guilds are offering to purchase energy essence in bulk. I hear that each essence can sell for 45 silver. If we can grind 10 a day, after including other random loot, each of our party members can earn 1 gold per day. Is the Eclipse Gate really that good? We have an expert leading our party, and we're doing quite well, but even then, we're only making around 30 silver per day. Who knows how long it will take me to save up for a mount? You sure are lucky. At this rate, you should be able to buy a mount within a month, right? Didn't I already ask you to join my party? If you do, you can get your own mount within a month too. The majority of the players in the hall were talking about the Eclipse Gate. They all yearned to head to the Eclipse Gate and earn enough money to buy a mount as soon as possible. At this stage of the game, plenty of powerful elite players had already reached level 40. It was only a matter of time before mainstream players reached level 40 as well. After reaching level 40, mounts would become the dividing factor between ordinary players and elites. The difference in leveling efficiency between players with mounts and players without would be as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, thanks to mounts, players could explore further within a certain amount of time. This, in turn, would increase players' daily income. In God's domain, ores and herbs weren't concentrated to specific locations. However, they weren't usually found near cities. Hence, a player's daily income largely depended on how much distance they could cover in a given time. As the majority of players hadn't obtained their mounts yet, distant locations would have less competition. As a result, players could obtain even more profit. The sooner one obtained a mount, the sooner they could pull ahead of the pack and enjoy more resources. One could say that mounts were irreplaceable in determining how fast players leveled up and increased their strength. Hearing the players in the hall talk about the Eclipse Gate, Shifeng understood why so many level 40 and above players had gathered in the Adventurers Association. According to his original estimates, White River City still needed at least 10 days before it could be promoted. However, he had never imagined that White River City would fulfill that requirement while he had been in the Dark Canyon. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. With a high-resource map like the Eclipse Gate, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about its development in White River City. They could send a large group of players to the Eclipse Gate to level up instead of crowding in the limited, high-resource maps in the White River City region. In addition, guild members could level up far more quickly at the Eclipse Gate. Most importantly, however, this was a huge opportunity for Zero Wing to make a fortune. The Eclipse Gate's outer area might be bearable for most players, but the farther players ventured, the more severe the environment would become. At the same time, players would encounter more resources and bosses. The drop rate for energy essence would also increase. If players wanted to obtain these resources easily, they first needed to increase their ice and fire resistance. After activating the Eclipse Gate, Star Moon Kingdom descended into madness in the past as players delved farther into the area. The various large guilds had frantically purchased various potions and equipment that increased ice and fire resistance. These items' prices had inflated crazily. When they appeared in the market for a reasonable price, they were purchased instantly. Shortly after Shifeng reached the Adventurers Association's second-floor VIP lounge, an elegant NPC senior administrator entered the room. "Lord Protector, how may I serve you today?" the middle-aged man asked Shifeng respectfully. "I wish to complete my Tier 2 promotion procedures," Shifeng quietly announced. Chapter 1318, SSS-Rank Reward. Chapter 1318, SSS-Rank Reward. When the NPC administrator heard that Shifeng was there to complete his Tier 2 promotion procedures, he retrieved a crystal ball and placed it atop the table. "Lord Protector, we need to test your power first. Please place your hands on the crystal ball," the administrator said respectfully. Without hesitation, Shifeng did as he was instructed. Although the system would upgrade players' attributes and physique once they completed their Tier 2 promotion quest, players wouldn't get access to all of the Tier 2 benefits right off the bat. Players first needed to register and get themselves tested at the Adventurers Association. Only after proving that they had completed their promotion quest would players be recognized officially as Tier 2 players. As Shifeng placed his hands on the crystal ball, golden sparkles flew from the orb. "It is confirmed that your physique has reached the Tier 2 standard. Lord Protector, please follow me." The administrator nodded after confirming Shifeng's upgrade. He then led Shifeng out the lounge's back door. Shifeng wasn't particularly surprised. The crystal ball was only a tool to check whether a player's physique had reached Tier 2 without the bonus of weapons or equipment. The next part was key and would determine what kind of benefits players received after reaching Tier 2. Only after players had officially obtained their Tier 2 class would they be recognized as an adventurer in God's domain and qualified to receive personal commissions. This was one of the major differences between Tier 1 and Tier 2 players. To independent players, this gap would determine how successful they would be in God's domain. The administrator led Shifeng to the Adventurers Association's arena. The arena wasn't particularly large, with less than a 30-yard radius. However, numerous magic arrays enveloped the arena, and dense mana choked the area. Shifeng's weakened state even subsided temporarily, his attributes recovering to their peak. "Lord Protector, we will test your strength next to determine which rank you can reach. This will also help determine which commissions are most suitable for you. Please display your strongest abilities," the administrator explained. "Alright, let's begin." Shifeng nodded. This wasn't the first time he had taken the test. After officially becoming a Tier 2 player, players could accept private commissions from the Adventurers Association. There were many Tier 2 commission quests. However, players could only accept a limited number of such quests each week. This limit was relative to one's adventurer rank. To put it simply, the stronger one was, the more quests they could accept. They could also accept more difficult quests. The first strength assessment was the most convenient for players when they became high-ranking adventurers. If one wished to raise their adventurer rank later, they would have to fulfill certain conditions first, and doing so would take a considerable amount of time. Even after completing their promotion quests, many players in the past had chosen to train for some time before taking their first strength assessment. Overall, 6 ranks divided adventurer players: Bronze, Mysterious Iron, Secret Silver, Fine Gold, Dark Gold, and Epic. Once mainstream players reached level 50, players would start determining strength based on this adventurer rank. This was just like how players judged each other's combat standards based on their achievements in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. However, unlike the Trial Tower, which only judged one's combat techniques, the adventurer ranks were determined by a player's overall strength. Commission quests would also vary based on players' adventurer ranks. Bronze rank adventurers could accept F rank and E rank commissions, Mysterious Iron adventurers could accept up to D rank commissions, Secret Silver up to C rank, Fine Gold up to B rank, and Dark Gold up to A rank. Meanwhile, Epic adventurers could accept all commissions, including Kingdom-level quests and S-rank commissions. There was no limit to the number of people who could qualify for the first 5 ranks. However, each kingdom could only have a maximum of 10 Epic adventurers. Once these 10 slots had been filled, players who wanted to rise to this rank needed to pass the Epic rank assessment. The Adventurers Association would also hold a competition each month. In this competition, players that passed the Epic assessment could challenge any one of the 10 reigning Epic adventurers. If they won, they would take that person's place. The Epic adventurer that lost would be demoted to Dark Gold rank. If the challenger failed, however, they would have to wait another month before issuing another challenge. In the past, the names on this short list had changed practically every month, aside from those monster-like players. By becoming an Epic adventurer, players received the highest benefits the Adventurers Association had to offer. They could accept the highest number and difficulty of Tier 2 commissions. This was why Feng had rushed to the Adventurers Association as soon as he had completed his quest. 3 SSS-Rank commission quests would be available in every kingdom's Adventurers Association in the beginning. Once these quests were accepted, they would no longer be available. Even if the player that accepted the quest failed it, no other players could pick up the quest. Moreover, these quests offered astonishing rewards. The rewards of these first 3 SSS-Rank quests could practically rival that of legendary quests. Fortunately, these 3 SSS-Rank quests weren't as difficult as legendary quests. They were roughly on par with Epic quests. This was a kind of bonus offered to the players who became Epic adventurers before the rest of the player population. By the time Feng had completed his Tier 2 promotion quest in the past, plenty of players had already obtained their Tier 2 class. However, none of those players had become Epic adventurers. Even the most powerful player in Star Moon Kingdom had only achieved Fine Gold rank. Only after some time had someone reached Epic rank and discovered the 3 SSS-Rank commission quests. However, Feng had only reached Secret Silver rank. He had watched enviously as others got to challenge the SSS-Rank quests. But he was much stronger than his past self. He had to try for Epic rank. As Feng reached the arena center, the senior administrator activated a magic array. The instant the magic array activated, a humanoid monster appeared before Feng. The monster wore pitch-black armor, and through the monster's helmet, Feng saw glowing, blood-red eyes staring right at him. Dark Knight, Illusion, Lord. Level 53. HP 2, 000/2, 000/000. Lord Protector, you may begin, the administrator said. As a Tier 2 strength assessment, Feng needed to be capable of taking down a Tier 2 monster at the very least. If he couldn't even kill a Tier 2 monster, he would not qualify to become a Tier 2 class. As soon as the administrator finished speaking, Shi Feng took a step forward and vanished. Void steps. Compared to Shi Feng's previous status as a Tier 1 player, his physique was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 20 yards and appeared beside the Dark Knight, the abyssal blade in his hand lightly slicing at the monster. Shadow Blade. Before the Dark Knight could defend itself, 9 pitch-black sword lights descended on it. Immediately, the Dark Knight's HP fell rapidly. Minus 11,049. Minus 10,918. Minus 21,849. Suddenly, the Dark Knight lost nearly 1/10 of its HP. Only now did the Dark Knight react and brandished its great sword at Shi Feng. Cross slash. 2 slashes crisscrossed as they flew at Shi Feng. However, rather than dodge, Shi Feng countered the attack with a simple swing with Killing Ray. Boom! Shi Feng instantly sliced apart the Dark Knight's cross slash. The swordsman's momentum didn't slow in the slightest as it struck the Dark Knight's helmet. The strike forced the monster to retreat by 3 steps. The difference between the opponent's strength was obvious. There was simply no comparison. In less than 30 seconds, the Dark Knight transformed into particles of black light and disappeared. From beginning to end, it hadn't even been able to counterattack. Congratulations, Lord Protector. You have passed the bronze rank assessment and officially become a Tier 2 Swordmaster. Do you wish to continue the strength assessment? The NPC administrator congratulated. Continue. Shi Feng roared. Chapter 1319, Epic Adventurer. Chapter 1319, Epic Adventurer. Lord Protector, if you wish to continue, I must warn you, the administrator said as he adjusted the magic array and created another Dark Knight. The last test was only meant to determine if you have reached the Tier 2 standard. The following tests will determine your rank as an adventurer. This will also determine the rank of the commission quests you'll be allowed to accept. The next tests will be far more difficult. If the Dark Knight kills you inside the magic array, your soul will be damaged, and you will suffer a weakened state for some time. Moreover, the stronger the Dark Knight is, the longer the weakened state will last. Are you sure you wish to continue? Continue. Shi Feng answered without hesitation. He was very familiar with the consequences. The bronze assessment was the lowest rank for Tier 2 players. The following assessments were the real challenge. Completing the Tier 2 promotion quest was already difficult. Most experts were only capable of passing the Mysterious Iron assessment. One could say that the Mysterious Iron assessment was a dividing line between expert and elite players. As soon as Shi Feng gave his answer, the administrator injected a stream of mana into the Dark Knight. Immediately, the Dark Knight's eyes released a bright, red glow, its aura growing stronger. Dark Knight, Illusion, Lord. Level 53. HP 3-000-000/3-000-000. This time, rather than wait for Shi Feng to attack, the Dark Knight took the initiative to use charge at Shi Feng. Upon arriving before Shi Feng, the Dark Knight swung its silver greatsword. This Dark Knight was far superior to the last in both speed and strength. Boom! As it landed, the great sword created a crack in the ground that extended for over 10 yards. However, this frightening, destructive power hadn't hit Shi Feng. The silver greatsword had only landed beside Shi Feng's feet. Meanwhile, a blue longsword pierced through the Dark Knight's heart, causing a critical damage of minus 25,274. The crimson radiance from within the Dark Knight's helmet brightened. Tightening its grip on its greatsword, the Dark Knight twisted as it swung its weapon horizontally. Whirlwind slash. Dang! A crisp clang echoed throughout the arena. The abyssal blade had stopped the silver greatsword in its tracks, holding it away from Shi Feng. Meanwhile, the sacred sword in Shi Feng's other hand descended on the Dark Knight once more. Shi Feng had easily been capable of killing a lord of the same level when he had been a Tier 1 player. Now that he had been promoted to a Tier 2 Swordmaster, killing such an opponent would be a piece of cake. In less than a minute, the mysterious Iron Rank Dark Knight faded into particles of black light and disappeared. Another Dark Knight quickly took its place. However, this monster was slightly different. Instead of a great sword, it wielded two double-edged axes. Its aura was also far more violent. Dark Warrior, Illusion, High Lord. Level 53. HP 4-000/4-000-000. Lord Protector, do you wish to continue? The administrator asked again. Continue. Shifeng nodded. He was very familiar with the Dark Warrior before him. When he had become a Tier 2 player in his previous life, he had faced this Dark Warrior during his first assessment. Afterward, he had spent a lot of time and effort to improve his weapons, equipment, and techniques before he had defeated the Dark Warrior and became a secret silver adventurer. As Shifeng declared his intent, the Dark Warrior roared and dashed toward Shifeng like a wild beast. When only 10 yards separated the two combatants, the Dark Warrior threw one of its axes at Shifeng. An explosion shook the arena as the axe tore through the air, flying straight for Shifeng's heart. Death throw. Immediately after, the Dark Warrior raised its other axe before pushing off of the ground. The monster shot forward like a bullet and followed closely behind the axe it had thrown. It was clear that the Dark Warrior intended to take advantage of the moment Shifeng dodged its axe to strike. In terms of combat techniques, the Dark Warrior was undoubtedly stronger than the prior Dark Knights. Only, before the thrown axe could reach Shifeng, a blue streak of light struck the weapon and sent it flying off course. The Dark Warrior was stunned. Shifeng then used his abyssal blade to block the Dark Warrior's axe. Meanwhile, with Killing Ray now unoccupied, Shifeng lightly slashed the sacred sword across the monster's massive form, leaving behind one deep furrow after another on the latter's armor. This, the senior administrator, who watched quietly from a safe position, was stunned. He hadn't been surprised to see Shifeng overwhelm the Lord-ranked Dark Knights with his strength. However, Shifeng achieved the same feat against a High Lord of the same level. To Shifeng, however, this was only a matter of course. Currently, he wielded numerous epic items as well as 2 fragmented legendary items. He also had the Blade Saint class, one of the 10 great Saint classes. If his strength couldn't rival that of a High Lord of the same level after reaching Tier 2, that would be strange. According to Shifeng's estimates, his current strength and speed should be equal, if not close, to a great lord of the same level. Even without using his skills, he could easily deal with a High Lord of the same level. Only, it would take some time to finish off his opponent. After a minute and a half, without suspense, Shifeng defeated the Dark Warrior. Then, the Fine Gold Rank Dark Warrior appeared. It was similarly a High Lord, though it possessed a few more skills than the Secret Silver Rank Dark Warrior. Its basic attributes were also slightly superior, and its combat standards could rival a player who had reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor. It also had 5 million HP. In the past, only a handful of Star Moon Kingdom's players had defeated this terrifying monster in their first assessment. However, against Shifeng, who had an advantage in terms of strength, speed, and techniques, the Dark Warrior only lasted 2 minutes before collapsing to the ground. As the Fine Gold Rank Dark Warrior died, a Dark General wielding a spear took its place. The Dark General also had a long sword hanging from its waist. Dark General, Illusion, Great Lord. Level 53. HP 6-000/6-000-000. This was the gatekeeper that had prevented every player in Star Moon Kingdom from becoming a Dark Gold adventurer during their first assessment. Come, Shifeng invited the Dark General as he activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. This time, Shifeng chose to use his doppelganger to distract the Dark General while he dealt damage from the sides. Although his doppelganger lost some HP each time it blocked an attack, the Dark General lost HP at a much faster rate. Eventually, when the doppelganger was almost out of HP, both Shifeng and his doppelganger used Flame Burst. After receiving 30 devastating strikes, the Dark General lost of its remaining HP. With its final struggle, the Dark General took Shifeng's doppelganger with it to the grave. As the Dark General disappeared, the magic array covering the arena went berserk as it devoured mana from its surroundings and diverted it to the center of the arena. Gradually, a 3-meter-tall knight decked out in golden armor and dual-wielding 2 crimson greatswords formed. King of Darkness, Illusion, Grand Lord. Level 53. HP 8, 000/8, 000/000. Although Shifeng had known about the epic assessment's difficulty, he was a little shocked as he met the King of Darkness for the first time. Were this not an assessment, but an actual Grand Lord of the same level, he could simply turn tail and run. After all, a Grand Lord's HP and battle recovery alone were enough to overwhelm him. After Shifeng rested, he started the challenge. Immediately, the King of Darkness waved its 2 great swords. 3 level 53, Lord rank Dark Knights then appeared by its side. Though, unlike the previous Dark Knights, these only had 800,000 HP each. However, as these Dark Knights died, the King of Darkness could summon them again. Moreover, each Dark Knight's death would heal the King of Darkness for 400,000 HP. To ordinary players, the King of Darkness was an unreasonable opponent. However, Shifeng had prepared for this fight. Immediately, he stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground. Abyssal Curse. Suddenly, the ground transformed into a dark swamp that trapped the King of Darkness and the Dark Knights. But contrary to Shifeng's expectation, Abyssal Curse hadn't decreased the King of Darkness's attributes. Shifeng no longer held back as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. His strength attribute instantly surpassed that of the King of Darkness. He then activated Instant Strike and appeared before the Grand Lord. Phantom Kill. 9 Dragon Slash. His doppelganger also activated Instant Strike the moment it appeared, its attack speed and damage skyrocketing. Shifeng and his doppelganger then launched a barrage of attacks at the King of Darkness. Shifeng dealt over -90,000 damage with each strike, -200,000 with a critical hit. As for his doppelganger, it dealt nearly -80,000 damage. Sword lights descended on the King of Darkness like rain. The Grand Lord's HP vanished at a rate visible to the naked eye. In 3 short seconds, the King of Darkness's HP fell to 50%. It raged as it broke free from Abyssal Curse's binding, brandishing its twin greatswords. In response, Shifeng cast Abyssal Bind on the King of Darkness, not giving the Grand Lord a chance to counterattack. Although Abyssal Bind couldn't restrict the King of Darkness for 4 full seconds, Shifeng only needed 1 or 2 seconds. Thundering Flash. Thunder Flame Explosion. Dragon Breath. Flame God's Fury. One skill after another mercilessly collided with the King of Darkness. Once the Grand Lord had 1/3 of its HP, any additional damage Shifeng dealt caused a part of its golden armor to turn black. At the same time, the Grand Lord's aura seemed to grow stronger. The 9 pitch-black chains that bound the King of Darkness began to shatter. It was obvious that the King of Darkness had a passive skill that boosted its attributes as it lost HP. The King of Darkness was already life-threatening. The Grand Lord's frightening, destructive power even shocked Shifeng. When the King of Darkness was nearly free from its bindings, Shifeng and his doppelganger used flame burst simultaneously. 4 miniature suns illuminated the arena. Although the King of Darkness eventually freed itself and blocked some of the 30 devastating strikes, each of Shifeng's strikes that hit dealt over -200,000 damage, -400,000 for critical hits. Even though the Grand Lord had blocked a fraction of the attacks, Shifeng finished off the King of Darkness by the time Flame Burst ended. As the King of Darkness died, the sound of a system notification reached Shifeng's ears. System, congratulations! You have become Star Moon Kingdom's first epic rank adventurer. Your name will be known throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Please retrieve your reward from the Adventurers Association's association leader. Chapter 1320. A quest that determines the fate of a country. Chapter 1320. A quest that determines the fate of a country. Retrieve a reward from the Adventurers Association's association leader? Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he read the system notification. The association leader was the highest position in the Adventurers Association. The association leader of White River City's Adventurers Association wasn't the same as the city's magistrate. Normally, a city magistrate couldn't leave the city under their management. In contrast, the association leaders left their cities frequently, so they were extremely difficult to meet. Although it had been referred to as a reward, in reality, it was a considerably high-difficulty quest. Once the King of Darkness vanished, Shi Feng heard another system notification. System, do you wish to leave your name on the epic list? Shi Feng instantly clicked yes. However, he altered the name he registered with, using Black Flame. Once he entered his name, it appeared on the massive pillar at the edge of the arena. Any player that came to the Adventurers Association for their Tier 2 assessment would see it. The senior administrator excitedly approached Shi Feng, holding a dark purple emblem. This was proof that he had become an epic adventurer in Star Moon Kingdom. There were only 10 such emblems in the entire kingdom, and it was definitely an honor to receive one. Lord Protector, congratulations on becoming an epic adventurer. This purple star emblem is proof of your identity. You can accept any Tier 2 commission quests without restrictions as long as you reveal it. The senior administrator carefully handed the emblem to Shi Feng, reverence filling his gaze as he looked at the swordsman. Only 10 epic adventurers could exist in Star Moon Kingdom at a time. The position could practically rival the association's 4-star adventurers. As Shi Feng received the emblem, emotion overwhelmed him. In the past, even the dark gold ranked emblem had been far out of his reach, much less the purple star emblem. The purple star emblem provided more than access to quests. He would also have access to many other privileges in the Adventurers Association. For example, when players accepted commission quests, they needed to pay a deposit fee. Players with the purple star emblem enjoyed a 50% discount on these fees. The Adventurers Association would also prepare one S-Rank quest for epic adventurers once a week. The Tier 2 commission quests were available throughout the country, but there was a limited number. As players accepted these quests, fewer would be available. Multiple players couldn't accept a single commission quest unless it were specifically a team-based quest. Moreover, depending on the difficulty ranking, the number of available commissioned quests would change. For example, Fine Gold adventurers were allowed to accept a maximum of B-rank commission quests. However, there were very few quests available to Fine Gold adventurers. They'd be lucky if they got their hands on a C-rank commission. It was even more difficult for Dark Gold adventurers. In addition, the Adventurers Association did not update the commission quests at regular intervals. The updates were random. Hence, nobody knew when high-rank quests would resurface. As a result, the competition between high-ranking adventurers became even more intense. Epic adventurers were the only exception as they would be granted a designated S-rank quest each week. Commission quests were different from public quests. Take epic and legendary quests for example. If the players who accepted these quests failed to complete them within the stipulated time frame, they would suffer a severe penalty, but players wouldn't be punished for failing the Adventurers Association's commission quests. Players only needed to pay a deposit before accepting a commission quest. This deposit was generally in the form of coins or magic crystals, and the more difficult a quest was, the higher its deposit would be. When a player completed a commission quest, their deposit would be returned to them alongside the corresponding rewards. On the other hand, if a player failed, they wouldn't get their deposit back. One could say that the deposit replaced the punishment for failure. Hence, players generally preferred to challenge a high-difficulty commission quest as the most they would lose was some coins or magic crystals. Compared to the potential rewards, the loss was nothing. I wish to accept a commission. May I see a list of the available quests? Shi Feng asked the administrator. That won't be a problem. Please follow me. The administrator nodded. Following which, the administrator led Shi Feng to the second floor's VIP reception room and retrieved a list of commissions, handing it to Shi Feng. There sure are quite a few high-rank quests available. Shi Feng was inwardly astonished. When he had come in search of commissions in the past, he had rarely found D-rank commissions, much less C-rank. Even when some had been available, they had generally been very difficult. However, he was now the only person in Star Moon Kingdom to complete a Tier 2 promotion. He had no competition. The number of available quests was staggering. There were 22 S-rank commissions available at the moment, which only epic adventurers could accept. As for A-rank commissions, which only Dark Gold adventurers and higher could accept, there were 458 available. B-rank commissions numbered 5,163. As for the commissions below B-rank, needless to say, there were far more. All of these commissions were available throughout the various cities in Star Moon Kingdom. Shi Feng was simply amazed. B-rank commissions already offered bountiful rewards. Even the most common B-rank commission would award a piece of secret silver equipment of the same level, with more difficult quests awarding fine gold weapons and equipment of the same level. After reaching level 50 and beyond, it would be extremely difficult to obtain secret silver equipment, not to mention fine gold equipment. However, these factors weren't the most important aspect of commission quests. Once players completed a commission quest, the Adventurers Association would award a corresponding number of contribution points. Although players could exchange these points for weapons and equipment, players could also purchase valuable Tier 2 skill books. When players reached Tier 2 in God's Domain, they would no longer be able to learn basic Tier 2 skills from their class instructors as they had during Tier 1. Normally, players could only obtain Tier 2 skills by completing quests or from loot and treasure chests. One of the most frequently used methods to obtain Tier 2 skill books was through the Adventurers Association. Tier 2 skills were much stronger than Tier 1 skills. Whenever Tier 2 players obtained a Tier 2 skill or upgrading their Tier 1 skill to Tier 2, their combat power would increase significantly. Many players had rushed to the Adventurers Association to compete for commission quests every day in the past. As the game progressed, the Adventurers Association would become even more popular. Sure enough, these 3 quests are still the available SSS-ranked commissions. Shi Feng quickly located the 3 most difficult quests available throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Normally, S-rank commissions were considered kingdom-level quests. In other words, success and failure could affect an entire kingdom. Needless to say, these were incredibly difficult quests. Only powerful epic adventurers could hope to challenge them. SS-rank quests were obviously more important than S-rank. Normally, these quests could affect 2 or 3 kingdoms or an empire. SSS-rank commissions could determine a country's rise or fall. Normally, encountering such a quest heavily relied on luck. Now, however, 3 of these quests were available, and they were Revenge of the Fallen, Undead Resurrection, and Ancient Orc Empire. These 3 quests had been very well known in Star Moon Kingdom in the past. However, not a single player had completed any of these quests. It had been one of the Star Moon Kingdom's regrets, as any one of these quests could lift the kingdom to prominence. In the past, there had been a country called the Golden Sands Kingdom. Due to the kingdom's epic adventurers completing the first 3 SSS rank commissions the system offered, the kingdom had grown to become the Golden Sands Empire. Not only had the kingdom annexed its 2 neighbors during its promotion, but it also grew to occupy several massive, neutral maps. This incident had shocked God's Domain. Nobody had ever thought that epic adventurers had that kind of ability. Of course, those epic adventurers had only completed the SSS rank commissions due to them being as difficult as upper rank epic quests. One of the reasons that Shi Feng wanted to become an epic adventurer so quickly in this life was that he wanted to promote Star Moon Kingdom to Star Moon Empire. Chapter 1321, National Weapon. Chapter 1321, National Weapon. The 3 SSS rank commissions were crucial to Star Moon Kingdom's upgrade. If Starmoon Kingdom were upgraded to an empire, as the kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing would rise with it. This developmental method was much easier than contesting with other guilds for territory. There were many other benefits to be had when a kingdom upgraded to an empire as well. One of them was the acquisition of the neutral maps surrounding the kingdom. God's Domain's neutral maps occupied more area than all of the empires and kingdoms combined. Every one of these neural maps was a high-level area. Many among them were also high-resource maps. Once players reached level 50, they would gradually migrate to these neutral maps. Maps above level 100 were extremely rare in kingdoms. Empires did not fare much better in this regard. Hence, it was only a matter of time before players turned towards neutral maps to continue their development. Meanwhile, when a kingdom upgraded, it would annex these maps, and the new empire would claim the areas. It would then become much easier to level in these maps due to the NPC cities that would emerge. In the past, every NPC city constructed in a neutral map had a minimum player population of 3 million. Among them, the NPC city in the Shallow Hills, one of the neutral maps the Golden Sands Empire had claimed, had reached a player population of over 10 million during its peak. This gave the epic adventurer guilds, who completed the SSS-Rank commissions, a massive windfall. This was due to the new city's lands. To purchase those lands, players needed a certain amount of reputation in the former kingdom or noble status in the new NPC city. It had become impossible for non-native guilds to purchase the lands within a short amount of time. Meanwhile, due to the neutral map's high-level environment, the new city's lands had been far more valuable than lands in cities near low-level maps. Shi Feng had been planning this since he joined God's Domain in this life. Lord Protector, there is a very large variety of commissions available. If you are unsure of which to choose, I can offer a recommendation based on your preference and requirements, the senior administrator suggested after Shi Feng's long moment of silence. Thanks for the offer, but I've made my decision. I'll choose the Ancient Orc Empire, Shi Feng said as he pointed to the quest name on the list. Although Starmoon Kingdom's past players had known about the 3 SSS-Rank commission quests, no one had known about the quest's contents aside from the player who accepted them. After carefully reading through the quest's contents, Shi Feng concluded that the Ancient Orc Empire was the easiest among the 3. Based on his current abilities, completing the other 2 would be impossible. Revenge of the Fallen required him to kill 5 Fallens that hid within Starmoon Kingdom. The Fallen within Starmoon Kingdom would not be as easy to deal with as Baron Woka. The system wouldn't suppress them. A Fallen at its peak had the strength to destroy an entire city. Moreover, these Fallens hid all over Starmoon Kingdom. Just finding them would be a difficult task. It was no wonder why nobody had completed the commission in the past. Undead Resurrection wasn't easy either. He needed to gather 3 extremely rare items: the Book of Undead, the Bone Staff, and the Ancient Contract. Of these items, Shi Feng had only heard of the Book of Undead. However, this item was located in the level 80 neutral map, Slumbering Tomb. It was the gathering place for undead. The Book of the Undead was even guarded by the Tier 4 mythic rank Skeleton King. Shi Feng had no hope of obtaining the book, and he had never heard of the other 2 items before. He did not even know where to start looking for them. That only left the Ancient Orc Empire. Once, the powerful Orc Empire had its imperial capital in the level 75 neutral map, Morning Battlefield, which was situated between Starmoon Kingdom and Purple Thorns Kingdom. However, after countless wars, the imperial capital had become a battlefield. Powerful orcs currently gathered in the ruins, hoping to restore the glory they once enjoyed and conquer the several surrounding kingdoms. These orcs had been a thorn in these kingdoms' sides for a long time now. The Ancient Orc Empire Commission's task was to destroy the alliance between the various orc tribes. In order to destroy this alliance, Shi Feng was required to locate the Orc Empire's founding emperor's weapon, the Disintegration Axe, and prevent it from falling into orc hands. If the orcs got their hands on this weapon, they would be able to gather the orcs scattered across God's Domain. If they succeeded, God's Domain's various kingdoms and empires would be in trouble. Fortunately, The disintegration axe had been very famous in the past. Shi Feng knew the weapon's whereabouts. Otherwise, he would have been forced to choose the Undead Resurrection Commission instead. Lord Protector, this commission will require a 6,000 gold deposit. However, as you are an epic adventurer, you are only required to pay half. Are you sure you wish to accept this commission? The senior administrator asked. Shi Feng handed 3,000 gold over without hesitation. As a result, however, he was almost broke. Although Stone Forest Town had earned quite a lot of money while he had been busy, most of that money had been reinvested in the town and guild's development. Part of the money had also been used to purchase diamondwood. There wasn't much left. He also needed to save funds for his future city's development and construct the 4 towers of elements. After his rampant slaughter of demonic beasts in the moon god space, Shi Feng had a total of 989 7 luminary shards. Although he had wanted to grind a little more, as he obtained more shards, their drop rate decreased. Fortunately, he had enough to synthesize 40 units of 7 luminaries crystals and construct the 4 towers of elements. Once the towers had been constructed, his city would be safe from players. However, constructing a high-end building like the 4 towers of elements cost an astronomical number of coins. Based on Shi Feng's initial estimates, the other materials alone would cost around 90,000 gold. Once Shi Feng accepted the commission and was about to return to the Candlelight trading firm, Blackie contacted him. Has something happened? Shi Feng asked when he saw Blackie's grim expression. Guild leader, we lost again, Blackie replied quietly. What? Even Aqua and Summer were defeated? Shi Feng was slightly stunned. He had sent Aqua Rose and the others to the battle arena. He had a very clear understanding of Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer's strengths. Both were fully geared in top-tier equipment. In addition, not only were they refinement realm experts, but the 2 women had also grasped a portion of the secret spellcasting technique. With their strength, no one throughout Star Moon Kingdom should be their match. Only the superpowers peak experts should be able to offer a challenge. Restoring Zero Wing's reputation should be a piece of cake for them. Well, no. The other side suddenly asked to change the rules of the competition and is now seeking to melee combat. Skills, spells, and tools are not permitted. So, only Cola, Shadow Sword, and Flying Shadow were able to fight. However, all 3 were defeated. That evil fire kid still hasn't made a move either, Blackie explained. Currently, the people in the battle arena are starting to badmouth us, saying that Zero Wing doesn't have any capable experts. Many guilds have sent spies to rub salt in our wounds. If we don't stop those guys now, the prestige we've worked so hard to gain will most likely. Guild leader, what I'm trying to say is that we should send in Big Sis Fire. She can definitely defeat those punks. This is interesting. Even Cola and Flying Shadow's techniques were no match for them? Shi Feng's lips curled up, his interest in Evil Fire growing. First, Evil Fire had challenged him, the guild leader of Zero Wing, publicly. He then went to Stone Forest Town a day before the competition to make a name for himself. With this, Shi Feng would have no choice but to accept Evil Fire's challenge. Guild leader, should I ask Big Sis Fire for help? Blackie asked anxiously. Fire Dance had been busy dealing with important guild affairs. Moreover, Shi Feng had already stated that without his permission, nobody was to disturb Fire Dance. However, they had no choice but to involve Fire Dance, the number 2 melee expert in Zero Wing, to teach those challengers a lesson now that trouble was knocking on their door. Unfortunately, involving Shi Feng wasn't an option. If their guild leader fought a bunch of nameless challengers, it would humiliate Zero Wing and its members. After all, Zero Wing was no longer some small, upstart guild. It was Star Moon Kingdom's number 1 guild. No. I'll make a trip myself. Shi Feng smiled as he shook his head. Chapter 1322, Unlocking a New Function. Chapter 1322, Unlocking a New Function. Stone Forest Town. When Shi Feng stepped out of the guild residence, the sight before him was foreign. Rows of 1- and 2-story houses had stood before the guild residents previously. Now, various virtual shops occupied both sides of the street. There were also advanced hotels, restaurants, bars, and other establishments. The street was now as busy as White River City's most popular areas. There was no lack of expert players that had exceeded level 40. Some players even roamed the street atop mounts. Aside from adventurer players, quite a few lifestyle players chatted merrily on the street. Many wandering merchant NPCs hawked their wares from temporary stalls along the main street. The NPC traffic was just as shocking as the number of players. The lively scene made Stone Forest Town look like a city rather than a town. Shifeng was surprised. After just a few days, Stone Forest Town had undergone such a massive transformation. If the town continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it could be promoted to an advanced town. If Shifeng hadn't already started his city's construction, Stone Forest Town could have served as Zero Wing's main headquarters. As Shifeng slowly made his way to the battle arena, he eavesdropped on the conversations throughout Stone Forest Town. More experts are gathering in the battle arena each day. Before this, I could have easily ranked among the daily tournament's top 100 and earned the consolation prize. Now, I can't even get within the top 300. That's right. Only our team leader can hold his rank in the top 100 now. However, I heard that Zero Wing plans to extend the consolation prizes to cater to the top 300 soon. The top 100 contestants will get priority in purchasing exotic stamina potions from the Candlelight trading firm. They'll even get a 10% discount, but they will be limited to 3 bottles. Priority in purchasing the exotic stamina potion? That's great. Candlelight only sells a limited number each day, and the various large guilds and second-hand dealers usually claim them. That's right. Fortunately, we have our team leader. We'll be able to buy 3 exotic stamina potions every day. As long as we stockpile, we'll be able to explore those high-level maps. Our income will be amazing. I heard that the Sharp Edge Adventurer team went on an expedition earlier, venturing into the core of the Ghost Ruins and making a fortune. I've also heard that they're already preparing to buy their second private house in Stone Forest Town. All that's left is to wait until Zero Wing sells more. They made that much money? I heard that the private houses auctioned for more than 600 gold. I'm guessing that they'll be far more expensive during the next auction. Of course, they came across a fine gold treasure chest during their expedition and obtained a secret silver-ranked combat boots designed from it. They sold it in the auction house for a fortune. The exotic stamina potion is awesome. Practically nobody explores those distant maps. I wish we could get a private house in Stone Forest Town. We'd be able to participate in the battle arena's daily tournament every day. We could also purchase special tools from the wandering merchants. That's right. Unfortunately, our leader is still hesitant. He's unsure of whether or not we should equip each team member with a mount first. The players' eyes sparkled as they discussed Stone Forest Town's private houses. No one had thought much of the town's private houses previously. After all, there were transport carriages that traveled to and from other NPC towns, saving them plenty of time. However, these players realized that there was a world of difference between the teams that owned a private house and those that did not. Not only could the teams that owned private houses send their strongest expert to the battle arena, but they could also purchase various items from the wandering merchants when the NPCs restocked. Most importantly, team members could accumulate the double EXP buff. They also had the option of using their private houses as warehouses. It seems people are starting to realize the benefits of private houses. However, this is only the beginning. Shifeng's confidence in his plans grew as he listened to the public's growing interest in Stone Forest Town's private houses. In reality, private houses offered more than just easy teleportation for their owners. Their companions could also utilize this function. Unfortunately, only a small number of players could teleport at a time. Moreover, the cooldown between each teleport was considerably long. In addition, private houses needed to reach a certain rank before this function would be available. To put it simply, private houses could be upgraded like guild residences, private rooms, and shops. In fact, player-constructed private houses were much easier to upgrade. It simply depended on whether or not the house's town had reached the required standard to unlock the group teleportation function. This was also why players preferred to purchase private houses in large guilds' towns and cities. First, it granted them some security. Players wouldn't have to worry about other guilds invading and capturing the town. Second, large guilds' towns tended to develop quickly. This, in turn, meant that the private houses could be upgraded very quickly. Currently, Stone Forest Town was an intermediate town. Owners could already upgrade their private houses. Unfortunately, the town had yet to unlock the group teleportation function. Two conditions needed to be met to unlock this function. The first condition was a player population of over 300,000. For Stone Forest Town, meeting this requirement was a piece of cake. The second condition was the town's security. This condition was a little more complex. The town needed a sufficient number of defensive structures and a certain quality of the NPCs guarding the town. Once these conditions were met, the town would unlock the group teleportation function. Stone Forest Town had already met the requirement for defensive structures. The only problem remaining was the quality of the NPC guards. Although the guild could recruit NPC guards, it couldn't nurture them. Hence, the quality of the NPCs depended on the town's standard and luck. It would take time to meet the requirement. Fortunately, things had changed. Shifeng had intended to use the Heroes chapter in his new city. After reviewing the situation, though, Shifeng decided that this was a good opportunity to develop Stone Forest Town. Before Shifeng had realized it, he had already reached Stone Forest Town's most popular location, the Battle Arena. A large crowd of players was trying to squeeze into the Battle Arena, now the size of Jinhai City's city center sports arena. The scene wasn't any less lively than the White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition. Meanwhile, in the Battle Arena's fourth-floor tournament hall, players filled the stands as they constantly cheered on the fighters on the stage. Among them, many were level 40 and above experts. At this moment, the fight on the stage reached its conclusion. The victor was a cloaked berserker. However, the spectators hadn't cheered because the match was so exciting. Rather, their cheers were due to another Zero-Wing expert's defeat. Sure enough, Turtledove isn't a match for them. Blackie sighed as he watched the stage. Both Rampant Blade and Yi Wumian had fought as well. However, their opponents had been too strong. Neither had lowered their opponent's HP below 50%. Only Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword had reduced their opponent's HP to nearly half. The unknown challengers were ridiculously strong. It seems Zero-Wing's experts only amount to this much. They are only slightly stronger than those first-rate guild peak experts we challenged before. Zero-Wing, just send whatever expert you've got. I'll accept the loss if you can get my HP below 50%. A 2-meter-tall, cloaked berserker said, laughing. Damn it. They're looking down on Zero-Wing. Shadow Sword slammed his palms on the guardrail, wrathful flames burning in his eyes. If Big Sis Fire were here, she would beat them to a pulp. Zero-Wing's other members nodded in agreement. Fire Dance was the undisputed number 2 melee expert in Zero-Wing. Only the Vice Guild leader Gentle Snow could put up a fight against her. No one else could even offer a challenge. Suddenly, a familiar figure slowly approached the stage. When Blackie and the others saw this figure, their jaws dropped. Guild leader. Chapter 1323, Overwhelming. Chapter 1323, Overwhelming. Blackie, Aqua Rose, and the other core members of Zero-Wing in the spectator stands blinked in surprise. Guild leader, you're going to fight? Turtledove, who stood by the stage, could not help but ask in surprise as Shifeng walked towards her. Shifeng wasn't wearing his black cloak, his appearance on display for all to see. However, even with an identification skill, players would only see his name, nothing else. Meet him. I want to see their true strength for myself. Shifeng nodded. Although Blackie had sent him some of the opponent's battle videos, Flying Shadow and the others hadn't been able to force them to exhibit their true strength. They hadn't used anything unique, so it wasn't easy to relate them to God's Domain's past experts. Guild leader, you need to be careful. When I fought him, I had the feeling that I couldn't exert my full power. It was as if all of my attacks had struck a ball of cotton. The technique he used to finish me off was particularly mysterious. When I watched the battle videos of when he had used the same technique during the previous rounds, I only saw him move. There were no afterimages or anything. But when I had faced him myself, it felt as if he had been everywhere around me. Ghost steps. Hearing Turtledove's experience, the only combat technique that came to Shifeng's mind was ghost steps. Like void steps, ghost steps was an advanced footwork technique. The technique made it difficult for opponents to predict the user's attack trajectory. In the past, very few people in God's Domain had used this technique. However, of the players Shifeng could remember, none resembled the man on the stage. Yifeng? It seems that Zero Wing is finally taking us seriously, Evil Fire, who sat in the VIP stands, said, smiling as he watched Shifeng. According to his knowledge, after Black Flame, the next strongest experts were Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Yifeng, and Violet Cloud. Is he strong? The menacing-looking man carrying a blood-red shield on his back and holding a hammer asked curiously. Unwavering, based on Evil's reaction, he must be. It's a pity that it is still Tiger's turn to fight. If that player had just waited a little longer, it would have been my turn, a gorgeous, graceful woman said as she toyed with the pitch-black dagger in her hand. The woman wore the Light of Darkness set equipment, a level 45 dark gold set equipment for assassins. Sighing, she continued, watching from the sidelines is really boring. Flower's right. We shouldn't have agreed to such long intervals. Thanks to that, Tiger's getting all the good fights. The other group members nodded in agreement. They were fully aware of how strong the Berserker, Mighty Tiger, was. He was already level 44. He could easily rank among the top 10 on an Empire's ranking list. Although he didn't wear level 45 dark gold set equipment, he had 2 pieces of growth-type equipment on him and had already upgraded both to the dark gold rank. They were much stronger than ordinary dark gold equipment. Their attributes were also suitable for Berserkers. Recently, Mighty Tiger had also his growth-type weapon, Howling Tomahawk, to epic rank, raising his combat power to a whole new level. Even their team leader had said that, with Mighty Tiger's standards, he could already challenge the top 200 experts on the God's Domain experts list. Moreover, that was without using ghost steps. But what about Star Moon Kingdom? Aside from Black Flame, who ranked 51st on the God's Domain experts list, the kingdom didn't have a single player in the top 200. If anything, only Fire Dance, who had risen to the 215th position in the latest update, was worth their attention. As long as Tiger defeats Yifeng, we just need to defeat Fire Dance or Gentle Snow. After that, I doubt that Black Flame will be able to just stand by. He'll be forced to accept your challenge tomorrow, Evil. Unwavering Hand said as he shifted his gaze to Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing Corps members. Evil, make sure to give it your all. The leader has a very favorable view of you. You will be representing our adventurer team in its debut fight. You can't lose. Big Brother Unwavering, I thought you were aware of my abilities. Just sit back and enjoy the fight tomorrow, Evil Fire said, smiling. He paid no attention whatsoever to Black Flame's title of Sword King. He only had one goal, to rank among the top 10 on the God's Domain experts list. Meanwhile, an uproar shook the spectator stands. Crap, isn't that Yifeng, Zero Wing's honorary elder? After losing so many matches, it seems Zero Wing had finally decided to get serious. That Berserker's winning streak will come to an end. That's not certain. The previous Zero Wing experts were defeated so easily. Although the rumors about Yifeng's feats are impressive, that doesn't mean he can defeat that Berserker. That's right. None of Zero Wing's experts could reduce the Berserker's HP to below 50%. This is also a melee battle, They can't use any skills, spells, or tools. This shows how high the Berserker's combat standards are. Even if he is going up against Yifeng, I'm willing to bet that he has more than a 60% chance of winning. If anything, I don't think anyone but Black Flame and Fire Dance can put up a fight. I guess that's true. Although the rumors about Yifeng say that he is very powerful, his battle records are old. Now that everyone's been playing God's Domain for so long, their combat standards have improved significantly. I don't think that Yifeng can win that easily. The audience discussed the upcoming fight heatedly. Meanwhile, members of the various large guilds were eager to watch the fight. They hoped to watch Zero Wing humiliate itself. Meanwhile, on the stage, Mighty Tiger glared at Shifeng. He asked, "What? You want to be my opponent?" "That's right," Shifeng answered calmly, nodding. "The previous fights were over before I could even warm up. They were boring. Hopefully, you don't disappoint me as well." Mighty Tiger laughed as he glanced at Flying Shadow and the others, who sat in the spectator stands. He had gained some insight about Shifeng from Evil Fire. Rumored to be as strong as Fire Dance, who was ranked 215th on the God's Domain experts list, he should serve as a decent opponent. Flying Shadow and his companions gritted their teeth when they heard Mighty Tiger's comment. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Despite having the advantage in terms of basic attributes, they had been defeated. This proved that Mighty Tiger's combat techniques were superior to theirs. "How do you want to set the rules of the match?" Shifeng asked calmly, unperturbed by Mighty Tiger's provocation. "Same as before. No spells, skills, or tools are allowed. We'll compete using only our techniques." Mighty Tiger set the duel's rules and sent Shifeng a duel request. "If you're not used to melee battles, I can only use 70% of my HP against you. You'll win if you take me down to 30%. Hearing Mighty Tiger's terms, the spectators gasped. They hadn't expected Mighty Tiger to be so bold. However, Mighty Tiger earned his arrogance. After all, none of Zero Wing's experts had reduced his HP to below 50%. "That's fine. Let's begin," Shifeng said nonchalantly. Once both sides had agreed to the duel, a timer appeared above the stage. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Let's see how strong you really are. As the duel began, Mighty Tiger retrieved the two axes from his back and dashed towards Shifeng like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Shifeng could feel the Berserker's icy killing intent lock onto him. It was clear that the Berserker wasn't like the players who only fought in games. When Mighty Tiger was 10 yards away from Shifeng, his footwork changed. Sure enough, he's using ghost steps, Shifeng thought when he saw Mighty Tiger's body suddenly split into two identical clones, both moving in different directions. Very quickly, the two clones split into 4 and so on. It was as if Mighty Tiger had used a skill to create doppelgangers or illusions. To players who could not use skills or spells, this was an extreme disadvantage. Tiger is taking this too seriously. He's using ghost steps right off the bat. Yifeng won't even have a chance to display his skills, Unwavering Hand said, shaking his head. From the audience's viewpoint, it seemed as if Mighty Tiger had approached Shifeng head-on before turning abruptly and circling to his opponent's side. When Shifeng and Mighty Tiger collided, a blue light flashed on the stage. As Mighty Tiger turned to launch a follow-up attack, his vision started to grow dark. He then noticed a flower of blood bloom across his chest. Before he had realized what had happened, he collapsed to the ground behind Shifeng. What just happened? Everyone was confused as they stared at Mighty Tiger's corpse, none of them knowing what had just happened. Following which, the victor's name appeared above the stage. Yifeng. Chapter 1324, Sword God's Weapon. Chapter 1324, Sword God's Weapon. Tiger lost? What just happened? How did Tiger die so quickly? Was Tiger even attacked? He used ghost steps. How could he get hit in a melee battle? Can someone explain to me what just happened? Falling Flower stared at Mighty Tiger's corpse in astonishment from the VIP stands. She was practically shouting as she questioned the companions who sat beside her. From start to end, her eyes hadn't left the stage. She had been focused on the combatants. However, when Mighty Tiger had circled to Shifeng's back and was about to land a blow, he died instead. Just what had Shifeng done during that brief moment? Meanwhile, the players in the spectator stands were even more confused. Mighty Tiger had already been so fast that they couldn't keep up with him. Now, the battle had ended before they could understand what had happened. An act? Is Zero Wing trying to hype up the competition? No, that's not right. Even if this is an act, the system recognized it as an official duel. It won't declare a victor until one of their HPs hits 0. But how could anyone eliminate over 30,000 of a berserker's HP in an instant? The match confused every spectator, so much so that they had forgotten to cheer. The tournament hall was utterly silent as everyone stared at the stage. What did the guild leader do? Blackie had to ask. With his eyesight, he had barely been able to keep up with Mighty Tiger's movements. He hadn't seen anything when Shifeng had attacked. Is this a Tier 2 class? Aqua Rose was stunned as she looked at Shifeng. Big Sis Aqua, do you know what happened? Flying Shadow asked eagerly. No, I just reacted. When that berserker circled the guild leader, I saw a flash of blue light. The guild leader must have attacked him. It seems that the berserker failed to react in time. After watching the recording in slow motion, I saw guild leader use a standard slash. His attack speed wasn't on par with his instant strike. This speed isn't due to high attack speed. He just used his reaction speed. The guild leader's reaction speed has already surpassed the level that our eyes can keep up with, Aqua Rose explained after giving the matter some thought. The guild leader really is a monster. Realization dawned on Flying Shadow when he heard Aqua Rose's explanation. He had thought that after training arduously for so long, he had shortened the distance between Shifeng and himself. However, the gap had continued to widen. Meanwhile, after the duel, Mighty Tiger resurrected below the stage. When he looked up at Shifeng, fear, respect, and confusion filled his gaze. Rather than bewilderment, he was surprised that Shifeng had seen through his ghost steps. His team leader had told him that even the top 100 experts on the God's Domain experts list wouldn't be able to see through his ghost steps, much less Shifeng, who had never seen the technique before. However, Mighty Tiger couldn't believe that was true. Shifeng must have seen ghost steps many times. Ghost steps was a special technique that combined footwork, killing intent targeting, and aura concealment to create the illusion that enemies surrounded the opponent, while in reality, only one of those enemies was real. It was a combat technique that specialized in dealing with experts. Experts had very sharp senses, and they would often react instinctively. It was an amazing technique. Against an ordinary player, however, the technique's effects would be minimal. Aside from being a peak expert, Shifeng was a Tier 2 swordmaster. His physique far exceeded Mighty Tiger's. When dealing with abnormal speed, Shifeng only needed to focus, and Mighty Tiger's movements would play in slow motion in his mind. Yet, Mighty Tiger had dared to come within 5 yards of him. The berserker had been asking for a swift ending. In the end, Shifeng had triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect, which allowed him to kill Mighty Tiger instantly. Who else wants to fight? That boring battle wasn't even a good warm-up, Shifeng quipped, smiling as he glanced at Evil Fire's group. Mighty Tiger nearly choked when he heard Shifeng's comment. Unwavering Hand and the others also wore grim expressions, hesitation lingering in their eyes. Shifeng's performance had thoroughly stunned them. Sure enough, the rumors about Yi Feng weren't credible in the least. How was this supposed to be an expert on fire dance's level? Yi Feng was practically on the same level as Black Flame. He might even be superior to the guild leader. Zero Wing has truly earned its fame. No wonder it became Star Moon Kingdom's mythical guild. Evil Fire's fighting spirit soared as he watched Shifeng. Evil, You need to think this through. If you fight Yifeng, you'll most likely have to expose your trump cards. You'll have a tough time when you head to the Black Dragon Empire to challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Unwavering Hand warned his companion. I understand. Don't worry. In any case, I have a match with Black Flame tomorrow. It'll be a fair contest if he knows about my abilities. Evil Fire smiled nonchalantly. He then approached the stage with long strides. Evil Fire wore a suit of black scale armor. He also carried a dark purple greatsword that was as tall as he was. Blue runes decorated the sword's blade. The surrounding mana flowed towards the greatsword automatically, causing arcs of blue electricity to dance around the blade and crackle from time to time. Overall, Evil Fire looked like a demonic beast, his aura pulling an involuntary shiver from the audience. With each step Evil Fire took, his aura grew slightly more intense. The audience felt a heavy pressure weigh down on them. Moreover, he had removed the concealment on his weapon and equipment's glow effect, as well as his level. Level 45. How is this possible? Even the number 1 player on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list is only level 44 right now. Strong. So strong. No wonder why these people dared to challenge Zero Wing. Zero Wing is in trouble. Why does it feel like I should be running for my life when I look at him? Crap. He has 3 pieces of epic equipment on him. The glow effect on his greatsword looks unique as well. What rank is that weapon? The audience gasped when Evil Fire removed the concealment. Evil Fire's items hadn't only stunned the independent players watching. Blackie and the others from Zero Wing were astonished as well. Evil Fire's equipment could already rival that of Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. Shifeng, however, didn't pay any mind to his opponent's equipment. Rather, the Berserker's dark purple greatsword attracted his attention. Why does he have the Storm Warblade? Shifeng could not help his growing confusion. The Storm Warblade was one of God's domain's 36 famed swords. Moreover, it was a higher rank than the sacred sword, Killing Ray. The two-handed weapon ranked 14th among the 36 famed swords. This greatsword had been very famous in the past. The weapon was the reason that the sword god, Celestial Pole, had become so famous. The weapon had made its debut when Celestial Pole had been a Tier 3 player. Celestial Pole had only switched to a different weapon after reaching Tier 6. The fact that Celestial Pole had used the Storm Warblade until Tier 6 showed that the greatsword's attributes were frighteningly high. Yet, now, a player whom Shifeng had never heard of wielded the Storm Warblade. It was baffling. Do you want a melee battle as well? Shifeng asked as Evil Fire stepped onto the stage. No. You are quite strong enough to face me in an official duel, Evil Fire said, shaking his head. Proudly, he continued, I don't want you to hold back. Otherwise, the battle will end too quickly. Although Shifeng had already displayed overwhelming power, it didn't affect Evil Fire. Evil Fire was still confident that it wasn't possible for him to lose. Sure. Shifeng then sent Evil Fire a duel request. Following which, the timer above the stage began to count down. Chapter 1325, Difference in Tiers. Chapter 1325, Difference in Tiers. Above the stage, the duel's timer counted down, second after second. Tension gripped the audience in the spectator stands. Their focus was glued to the stage. It was the first time a match of such high standards had occurred in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Not even the major tournament, which was held once every 15 days, could hold a candle to this upcoming match. After all, Shifeng, who had killed today's undefeated champion instantly, stood on one side. On the other side stood Evil Fire. Although Evil Fire had yet to fight, his weapon, equipment, and frightening aura were enough proof of his strength. There was also the fact that Evil Fire's group treated him like a leader. All these factors suggested that Evil Fire was far stronger than Mighty Tigers. However, while nobody knew what kind of outcome to expect, they knew that they would miss the clash between these two players if they didn't pay close attention. When the timer reached 0, Evil Fire unsheathed the storm warblade from across his back and shouted. Arcs of blue electricity danced across his body. The intensity of his aura increased considerably. Right now, he seemed like a ferocious, prehistoric beast. Evil Fire had just used his Berserk skill, Lightning Beast's Rampage. It was a super rare Berserk skill that increased its user's strength, attack speed, movement speed, and HP by 100% for 90 seconds. Let us begin. Evil Fire's gaze sharpened as his near-tangible killing intent enveloped Shi Feng. It seemed as if Shi Feng was the only person in Evil Fire's world. In his mind, the audience members below the stage and crowding the building didn't even exist. Why is his killing intent so powerful? The approaching berserker surprised Shi Feng. His mind constantly warned him of an imminent threat, and he couldn't help but focus on his opponent. With his current strength, he could even go toe-to-toe against a Grand Lord. Only Tier 4 mythic monsters might be able to give him a challenge, yet Evil Fire achieved the same by activating a Berserk skill. For a moment, Shi Feng even felt as if Evil Fire had surpassed a Tier 4 mythic monster. It was unbelievable. Even the audience struggled to breathe, their expressions becoming indescribably grim. So strong. His aura alone is so powerful. Zero wings in danger. Many expert players looked at Evil Fire with fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, Evil Fire left an afterimage behind him as he used charge against Shi Feng, his speed increasing tremendously as he approached his opponent like a violent gale. When Evil Fire was only 10 yards away from Shi Feng, he adjusted his footwork. Like Mighty Tiger, Evil Fire turned and circled around Shi Feng. He used the same strategy as Mighty Tiger. Only, this time, not even the experts in the audience could keep up with Evil Fire's speed. Mighty Tiger, who had returned to the VIP stands, could not help but laugh. Ha! Yi Feng must be stunned. I'm not the only one who knows how to use ghost steps. And evil is way better than I am. Even our team leader had to be careful against evil. He could only mesmerize his enemies with his ghost steps. However, Evil Fire's ghost steps could force his opponents to focus on him and nothing else, causing his enemies to make all sorts of mistakes. It did not even matter if his opponent's attributes were higher than his. After all, one's attributes were only useful if they hit their target. If they couldn't land a hit, all the strength in the world would be useless. Furthermore, Evil Fire had activated his Berserk skill. His strength and speed were both superior to Shi Feng's. The duel would end the moment Shi Feng made the slightest error. When Evil Fire was within 8 yards of Shi Feng's side, his footwork changed once more. Unlike Mighty Tiger, Evil Fire didn't circle to Shi Feng's back. Instead, he charged at Shi Feng's side, swinging his great sword and sending a purple arc towards the swordsman's neck. Beheaded. Suddenly, Killing Ray appeared in the Storm Warblade's attack trajectory. So fast, Evil Fire was stunned to see the sacred sword. He had not even noticed Shi Feng swing his blade. Although Shi Feng's reaction speed surprised him, he didn't falter. On the contrary, Evil responded with a sneer. While Evil Fire found it surprising that Shi Feng had seen through his ghost steps and executed a proper defense, Shi Feng hadn't activated his Berserk skill when the match had begun. Even if Shi Feng activated a Berserk skill now, he would still have an absolute advantage in terms of strength over the swordsman. Even if Shi Feng blocked the attack, the impact would knock back the swordsman. He could then continue his fierce assault and force Shi Feng to use his life-saving skills. Once Shi Feng expended the skill, he could easily kill the swordsman. Dang! However, the instant the two famed swords collided, Evil Fire's expression changed. How? Did he use a Berserk skill? Evil Fire was surprised to feel the sensation in his arms. As his great sword struck Killing Ray, it felt as if he had hit an indestructible wall. Rather than forcing the sacred sword back, the impact. His hands tingled, nearly numb. His HP had also fallen by over 100 points. In contrast, Shi Feng remained unharmed, still standing in his original position. However, Before Evil Fire could understand what had happened, Shifeng's abyssal blade was already moving towards Evil Fire's ribs. Scram! When Evil Fire noticed the abyssal blade's approach, he knew that he couldn't block the attack. Despite his awkward posture, he forcefully executed Whirlwind Slash, using the AoE skill to block the attack. He had already upgraded his Whirlwind Slash to Tier 1, level 10, and it was only a level away from Tier 2. The strength he could exhibit while using the skill was 50% higher than his normal attacks. This time, Shifeng was forced to take a step back as he received the attack. Seeing this, Evil Fire immediately pulled away from Shifeng. He had been forced to move awkwardly when he had executed Whirlwind Slash. Although he had managed to deflect Shifeng's blade, he was not in a good position to launch another attack. He needed to readjust his stance before doing so. 10 yards separated Shifeng and Evil Fire once more, both fighters observing each other quietly. Although both sides had already clashed twice, the encounter had only lasted a brief moment. The clash had occurred so quickly that both fighters were 10 yards away from each other before the audience could react. The tournament hall fell silent. Impossible! He saw through Evil's ghost steps and blocked the attack. Is he even human? Mighty Tiger's eyes nearly fell from their sockets as he looked at Shifeng. Previously, after activating his Berserk skill, Evil Fire had relied on this same attack strategy to kill a superpowers peak expert, yet Shifeng had deflected the move effortlessly. The swordsman had even forced Evil Fire to use Whirlwind Slash. Excitement filled Evil Fire's gaze as he watched Shifeng. He felt as if he had just found a worthy rival. You really can't trust rumors. I never expected Zero Wing to have such an impressive expert. Since you blocked my previous move, you must rank within the top 100 on the God's Domain's expert list. Evil Fire could not help but praise his enemy. However, I told you that this duel would end very quickly if you hold back. This is my last warning. This will be the first time I try this next move. I had planned to save it for Black Flame, but I've decided to test it out on you first. Saying so, silver divine runes began to surface on Evil Fire's arms and forehead, giving the berserker a sacred feeling. Evil Fire's aura also grew stronger. Divine Warrior. Shifeng was shocked to see the silver divine runes on Evil Fire's forehead. In God's Domain, aside from the 10 great saint legacies, which he had only learned about in this life, there were the 16 great peak legacies. These were the strongest among peak legacies. One of them was the Divine Warrior. As Evil Fire used ghost steps once more clones appeared around Shifeng. To the audience, Evil Fire had just left long-lasting afterimages behind him. Before anyone had realized it, Evil Fire arrived a short distance away from Shifeng's side. It seemed as if 2 Evil Fires graced the stage. Die! Evil Fire tightened his grip on the Storm Warblade as he swung it at Shifeng. The great sword created a powerful gale as it sliced through the air. It seemed as if the great sword had split the air as it descended on Shifeng. Chapter 1326, A Moment of Splendor. Chapter 1326, A Moment of Splendor. So fast. Although Evil Fire's ghost steps hadn't confused Shifeng, Evil Fire moved so fast that he could only catch a glimpse of the berserker's afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Evil Fire had reached his side. While under the effects of twofold berserk, Evil Fire's strength was on par with a great lord. Moreover, he had surpassed an ordinary great lord. As the purple glow descended on him, Shifeng intercepted it with abyssal blade. Although Shifeng's attack speed could not outstrip Evil Fire's, his Tier 2 physique gave him godlike reaction speed. Before Evil Fire had begun to swing his great sword, Shifeng had already started swinging the abyssal blade. Parry! When the Storm Warblade collided with the abyssal blade, a loud boom shook the tournament hall, the resulting impact scattering the dust on the stage. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the dust cloud and slammed into the ground over 10 yards away. This figure was none other than Shifeng. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hands still vibrated from the impact. Sure enough, he has the strength of a strength-based great lord of the same level, Shi Feng thought when he felt his hand numbed. No wonder why he is so confident against me. Meanwhile, the audience members in the spectator stands were stupefied. Is he a monster? What kind of strength is this? Was his strength just as high as Yi Feng's? Due to Evil Fire's attack, the air above the stage seemed as if it had split in half. It looked like a cracked mirror. What? He can use twofold berserk as well? Blackie's jaw dropped. Just who are these people? As far as they knew, twofold berserk was Shi Feng's trademark move. By activating twofold berserk, he could gain the strength to fight opponents of a higher tier for a short time. Against players without twofold berserk, he had an overwhelming advantage. Throughout Zero Wing, no one, aside from Shi Feng and Gentle Snow, could block Evil Fire's attacks. Even Fire Dance was no exception. Blackie found it truly hard to imagine that a group of independent players would not only possess so many skilled fighters, but also have someone in possession of a peak legacy. Not even most first-rate guilds had players with peak legacies. The majority of those guilds' legacies were limited to basic and advanced rank. Yi Feng is doomed. Evil's Divine Warrior Hidden Class is a peak legacy famed for its destructive power. Not only does its legacy berserk skill increase strength, agility, and endurance by 120%, but it also boosts the user's reaction speed and movement speed by 100%. It's one of the strongest berserk skills available. Even if Yi Feng has the attributes of a great lord of the same level, this is still a one-sided fight. Falling Flower's words were tinged with admiration as she watched Evil Fire. After their team leader had obtained the Divine Warrior Legacy item, everyone in the team had attempted to obtain the legacy. Unfortunately, only Evil Fire had succeeded in the end. As long as players with peak legacies had a little talent, they would qualify to reach the peak of God's domain. Whether or not the player in question succeeded would depend on luck and effort. Once the dust settled on the stage, Evil Fire charged at Shi Feng again. However, he didn't use ghost steps this time. Instead, his dash was straightforward, without techniques. He also completely disregarded his defenses. As he reached his opponent, Evil Fire used Cross Slash, which could even injure a Tier 3 Great Lord, against Shi Feng. Against one of the publicly acknowledged strongest peak legacies in God's domain, Shi Feng couldn't be careless. Heavenly Dragon's power. Suddenly, golden scales covered Shi Feng's body. Dragon's authority. Suddenly, Shi Feng exuded an aura that froze the space above the stage, creating an eerie silence. The change forced Evil Fire to slow slightly. However, he quickly reacted by activating a control removal skill. Although he couldn't dispel Dragon's authority's suppression, holding it off for 2 or 3 seconds would be enough. With only 8 yards separating the fighters, Evil Fire adjusted his attack method abruptly, changing his Storm Warblade's trajectory. In the next moment, 4 purple arcs flew at Shi Feng. All 4 arches moved at the same pace and targeted Shi Feng's blind spots. 4 extreme slashes. Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he saw this move. The extreme slash was Miracle Dragon's trademark move, unavailable to outsiders. Although Evil Fire used the same technique as Miracle Dragon, who could easily execute 6 extreme slashes, executing 4 extreme slashes was impressive. Sword's Orbit. Dang. Shi Feng blocked all 4 slashes perfectly before they were within 5 yards. Stunned, Evil Fire stopped his advance. How is this possible? How is his strength higher than mine? Evil Fire stared at Shi Feng in shock. Not only had his slashes failed to damage Shi Feng, but he had also lost over 800 HP. Although he had more than 150,000 HP in total, the fact that he had lost in a direct confrontation was unbelievable. However, Shi Feng did not intend to give Evil Fire any time to think as the Abyssal Blade soared towards the Berserker's neck. Shadow Blade. Suddenly, 9 shadow weapons appeared around Evil Fire, surrounding him. Each shadow could exert 120% of Shi Feng's strength. The attack was already close to that of a Grand Lord. As Evil Fire realized the precariousness of his situation, his gaze turned serious, and he shouted. Suddenly, countless wind blades formed around Evil Fire's body. The wind blades then flew out in all directions, shattering Shifeng's shadows. The swordsman was forced to stop his assault as he used Defensive Blade to protect himself. Even so, Defensive Blade's block count was insufficient to stop all of the wind blades. Once the block counts were exhausted, each wind blade dealt around minus 3,100 damage. In total, Shifeng had been struck 11 times, his HP decreasing by over 34,000. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had lost 1/10 of his HP. Is this the Storm Warblade's Storm Assault? What a terrifying weapon. Without Heavenly Dragon's powers defense and HP boost, I would have been forced to activate Absolute Defense. Evil Fire, who was enveloped in flowing, purple-hued air, had surprised Shifeng once again. The Storm Warblade had two major skills. The first was Storm Assault. When activated, the skill created hundreds of wind blades that the user could control to attack any targets within 30 yards. Each wind blade possessed 110% of the player's strength. However, they could only cause 50% of the player's damage. The skill had a duration of 5 seconds and a cooldown of 15 minutes. However, the current Storm Warblade before Shifeng was incomplete. Evil Fire couldn't control hundreds of wind blades yet. Though, controlling dozens of wind blades wasn't a problem. The second major skill was called Storm Domain, and it was the cause of the purple whirlwind enveloping Evil Fire. When activated, the skill allowed the user to suppress any target within a 50-yard radius using powerful wind. Moreover, the closer the target was to the storm's epicenter, the stronger the suppression would become. Due to these two active skills, players who wielded the Storm Warblade were extremely powerful in melee combat. I had never thought that I'd be forced to use my final trump card before my match with Black Flame. Admiration filled Evil Fire's gaze as he looked at Shifeng. He hadn't only dared to challenge the top 10 experts on the God's Domain expert list just because of his twofold berserk. Another important reason, the Storm Warblade in his hands. Fortunately, since I've used that trump card, this battle is over. Saying so, Evil Fire dashed towards Shifeng and executed 4 extreme slashes yet again. At the same time, over 50 wind blades flew at Shifeng from all directions. However, when Evil Fire was still 12 yards away from Shifeng, the latter vanished and reappeared before Evil Fire. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Instant Strike. Sword's Orbit. Even with Storm Domain suppression, Shifeng created a beautiful galaxy around him and bombarded Evil Fire with one star after another. Not only had Shifeng shattered Evil Fire's 4 extreme slashes, but the resplendent stars also pierced Evil Fire's body, each star devouring over 90,000 HP. Before Evil Fire could react, his vision darkened and his body collapsed to the ground. The screen above the stage revealed the victor's name. Yifeng. Chapter 1327, Impossible Competition. As the system announced the duel's victor, silence fell over the tournament hall, followed by the gasps. What's going on? Hadn't the Berserker, Evil Fire, had the advantage? Are those two monsters? They are so fast. I didn't even have time to react. Is this a fight between peak experts? The sudden reversal and end of the duel befuddled the ordinary players present. However, some of the experts who had watched the match had a rough understanding of what had happened. Although it was impossible for the naked eye to keep up with Shifeng and Evil Fire's fight, they could watch the recording in slow motion, gaining a clear view of what had occurred. Evil Fire's attributes can definitely rival that of a Tier 3 Great Lord. If we fought, he'd most likely annihilate our 100-man team, yet he couldn't block Yifeng's attacks. Just how strong is Yifeng? Is Zero Wing a guild of monsters? Unlike ordinary players, expert players could judge a player's strength accurately. Hence, they were aware of how powerful Evil Fire was. The Berserker was definitely a peak expert, an existence they looked up to and sought to become. Yet Yi Feng so easily defeated such an expert. The spectating experts even began to wonder if they had made a mistake in their judgment of Evil Fire's strength. Meanwhile, among those present, no one was more excited about the outcome than Zero Wing's members. Zero Wing's members looked at Shi Feng with reverence. The guild's many consecutive losses had frustrated them. However, they hadn't been able to do anything about it. After all, the fighters they had dispatched were guild experts. If not even the guild experts were a match for Evil Fire's group, then what hope did the elite and normal members have? However, as soon as Shi Feng had ascended to the stage, he had turned the situation around. First, he had killed Mighty Tiger, today's reigning champion, in a single move. Then he destroyed a monster like Evil Fire in the blink of an eye. Zero Wing's members were both stunned and exhilarated. Meanwhile, the other guild's members, who had badmouthed Zero Wing, had fallen mute. Just who is this guy? Even our team leader has to dodge Evil's attacks when he uses twofold Berserk and the Storm Warblade skills, yet that guy faced him head-on. Is he even a player? He can't be an NPC in disguise, right? Falling Flower stared at Shi Feng with wide eyes. No matter how many times she looked at the swordsman, she could not believe the match's outcome. She had experienced Evil's storm domain personally. Even 10 yards away from Evil Fire, the tremendous pressure had suppressed her. If she moved any closer, she'd be lucky if she could use 50% of her attack speed and reaction speed. It seems Zero Wing is not as simple as we had thought. We'll need to adjust our plans, Unwavering Hand said somberly as he glanced at Shi Feng. But first, we need to notify the team leader. The other group members nodded, wearing morose expressions. They had planned to challenge the number 1 guilds in the various kingdoms and empires to increase their adventurer team's fame, yet before they had even challenged Zero Wing to an official match, Shi Feng had shut them down. As soon as Evil Fire resurrected below the stage, he ran up to Shi Feng, who was descending the stairs. "Do you have some business to discuss?" Shi Feng asked, smiling. If Evil Fire had fought him before he had completed his Tier 2 promotion, he would have likely been forced to use twofold Berserk and many of his trump cards. After all, despite looking like an unrefined savage, Evil Fire was a bona fide flowing water realm expert. Zero Wing didn't have a single expert, aside from himself, that had a chance of defeating the Berserker. Reaching the flowing water realm by the age of 20 was a miraculous feat. He would definitely be considered a genius in any superpower. If given enough time, Evil Fire could reach the apex of God's domain. I'd just like to say a few things. I lost this match. I won't challenge Black Flame until I can defeat you. It won't be long before I issue another challenge. I will win, and then I'll challenge Black Flame to an honorable duel. Confidence shone in Evil Fire's eyes as he spoke with Shi Feng. While he had suffered a miserable loss, he had gained just as much. He had only recently obtained the Storm Warblade. He hadn't had a lot of time to get used to the weapon. Most importantly, he was close to completing the 4th phase of an epic quest. After he visited the secret land and obtained the skill that could counter Shi Feng's godlike speed, he could definitely put up a good fight against the swordsman. "Challenge me?" Shi Feng could not help but laugh. "Allow me to refuse. I don't have that much time on my hands." "What? Are you afraid?" Evil Fire ridiculed the swordsman. "You don't have to provoke me. I really don't have that much time," Shi Feng said, chuckling as he shook his head. "If every person were like you and challenged me once every 2 or 3 days after their defeat, I might as well stop playing this game. If you really want to challenge me, I'll make you a deal. Defeat either Flying Shadow or Shadow Sword. If you succeed, I'll accept your challenge. How about it?" "Are you kidding me? Although they are skilled, they can't even beat Mighty Tiger, who's just at the refinement realm. How could they possibly defeat me?" Evil Fire growled angrily. "I don't mean right now. 7 days. In 7 days, you can challenge either one of them. As long as you defeat one, I'll accept your challenge," Shi Feng said, laughing. "If you don't feel up to it, you can always give up. It'd be easier for me." 7 days? Evil Fire gave Shifeng a cold look. You think they can grow strong enough to defeat me in just 7 days? What a joke. Since you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Shifeng offered as he turned to the distant flying shadow and shadow sword. If you defeat either of them in 7 days, you'll win. But I will. If you win, you can tell me to do one thing. If I win, you'll have to do something for me. What do you think? If I win, I'll make you leave Zero Wing. Are you willing to do that? Evil Fire said, scoffing. Of course. Shifeng nodded seriously. Fine. You better not regret this. Evil Fire glanced at Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword. Although he did not know what kind of tricks Shifeng was trying to play, those two wouldn't be able to defeat him in God's domain even if they had another 10 years to train. As Evil Fire left, Aqua Rose walked over to Shifeng. Guild leader, have you lost your mind? Aqua Rose said, clearly angry. In her eyes, Shifeng was simply too irresponsible. He had actually agreed to such a bet. What if he lost? You are fully aware of how strong Evil Fire is. Snow is likely the only one, aside from you, with the strength to fight that man. Even Fire would be forced to run and dodge if he used twofold Berserk. Although Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword have improved very quickly, they are still a long way from reaching the refinement realm. How can they possibly defeat Evil Fire in 7 days? Relax. God created the world in 7 days. I should be able to do this much, Shifeng said, chuckling at Aqua Rose's wrath. Evil Fire was a bona fide genius. Although he had not heard about the Berserker in the past, with Evil Fire's status as an independent player, it would be a huge waste not to poach such a talent. If he wanted to recruit a prideful expert like Evil Fire, this was the quickest and most effective method. It might have been impossible to train Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword to defeat Evil Fire in just 7 days before, but the situation had changed. Seeing Shifeng's confident smile, Aqua Rose could not help but sigh and give up her attempt to persuade him. All she could do now was assign as many resources as possible to Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword, helping them improve as much as possible. Once the duel had ended and everyone prepared to leave the tournament hall, Shifeng walked onto the stage once more. Immediately, he attracted everyone's attention. What? Is there going to be another match? The money I spent to watch today's fights were worth every coin. Everyone grew excited when they saw Shifeng on the stage. Although the majority of these players couldn't keep up with battles between experts of Shifeng's level, such fights were an eye-opener. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to watch the competition today. On behalf of Zero Wing, I have 2 announcements. Starting tomorrow, Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm will sell a limited number of Stone Forest Town's private houses each day. Zero Wing has also activated the private house upgrade system. From now on, owners can upgrade their houses. The players in the venue gasped and cheered like raving lunatics. Many of those present contacted their companions to convey the shocking news. The news spread like the plague, causing a commotion throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1328, Kingdom in an Uproar. Chapter 1328, Kingdom in an Uproar. Shortly after Shifeng had made his announcement, a commotion erupted on the Star Moon Kingdom's forums. What? Zero Wing is selling private houses again? Even when I offered 1,000 gold, no one was willing to sell their houses. Now that Zero Wing has finally decided to sell more, I have to get one. Stone Forest Town will most likely become even more popular. I've heard that the adventurer teams with private houses have improved considerably since the purchase. These teams have almost cleared out the rare tools sold in Stone Forest Town. Wonderful! Our adventurer wasn't able to attend the previous auction. This time, we'll get our own private house. Players are going to fight over Stone Forest Town's houses. I hadn't expected Zero Wing to activate the private house upgrade system. It really makes you wonder how Zero Wing did it. I've looked it up. Currently, Stone Forest Town's private houses are only 1 star. After one upgrade, each house can register another 10 players. These 10 players can then teleport to and from the house, although it does have a 1-day cooldown. The house's owner can teleport without a cooldown. This won't do. I need to go borrow some money right away. Initially, everyone was overjoyed to hear that Zero Wing had decided to sell more of Stone Forest Town's houses. However, after gaining a clearer understanding of the private house upgrade system, many adventurer teams began to look at the houses as potential gold mines. After the upgrade system activated, these private houses seemed tailor-made for the various adventurer teams. Now, by owning one of these private houses, an adventurer team could explore further and return an entire team to Stone Forest Town at a moment's notice, enjoying the town's various benefits. Stone Forest Town wasn't the least bit inferior to Red Iron Town, which Heaven's Burial developed with everything it had. Ever since Heaven's Burial had gained access to Evernight City, it had established Evernight City's teleportation array in a high-resource map not far from Red Iron Town. Now that a guild had gained access to Evernight City, it was much easier for players to venture to the city. Players only needed to complete some corresponding quests to gain access themselves. Later, they could travel between Red Iron Town and Evernight City easily. Players would be able to reach high-level and high-resource maps relatively quickly. The only downside was that, unless one was a member of Heaven's Burial or owned a private house in Red Iron Town, they could only teleport from Evernight City to Red Iron Town, not the other way around. Even so, Red Iron Town grew steadily. Wandering merchants had already begun to visit the town. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's private houses were much cheaper than Stone Forest Town's. This tempted many independent experts and adventurer teams to invest. As long as they bought a house in Red Iron Town, their development would be reliant on Heaven's Burial. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial would undoubtedly construct teleportation arrays connected to Evernight City in other towns in the future. Using Evernight City as a waypoint, players could then freely teleport to any of Heaven's Burial's guild towns. This would be very convenient. Many players considered purchasing a house in Red Iron Town. However, after Zero Wing's announcement, the various adventurer teams in Star Moon Kingdom changed their minds. After all, Stone Forest Town was now far stronger than Red Iron Town. For a time, even adventuring teams in Star Moon Kingdom's neighboring kingdoms and empires were tempted as they secretly collected funds. Only 2 players occupied a secluded bar in the Apocalypse Empire's capital. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The man had a dignified appearance, and although he seemed young and well-groomed, there was a look in his eyes that spoke of a variety of life experiences. He was clearly older than he looked. As for the woman, to put it simply, she was an absolute beauty. She had long, flowing hair that fell to her thin waist, and her every action could easily mesmerize both men and women. 2 glasses of purplish-red wine had been placed before these players. Despite being untouched, mana constantly gathered around the purplish-red liquid. The liquid also gave off a faint red glow, giving it an attractive appearance. Its aroma could make anyone salivate, tempting them to drink it. If Shi Feng were present, he'd be shocked to see this wine. The wine within the 2 glasses was none other than one of the Apocalypse Empire's 5 great wines, Tears of Purgatory. Not just anyone could obtain this beverage. It would only be awarded to those who obtained the key to the Purgatory barrier and cleared it. Although Tears of Purgatory wasn't as effective as Soul Water, it wasn't far off either. In the past, wine-collecting players had even been willing to pay 1,000 gold to purchase a single bottle. However, Shi Feng would be more surprised to see the woman at the bar, the Midnight Tea Party's vice commander, Endless Scars. "Old Ghost Heartless, why did you come looking for me so suddenly?" Endless Scars asked the man looking to be in his 30s across from her. Smiling faintly, she continued, "Or are you here to tell me that your apprentice has lost? Little girl, why do you insist on calling me Old Ghost? Am I really that old?" Heartless Sword rolled his eyes. "Well, I'm right, aren't I? Zero Wing isn't as simple as you assume. Endless Scars paid no attention to Heartless Sword's grumbling. Since your apprentice, Evil Fire, has lost, according to our agreement, I am allowed to invite Black Flame to join our operation, yes. This doesn't count. Yi Feng defeated Evil Fire, not Black Flame, Heartless Sword said, shaking his head. Old Ghost, do you really think that your apprentice can defeat Black Flame, Starmoon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged, #1 expert? Endless Scars said, chuckling. Or do you think that one defeat isn't enough? Heartless Sword turned pale when he heard Endless Scars' comment. He had seen the battle video himself. The gap between the fighter's strength was incredibly massive. Even if Black Flame weren't as strong as Yi Feng, they couldn't be that different. Forget it. I give up. I won't continue to argue with you. I'll agree to your request. Heartless Sword helplessly gave in to Endless Scars' demand. However, I'm not the only one involved. You'll have to get the others' approval as well. Although, I doubt that they'll agree. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you agree, I can easily convince the others to fall in line, Endless Scars said, smiling. She then finished her Tears of Purgatory before leaving the bar. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's residence in Starmoon City, an uproar shook the guild. Damnable Zero Wing. They dare to ruin my good fortune. Singular Burial cursed as he read the latest statistics report on Red Iron Town. He could have made a fortune by selling Red Iron Town's private houses. He could then use the money to support the guild's development. Now, however, Zero Wing had ruined his plans. Initially, he had over 400 interested buyers. Now, less than half remained. Guild leader, should we lower the price a little? Daybreak Fog suggested. Currently, they sold the town's houses for between 300 and 400 gold. If they drop the price to between 200 and 300 gold, they should attract more buyers. After all, Stone Forest Town's private houses had already climbed to 1,000 gold. No need. I had intended to let Zero Wing survive for a bit longer, but I've changed my mind. Notify Abandoned Wave immediately. We are going to teach Zero Wing who truly owns Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1329, Rank Upgraded. Chapter 1329, Rank Upgraded. The round table meeting room fell silent after hearing Singular Burial's command. Guild leader, although Abandoned Wave has created more monsters in the Frozen Scar, they're not fully grown yet. They will need at least 2 or 3 more days before they reach maturity. If we declare war on Zero Wing now. Everyone attempted to persuade Singular Burial to be patient and wait a little longer. What's there to worry about? You've witnessed these evil beasts' strength for yourselves. Even before reaching maturity, they're terrifying creatures. The only reason that we're helping Abandoned Wave create evil beasts is to prevent every guild in Starmoon Kingdom from working together against us. We'll just use the evil beasts to raid Stone Forest Town. It'll be a piece of cake. We won't even need to dispatch our forces to the raid. Abandoned Wave can take care of it easily without our help. At most, the other guilds will suspect that we're related to Abandoned Wave and his beasts. Without concrete proof, they won't work together to challenge us. When Abandoned Wave captures Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's members and the independent players in the town will become sacrifices for the army. Abandoned Wave can then nurture even more evil beasts. Even if the various guilds discover our relationship, it will be too late to do anything about it. Alright, see to the necessary preparations right away. Everyone grew excited as they listened to Singular Burial's reasoning. If Heaven's Burial secured Stone Forest Town, the 2 towns would provide a stable source of coins and magic crystals for the guild. With the help of the monster army, it would only be a matter of time before they took control of Starmoon Kingdom. At that point, only God's domain's various superpowers would pose any threat. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons exploded into action. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town, Feng discreetly returned to Zero Wing's residence after the competition in the battle arena. In the guild hall's basement, Feng carefully took the hero's chapter from his bag. He placed it on the magic array in the center of the hall and began to chant an incantation. As the hero's chapter sat within the array, the hall's mana surged towards it. Suddenly, balls of light appeared in the center of the array. These balls of light began to gather and form a humanoid shape as if they were constructing a body. Once the shape was complete, the hero's chapter transformed into divine runes that entered the body. Hopefully, the hero isn't too weak, Shifeng silently prayed as he watched the body gradually take shape inside the magic array. The heroes summoned with the hero's chapter shared the same starting point. However, their growth potential varied like personal guards. Only, heroes typically had very high growth potential. Even the weakest among them could reach level 180, tier 5, while some could climb as high as level 200, tier 5. Even in the past, Shifeng had never heard of a hero reaching tier 6 god rank. However, it was rumored that if one gathered a sufficient number of heroes' chapters, they could summon a tier 6 hero to defend their town or city. Unfortunately, nobody had succeeded, so Shifeng did not know if the rumor were true. Time passed quickly. After the balls of light vanished, a robust man in black robes and wielding a blood-red greatsword appeared before Shifeng. It seems my luck is still quite good. At least I didn't summon the weakest kind of hero. Shifeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief after he checked the hero's attribute panel. There was a 60% chance to summon the most common hero when using the hero's chapter. Such hero's growth was limited to level 180, tier 4. There was a 30% chance to summon a hero with good potential. The combat power of such heroes could reach the peak of tier 4. They could also reach level 200. Only 10% of the heroes summoned could reach tier 5. The hero standing before Shifeng was among the 30% with good potential. It also had the Barbarian hidden class. The Barbarian was an advanced class. Its strength was even higher than Berserkers. Amongst the many advanced classes, its strength ranked among the top 3. Gilbert, Hero, Great Lord, Barbarian. Level 63. HP 40, 000/40, 000/000. Growth potential, 84. In God's domain, heroes were not actually considered human, although they were. They had human parents but had received the gods' blessings, which increased their life ratings. Hence, they were far more powerful than ordinary human NPCs. They could even rival archaic species of the same tier. Every large guild that had obtained a hero's chapter in the past hadn't hesitated to summon one to protect their guild cities. After summoning Gilbert, Shifeng designated him as the commander of Stone Forest Town's army, giving him control of the 2,000 NPC guards the town employed. Aside from their personal strength, heroes were powerful managers. One hero was more than enough to manage every NPC guard in an advanced town, not to mention an intermediate town like Stone Forest Town. With this, players wouldn't have to be responsible for the town's security. Shortly after summoning Gilbert, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. Stone Forest Town, which is under your management, has achieved C-rank security. Activating private space upgrade system. Once a private space has been upgraded, players can enjoy even more benefits. System, Stone Forest Town is the first town to achieve C-rank security in Star Moon Kingdom. Do you wish to allow the Adventurers Association to enter and garrison the town? There is also such a reward? Shifeng was ecstatic. Players couldn't construct the Adventurers Association, Lifestyle Association, War God's Temple, Library, or the bank. Similarly, there were no designs for these establishments. Only after a player town reached a certain rank would these establishments occupy the town. Practically every player in the game visited the Adventurers Association, for example. Normally, the Adventurers and Lifestyle Associations would only occupy a town after it upgraded to Advanced Rank and B-Rank security. As for the War God's Temple, Library, and Bank, they would only occupy small cities or above with B-Rank security. These 5 establishments had an even greater function in player towns and cities than in NPC cities. Take the Adventurers Association for example. As long as the establishment occupied a player town, players would be able to accept commission quests unique to the kingdom and commission and rare quests unique to the town. As the town flourished, more quests would become available. The chance of high-ranking commissions appearing would also increase. Some players had even received SSS-Rank commissions in a particular player city in the past. However, that player city hadn't been just any city. It had been the secret pavilion's main city. If Stone Forest Town could attract the Adventurers Association now, it would become far more popular with players. Independent players would no longer have to return to NPC cities to turn in their quests. They could simply do so in Stone Forest Town. Following which, Feng agreed to allow the Adventurers Association to occupy Stone Forest Town. He only needed to choose a location for the building. As for the construction fees, the system covered it fully. He didn't have to pay a single coin. Without hesitation, Feng placed the Adventurers Association near both the Candlelight trading firm and the private housing area. The players that had purchased private houses in Stone Forest Town also received a corresponding system notification. Suddenly, a 3-story building rose in Stone Forest Town's crowded central district. The building took shape as players watched. What is Zero Wing constructing this time? That can't be it. If it were a player-constructed building, it wouldn't complete so fast. The system must be generating this. Could it be a shop for wandering merchants? That might be the case. Based on my research, once a town reaches a certain point in its development, it'll gain a mysterious shop. I hear that it offers plenty of valuable items. Isn't that just another benefit for the players who own houses in Stone Forest Town? How are we supposed to compete with them now? Normally, I have to waste hours traveling to and from Stone Forest Town when I go out to grind. Anyone that owns a house can simply teleport back. After discussing the possibilities for about 10 minutes, the players stared at the finished building. A signboard hung near its door, advertising 2 words: Adventurers Association. Chapter 1330, Number 1 Town. Chapter 1330, Number 1 Town. The construction of the Adventurers Association, which had 3 floors and took up the area of a large football field, stunned players in the central district. The Adventurers Association. Why would the Adventurers Association be here? I'm not seeing things, right? Everyone shuddered when they saw the Adventurers Association. None of them were able to believe what their eyes were seeing was true. The Adventurers Association was becoming more important to God's Domain's players. The association's daily quests were many players' main source of income. This was the main reason that players couldn't venture too far from NPC towns and cities. Now that an Adventurers Association occupied Stone Forest Town, many of these players could break free from this restriction. They could now level up and earn money far more conveniently. Thinking up to this point, many players curiously entered Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association. Crap, it's real. As the crowd entered the first-floor hall, they discovered that the hall's furnishings were exactly the same as the Adventurers Association in NPC towns and cities. Many NPCs were busy, publishing new quests on the quest board. The only difference was the number of quests available. There were far more quests available here than in other towns and cities' Adventurers Associations. Quick look, there are daily town quests and several high-ranking quests. A player that had immediately checked the quest area exclaimed. These words attracted a lot of attention, and many players headed towards the quest boards for a closer look. This is awesome! The daily town quests rewards are even better than daily quests in NPC towns and cities. Moreover, the quest locations are all near Stone Forest Town. We can easily complete these quests in 2 hours, even faster if we had mounts. Everyone's eyes shone as they read the daily town quests. Normally, the daily quests in NPC towns and cities required more than 3 hours to complete. Of course, the main reason for this was the long distance between quest objectives. Completing the quest itself only took half an hour or so. Most players would pick up local quests while completing their dailies to increase their leveling efficiency. Only after they completed the local quests would they return to hand in their daily quests. News about Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association spread through the town quickly. As a result, many players who had intended to return to their respective NPC cities to turn in their daily quests surged towards Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association instead. Star Moon Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar. Players with houses in Stone Forest Town are going to have an even easier time. With the Adventurers Association located beside the residential district, they can pick up and turn in quests easily. Hopefully, when the private houses go up for sale tomorrow, the price won't be too high. Our team has only managed to gather 1,000 gold after much difficulty. That can't be certain. The private houses in Stone Forest Town were already quite valuable thanks to the town's high mana density. Even while resting in a private house, players can accumulate the double EXP buff faster than in one-star guild residents' private rooms. Now, not only can Stone Forest Town's private houses be upgraded, but there is also the Adventurers Association nearby. Don't forget about Stone Forest Town's current development speed either. With the Adventurers Association, it won't be long before Stone Forest Town becomes an advanced town. At that point, the town's private houses may cost as much as those in major NPC cities. Indeed, if we fail to get a house now, by the time Stone Forest Town becomes an advanced town, purchasing one will be even harder. Due to the Adventurers Association, many adventurer teams that originally held a wait-and-see stance promptly sold off all their unnecessary rare materials, weapons, and equipment to collect money. Some teams even purchased coins in bulk with credits, deeply afraid that they wouldn't have enough money to buy Stone Forest Town's private houses when they became available. At the same time, many of the hesitant adventurer teams in the neighboring kingdoms began to take action, swarming towards Stone Forest Town. After all, Stone Forest Town had massive advantages over other player towns. It could definitely be considered the #1 town in Star Moon Kingdom and the several neighboring countries. If they could enjoy the benefits Stone Forest Town had to offer, migrating across counties would be worthwhile. Meanwhile, back in Zero Wing's residence in Stone Forest Town, Feng charged Gilbert to manage the town's NPC guards after summoning him. He then used a return scroll and returned to White River City's Candlelight trading firm. Every intermediate and above alchemist in the Candlelight trading firm had gathered in the top floor's special alchemy room. In any of Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds, even the guild's upper echelons would treat these alchemists like VIPs. Meanwhile, 150 such players had gathered. Among them, more than half of the advanced alchemists in the kingdom were present. These alchemists had already waited for over 20 minutes, but they didn't show the slightest sign of anger or resentment. In fact, they brimmed with excitement and joy. "Ha! This is wonderful!" The guild had always called upon the forgers and engineers. Now, it's finally the alchemist's turn. I wonder why Big Sis Melancholic has called us here? Does the trading firm plan to select alchemists for Titan City? That's possible. The last group that entered Titan City should return soon. This gathering might be to select the candidates for the next batch. Based on what I've heard from those that entered the holy city of Titan, it is a holy land for experience. You can gain tons of knowledge in Titan City. There are even tutorial videos and instructions from masters and grandmasters. One round trip can almost guarantee a promotion from intermediate rank to advanced rank. The insight that advanced lifestyle players gain in the Holy City can also help one reach master rank. It's that amazing. Of course, just look at the last Candlelight auction. The super guilds and super first-rate guilds went crazy just to get a single slot. I wonder how many slots have been allocated for alchemists? As the various alchemists conversed, the room's door abruptly opened. A man and a woman then walked into the room. Immediately, everyone in the alchemy room snapped to attention, anxiety and reverence filling their gaze as they looked at the man who had just entered. What's going on? Guild leader Black Flame is here in person? Is Candlelight searching for alchemists to cultivate? Everyone was astonished to see the cloaked man. Despite this man's lack of aura, these players couldn't help but shudder in his presence. When the alchemists realized that Blake Flame had made a personal trip to meet them, anticipation gripped their hearts. Not only was the man before them Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert, but he was also the kingdom's #1 forger. Although it had been a long time since he had displayed his forging skills, his abilities were obvious based on the level 50 fine gold set equipment that had sold during the previous auction. In the Candlelight trading firm, even Cream Cocoa and a handful of other advanced forgers who were approaching their master rank promotion could only forge level 50 secret silver set equipment. The other advanced forgers couldn't even produce level 50 mysterious iron set equipment. Moreover, the man before them was the guild leader of the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom. With even a sliver of his resources, these advanced lifestyle players would be set for life. If the trading firm nurtured them, they'd have an even higher chance of becoming master alchemists in the future. Not to mention, the Candlelight trading firm had already set a standard. I've asked Melancholic to gather you here today for 2 reasons. The first is that I will be changing the benefits alchemists are offered. I also want to help several talented alchemists become master alchemists. Although Shi Feng hadn't been very loud, every one of his words caused these players' hearts to pound. When these alchemists had heard that Shi Feng wanted to help them become master alchemists, they felt as if they had heard the word of God. If any of Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds, and even those in the several neighboring kingdoms, had said this, they would assume it was a joke. But it was a different story if these words came from Shi Feng's mouth. Chapter 1331, Frightening Candlelight Trading Firm. Chapter 1331, Frightening Candlelight Trading Firm. Every player in the room grew restless upon hearing Shi Feng's announcement. Countless alchemy players in God's domain dreamed of becoming master alchemists. Even super guilds would try desperately to poach a master alchemist. Nowadays, more players flooded to God's domain. A portion of those players, who found themselves unsuited for combat, began to develop their lifestyle classes instead. In addition, as quite some time had passed since God's domain launch, the game already had a considerable number of advanced alchemists. As a result, advanced alchemists weren't as valuable as they had been. In fact, their value would continue to decrease as time passed. Even super guilds, which had always been a hub for talented players, had never viewed advanced alchemists as important. Meanwhile, based on their knowledge, although more advanced alchemists emerged in God's domain each day, even now, there wasn't a single player who had become a master alchemist. If they could reach master rank, they would enjoy instant fame and glory. From then on, they wouldn't have to worry about money. They could even find an opportunity to climb to the peak of life, becoming an upper echelon in a powerful guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom. Any of the upper echelons would receive a salary that could even rival a major company's upper management. In fact, as Zero Wing continued to develop, their salaries would increase. After all, God's domain was becoming more popular throughout the world. The virtual gaming industry was already quite large, and now that countless corporations were investing in God's domain, it could grow to become one of the top few global industries. Just the thought of becoming an upper echelon in Zero Wing excited these alchemist players. I'll talk about the new benefits first. Shi Feng smiled when he saw the excited expressions. This new benefit should motivate you to work harder and improve faster. Hence, only Candlelight's top 10 alchemists will enjoy these benefits. First off, the 4th to 10th ranking alchemists will have access to secret silver alchemy tools provided by the guild. Saying so, Shi Feng retrieved pile after pile of alchemy tools. He had obtained these tools from the Moon God's alchemy and research rooms. Unfortunately, he hadn't obtained an equal number of each tool. As a result, while the 4th place would receive a complete set of secret silver alchemy tools, lower ranks would receive incomplete sets. Even so, the 10th ranked alchemist would receive 3 secret silver tools. Meanwhile, when everyone saw these secret silver alchemy tools, they gasped, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Guild leader, did you rob several large guild warehouses? Melancholic smile could not help her shock when she saw the large pile on the table. Even bronze alchemy tools were rare on the market, each selling for more than 50 silver. Moreover, these tools would be purchased immediately. Mysterious iron alchemy tools were even rarer. On average, alchemy tools of such rank sold for more than 3 gold. As for secret silver rank, they sold for more than 10 gold. However, it was practically impossible for one to find any secret silver alchemy tools on the market. They normally only appeared in auctions, and oftentimes, they would sell for 25 gold or more. Even the Candlelight trading firm had fewer than 10 secret silver alchemy tools. The guild had only obtained them after completing various large-scale quests or from fine gold rank and above treasure chests. Yet Shifeng had over 40 tools. As the alchemists still reeled from the sight before them, Shifeng revealed the Ocean's Glow set, a set of dazzling, fine gold alchemy tools that gave off a faint blue light. Relax. This fine gold rank Ocean's Glow set is only for the 3rd-ranked alchemist, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the alchemist drool. These players were speechless. 3rd place would get an entire set of fine gold alchemy tools. As expected of our guild leader. You are so awesome. If the other trading firms knew about this, they would faint. I doubt that even super guilds have an entire set of fine gold alchemy tools. Excitement overwhelmed these lifestyle players. If they could get their hands on the Ocean's Glow set, it would increase their chances of becoming master alchemists considerably, yet this was only the benefit for the 3rd-ranked alchemist. In God's domain, players needed to invent new items of a certain quality to become master lifestyle players. Unfortunately, inventing a master rank potion had a much lower success rate than simply crafting one. It was extremely important to have a good set of alchemy tools if one wished to become a master alchemist. A set of fine gold alchemy tools was more than enough to change their fate. As everyone dreamed of using the Ocean's Glow set and reaching life's peak, Shifeng revealed another pile of alchemy tools. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Those are dark gold rank. No, they aren't just dark gold alchemy tools. Those 2 sets share the same motif. Those tools are clearly a set. Some of the players with sharp eyesight quickly noticed these alchemy tools' specialty, and they nearly cried out in shock. If everyone had been surprised by the Candlelight trading firm's foundations before, they were now devastated. They had never even heard of a single dark gold alchemy tool in Starmoon Kingdom before. If one had to estimate such a tool's value, it wouldn't even be worth several pieces of top-tier, dark gold equipment. No one would even be willing to trade such a set for several pieces of epic equipment. A set of fine gold alchemy tools could already help an advanced alchemist reach master rank. A set of dark gold alchemy tools, however, could increase an alchemist's chances by at least 10%. A few epic weapons and pieces of equipment could never rival the value of such a set. If word of these 2 sets of dark gold alchemy tools got out, alchemy enthusiasts would swarm the Candlelight trading firm. After all, alchemy tools were alchemists' weapons. A quality weapon could increase a person's strength significantly, not to mention a top-tier weapon. 2nd place will get to use a set of dark gold alchemy tools. As for Candlelight's chief alchemist, they will get to use the green jade set. These are the new benefits every alchemist in the trading firm will be offered, Shifeng explained. As for the 2nd reason I wanted to talk to you today, it is to provide help to a few talented alchemists reach master rank. However, before I do so, I will need you to sign a core members agreement. I'm sure you're aware of the standard agreement, so I won't go into detail. If you want the opportunity to gain the guild's full support, you can register with Melancholic. Once you sign the agreement, you will be tested. Whether or not you're accepted depends on you. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, dozens of alchemists crowded around Melancholic's smile to register for the test without hesitation. As these alchemists fought over the core member contracts, a woman, who had listened from a corner, approached Shifeng. The woman was a classical beauty and gave off a serious vibe. She also wore the golden, five-leaf-shaped Advanced Alchemist's insignia. This classical beauty was none other than Silent Wonder. Melancholic Smile had already told Shifeng that Silent Wonder's standards could rank among the top 3 in Candlelight. Not only was she fast, but her success rate was also quite high. The girl had a very high chance of becoming a master alchemist in the future. If not for Silent Wonder's insistence on retaining her freedom and retaining her official member status, Shifeng would have sent her to Titan City with the last batch of lifestyle players. Guild leader Black Flame, can I ask you a question? Silent Wonder asked. Of course. Shifeng nodded. Are official members eligible for the top 10 spots as well? When Silent Wonder posed this question, anxiety was clear in her eyes. She had already realized how extraordinary Candlelight's foundations were. However, she had never imagined that they were quite this frightening. Even super guilds trading firms couldn't compete with Candlelight. Both the dark gold tools and the fine gold set tempted her. With access to one of those sets, she was confident that becoming a master alchemist was only a matter of time. However, not even a super guild would share such treasures with an official member, much less Zero Wing. But she had to ask. If she really had no hope, she was prepared to trade one of the treasures she had obtained from a secret land. Chapter 1332. There is no strongest, only stronger. Chapter 1332. There is no strongest, only stronger. Hearing Silent Wonder's question, many of the other alchemists shifted their gazes towards Shifeng, concern flashing in their eyes. The Candlelight trading firm constantly expanded, increasing the number of lifestyle players it recruited. Among them, many advanced rank and talented alchemists preferred freedom over restriction. Now, however, the Candlelight trading firm had suddenly offered benefits that could even tempt master alchemists, much less advanced alchemists like themselves. Official members are also Candlelight members, so of course they are included, Shifeng said, smiling. He was fully aware of everyone's concerns. However, the alchemy tools he had revealed were only the tip of the iceberg. They were only meant to lure more alchemists to join Candlelight. Previously, he hadn't had the capital to do so, but things had changed. Meanwhile, to foster more talented alchemists, he could not limit the competition to the trading firm's senior and core members. Hearing this, Silent Wonder released a deep sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Zero Wing to be so generous. As expected of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm, Candlelight is incredible. Other trading firms simply can't compare. It seems that my decision to join Candlelight was the right one after all. The competition between alchemists will become more intense. Many of the other advanced alchemists grew excited. At the same time, though, they felt a significant amount of pressure. If news of how even official members qualified to compete for the top 10 spots went public, even alchemy fanatics who valued their freedom would join the Candlelight trading firm. After all, they would only be required to complete the firm's daily tasks as official members. They were not required to do anything else. When they wanted to leave, they only had to pay a small severance fee. The number of alchemists rushing to join the Candlelight trading firm would be staggering. I heard that your alchemy standards are quite good. Are you sure that you're not interested in taking part in the core member selection? Shifeng asked Silent Wonder quietly. Thank you for your kind intentions, guild leader, but I am quite satisfied with my current situation. Silent Wonder understood what Shifeng had meant. However, she rejected the offer without hesitation. Now that she had the opportunity to compete fairly, she was confident of obtaining one of the top 3 positions. Even if the other advanced alchemists had the trading firm's full support, this outcome wouldn't change. Once she had the help of those alchemy tools, she could become a master alchemist. Hearing Silent Wonder's response, Shifeng said nothing more. He was very familiar with the woman's personality. Practically every upper echelon in the various large guilds in the past had known about God's domain's top great grandmaster alchemists. Despite super guilds relentlessly sending invitations, offering tempting promises, Silent Wonder had given the same reply. Guild leader, why don't we make some changes to the new benefits? When Melancholic Smile saw Silent Wonder and several other advanced alchemists' lack of interest in becoming core members, she had a suggestion. Let's only offer the Green Jade set as a benefit for core members. This way, we should be able to convince more advanced alchemists to truly join Candlelight. Although giving every one of Candlelight's alchemists a chance to compete for a set of dark gold alchemy tools was effective in attracting capable alchemists to join the firm, it wasn't an incentive to become a core member. Melancholic Smile's suggestion was a wise one. If they tweaked the new benefits now, it would encourage the previously hesitant alchemists to sign the core member contract. After all, even a master alchemist would be hard-pressed to refuse access to a set of dark gold alchemy tools. Relax. Do you think the benefits I've set will be easy for official members to obtain? Shifeng responded, chuckling. If they can get their hands on the set, it'll be my loss. They can't obtain them? Melancholic Smile was confused. Since Shifeng had already promised that official members could participate in the competition, that meant that everyone would be competing fairly using their alchemy abilities. Currently, Silent Wonder and several other alchemy fanatics, who had not signed up to become core members, were considerably skilled. Melancholic was certain that Silent Wonder, in particular, would rank among the top 3. If Silent Wonder worked harder and got lucky, it would not be impossible for her to obtain first place. So, how could she possibly not gain access to the new benefits? However, Shifeng did not bother to explain. While talent was important, resources couldn't be overlooked. Although players valued their resources, they did not truly understand just how important external resources were to their development. Following which, Shifeng held the alchemists that had signed the agreement back while the rest returned to their work. A total of 96 alchemists had chosen to stay behind. Among the 54 alchemists that left, the ratio of advanced alchemists was considerably high. Fortunately, more advanced alchemists has signed the agreement than Shifeng had expected. Since everyone present has decided to fight for the opportunity to become a master, let's start the test. Shifeng then took a thick book from his bag and placed it on the table. Immediately, everyone felt the mana in the room flow towards the book. What is that? These players were surprised as they looked at the tome on the table. They had all seen powerful items before. However, this was the first time they had seen a book cause such a phenomenon. This test is slightly unique. I'm not going to test your alchemy success rates. Rather, I'm going to test your learning capabilities, Shifeng said, smiling as he gestured to the book on the table. Learning capabilities. Everyone was confused. Even Melancholic Smile could not figure out Shifeng's intentions. Was he trying to test everyone's memory? I believe you've all learned many basic alchemy techniques from Candlelight's database, so you should have a clearer understanding of those techniques than I do. Shifeng then held up a slightly tattered book and displayed its attribute panel. This book holds the record for a somewhat unique alchemy technique. You can call it a secret alchemy technique. This secret alchemy technique is several times more effective than the basic techniques you've already learned. If you can learn this technique within a fixed time, you'll pass the test. Anyone who passes the test will qualify to read this moon god's secret record. Saying so, Shifeng revealed the moon god's secret record. The moon god's secret record? Isn't that one of the legendary alchemy scriptures? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the ancient tome in Shifeng's hand. None of them could believe their eyes. These players were all alchemists that frequently read various materials about alchemy in God's domain. They were all familiar with the items known as the 5 great alchemy scriptures. However, these items were nothing but dreams and legends to these players. They had assumed that they would never get to read one. How could they not be shocked when Shifeng took out the moon god's secret record? The moon god's secret record could help one reach the pinnacle of alchemy. Even grandmaster alchemists dreamed of obtaining such a treasure. Only now did everyone understand why they had been required to sign the contract before taking the test. If news of such a treasure leaked, it would shake the very foundations of the alchemy world. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile, who stood to a side, was utterly speechless. Only now did she understand why Shifeng had been generous enough to let every alchemist in Candlelight compete for those alchemy tools. Compared to the secret alchemy techniques and Moon God's secret record, those tools were worthless. Now that you've seen the Moon God's secret record, whether or not you qualify to read it will depend on you. Chapter 1333, Appearance of Guild Mount. Chapter 1333, Appearance of Guild Mount. Everyone's eyes shone as they stared at the Moon God's secret record, having completely forgotten about the secret alchemy technique. Following which, under Melancholic Smile's management, everyone lined up to learn the secret alchemy technique. Learning a secret alchemy technique was different from reading other books. As long as players clicked to learn the technique, the system would automatically download a copy of the module while providing explanations and image tutorials. However, players could only go through the learning module once. Once they have done so, the system would automatically delete it. If players wished to go through the module again, they would need to click to learn the secret alchemy technique once more. It was a considerably convenient learning method. You have 3 days and only 12 chances to read the secret alchemy technique. Whoever learns the technique in that time will pass. You may then borrow the Moon God's secret record from Melancholic Smile. As everyone stood in line to learn the secret alchemy technique, Shifeng explained the test's rules. 3 days? The alchemists gasped when they heard their time limit. Guild leader, isn't this test a little too difficult? Melancholic Smile blurted out in surprise. They had collected all sorts of basic techniques from the holy city of Titan, and currently, these techniques were available to all of the Candlelight trading firm's official members. However, Candlelight's alchemists, on average, needed 1 or 2 days to learn each of these basic alchemy techniques, while some needed 3 or 4 days. Meanwhile, the secret alchemy technique was far more difficult than those basic techniques. If the basic alchemy techniques were considered individual musical notes, then the secret alchemy technique would be considered a complex movement. One could just imagine how difficult it would be to play such a movement skillfully. Yet, Shifeng had only given these alchemists 3 days to learn the secret alchemy technique. Even if they spent all 3 days online, many would likely fail. I know that this is considerably difficult, but if you can't even accomplish this, why should the guild invest in you? Moreover, this test's venue will be the basic meditation room. I believe you are all very familiar with that room. You will be allowed to use it for the next 3 days, so work hard. Saying so, Shifeng left the alchemist's test to Melancholic Smile while he took an advanced horse carriage to Zero Wing's residence in White River City. This time, he had only revealed one basic secret alchemy technique. Any alchemist with some skill could master it in time. It was only a matter of how fast they could accomplish the task. As God's domain had developed in the past, various secret lifestyle techniques had been discovered. As a result, players had encountered far more opportunities to learn these techniques. The discovery of these techniques also changed the way lifestyle players were judged as rank and number of learned recipes grew less important. Rather, lifestyle players were judged by the number of secret lifestyle techniques they had grasped. Even a slightly capable lifestyle player had learned at least 2 or 3 basic secret techniques. As far as Shifeng could remember, the dividing line had been a 3-day learning period. Any player that could learn a basic secret technique in 3 days had been considered talented. Their chances of reaching the master rank had also been considerably higher than others. Hence, he had set the test time limit to 3 days. White River City's streets bustled with activity. Due to the activation of the flying transportation feature, allowing players to travel to the Eclipse Gate, more players rushed to White River City to level up. As Shifeng glanced out of the carriage window, he saw plenty of players riding various mounts. Although the majority of these players rode common mounts, which NPC merchants sold, it was still an enviable sight for ordinary players. After all, NPC merchants sold common mounts for 40 gold each. It was not a price ordinary players could afford. In the case of independent players, only experts could afford a mount at this stage of the game. It seems I'll have to hurry things up a little. A sense of urgency welled within Shifeng as he watched players atop their mounts. Mounts were a powerful leveling tool for players. God's Domain's maps were simply too massive. As players reached higher levels, they would have to travel farther to grind monsters and level. As a result, travel would take up most of their time in the game. Even a common mount could save players at least half of their travel time. Naturally, this allowed players to increase their leveling speed. Although he had already become an epic adventurer and had accepted an SSS-Rank commission, he was still a long way from upgrading Starmoon Kingdom to an empire. Moreover, the initial 3 SSS-Rank commissions were the Adventurers Association's gift to every country. Encountering another SSS-Rank commission would depend on one's luck. He had to complete as many commissions as possible right now. If other epic adventurers in Starmoon Kingdom claimed the other SSS-Rank commissions, it would be a massive loss for him. The first thing he needed to do was complete the Ancient Orc Empire commission. He could also use this opportunity to help the main force members to level up. When Shifeng reached the guild residence, he was greeted by a long line of players queued up outside the entrance. Taking a quick glance, he noticed quite a few level 40 and above expert players. There were even some relatively strong adventurer teams in the mix. Not long ago, Shifeng wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing happening. Any of the various large guilds would target capable adventurer teams in Starmoon Kingdom for recruitment. However, these adventurer teams had their pride and usually refused to join a guild. These adventurer teams might not have abundant resources like guilds, but by raiding large-scale team dungeons and completing various rare quests, these adventurer teams could get their hands on valuable weapons and equipment that even made large guilds' normal members jealous. Since Shifeng had announced the sales of Stone Forest Town's private houses, more than 1,000 players had joined the guild. This significant increase had surprised even Shifeng. To other large guilds, this number might not be substantial. In Zero Wing's case, however, it was astounding. Zero Wing was famous for having the highest recruitment standard in Starmoon Kingdom. Anyone that joined the guild had either great potential or was stronger than other large guilds' elite members. Hence, an increase of 1,000 members in Zero Wing was the equivalent of a large guild suddenly gaining over 1,000 elite members. At this rate, Zero Wing would have an extra 10,000 elite members by the end of the day. Even for first-rate guilds, this was unthinkable. After all, a first-rate guild normally only had 100,000 plus elite members. By gaining 10,000 elite members in a single day, Zero Wing would catch up to a first-rate guild's elite member count within 2 weeks. Of course, this situation wouldn't continue for so many days, but Zero Wing shouldn't have a problem gaining an extra 30,000 elite members in a short amount of time. At that time, Zero Wing would finally have enough elite members to truly rival a first-rate guild. With so many elite members, not only could Shifeng alleviate the pressure on the branch guild in Lake Heart City, but he would also have enough manpower to defend his new city. He wouldn't need to reallocate manpower from Stone Forest Town. As Shifeng was about to enter the guild's warehouse to clear out his bag and prepare the necessary items for his trip to the morning battlefield, he received 2 system notifications. System, congratulations. You have finished taming the 5-star Mount, Thunderwolf. Please visit the stable. System, congratulations. Master Tamer Owen, who is under your employment, has been promoted to Grandmaster Tamer. Chapter 1334, Flocking to Zero Wing. Chapter 1334, Flocking to Zero Wing. The 2 system notifications momentarily stunned Shifeng. The taming stun already? Shifeng was confused. A 5-star mount was not easy to tame. Even Owen had estimated that he would require 25 days to complete the task. However, the mount had been tamed much sooner than expected. Now that the Thunderwolf had been tamed, Zero Wing could finally activate the guild mount system. Guild members could start purchasing the Thunderwolf from the guild stable. Unlike the mounts NPCs sold, guild members only needed to pay 25 gold for a guild mount. With the price difference of 15 gold, not only could guild members obtain their mount sooner, but the Thunderwolf's movement speed also rivaled that of bronze mounts. Zero Wing's development speed would even surpass first-rate guilds with abundant funding. The most surprising news, however, was Owen's promotion to Grandmaster Tamer. Although the Tamer class was not a particularly popular one, even Starmoon Kingdom's king would have to treat a Grandmaster Tamer with respect. Grandmaster Tamers would also become targets for countless guilds seeking their employment. Unlike Master Tamers, Grandmaster Tamers could strengthen the wild beasts they tamed, and they required far less time to complete the task. At the same time, they could help players upgrade their guild mounts much more easily. If a Master Tamer had a 15% chance of upgrading a guild's common mounts to bronze rank, a Grandmaster Tamer's success rate was at least 30%. Immediately, Feng hurried to the guild stable. The guild stable hadn't changed. As Feng hadn't activated the guild mount system yet, guild members had no reason to approach the stable. There were only a dozen or so NPCs managing the place. The only difference was that right now, Owen stood guard before a large cage, inside of which obediently lay the Thunder Wolf. However, the Thunder Wolf was much smaller than when Feng had captured it. But this wasn't unexpected. After all, the Thunder Wolf had been a lord, while the current Thunder Wolf was a common monster. Now, it was only a means of transportation. Lord Count, I have tamed the Thunder Wolf as you requested. The process also gave me a lot of experience and insight, so I wish to return and examine what I've learned. I hope that Lord Count will allow this. Owen was extremely excited. He was clearly ecstatic over his promotion to Grandmaster Tamer. He wanted to return to his workshop immediately and take note of his experiences and insight. Of course, Grandmaster Owen, if you need any help in the future, just say the word, Feng said, nodding. The request didn't particularly surprise him. Owen's promotion to Grandmaster rank had surprised him, though. It had never happened in his previous life. Fortunately, Feng had established a contract with Owen early on. Hence, the NPC would not leave Zero Wing due to his promotion. Only, Owen's monthly compensation had changed drastically. Initially, Owen's monthly salary had only been 200 gold. Now, it had increased to 3,000 gold. Moreover, unlike a Master Tamer, a Grandmaster Tamer wouldn't regularly visit a guild stable to check on the mount it had teamed. Instead, Feng was required to pay Owen a visit if he wanted the NPC to do something for him. Fortunately, players could easily take care of small matters, such as upgrading a guild mount, via the stable's front counter. Owen wasn't required to visit. The NPC tamers managing the stable would follow Owen's procedures during the upgrade process. Hearing Feng's reply, Owen immediately turned and left, leaving Feng and the caged Thunder Wolf to their own devices. After Owen left, Feng clicked on the cage, and line after line of data appeared before him. Feng then chose to set the Thunder Wolf as the guild's mount. In God's domain, not any tamed mount could become a guild mount. A guild could only possess a limited number of mounts. This limit would increase as the guild rose in rank and upgraded its stable. Currently, Zero Wing could only own one type of guild mount. Even if it tamed others, it could only select one while the remaining would be kept in reserve. After Feng set the guild mount, the system announced another notification. System, do you wish to open the stable to the Thunder Wolf mount? Feng accepted without hesitation. He had waited for this moment for a long time now. The sooner he allowed the Thunder Wolf into the stable, the more of an advantage Zero Wing would have. Once Feng opened the stable to the Thunder Wolf, NPC tamers began to appear outside of the stable, each NPC leading one lively Thunder Wolf after another. These thunderwolves' appearances differed slightly in the color of their fur, eyes, and such. Overall, though, they were all majestic. As these thunderwolves appeared, they attracted the attention of nearby players. What's going on? Why are there monsters going into the stable? Are those our guild mounts? These players couldn't help their growing curiosity as they watched the majestic thunderwolves enter the stable, and they started to discuss their various guesses. After all, it had been quite some time since Zero Wing stable had been built. However, no one had seen any activity in the stable. Naturally, these players would wonder now that so many thunderwolves occupied the building. Immediately, curious guild members entered the stable to find out what was happening. As soon as they heard the NPCs' answer, they were shocked. Those are guild mounts. Crap, this guild mount is awesome. Its base movement speed is 120%. It's much stronger than the common mounts in the city. It can practically rival a bronze mount speed. Ha! Our guild mount looks so cool. If the players from other guilds find out about this, they will die from envy. My patience has finally paid off. I've long since saved up 25 gold. I'm going to get that purplish-black thunderwolf. Its color scheme will match my weapons and equipment perfectly. Scram! I've got my eye on that one. For a time, the stable exploded with activity. The guild members that had already saved 25 gold to purchase a mount, afraid someone would snatch the thunderwolf they had set their sights on. News of the thunderwolf immediately spread throughout Zero Wing. This information also reached Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Zero Wing's guild mount makes its first appearance. Pictures and videos available. Crap, that mount looks so cool. It only costs 25 gold too. This won't do. I must join Zero Wing. Zero Wing is so amazing. I just looked it up in the library. It turns out that the Thunderwolf is an extremely rare, high-ranking wild beast in God's domain. How did Zero Wing get its hands on this mount? The forums were in an uproar over Zero Wing's new mount. Expert players who had already purchased a common mount envied and admired Zero Wing members. Some of the adventurer teams and independent experts that had hesitated to join Zero Wing changed their minds immediately, determined to join the guild. Not only was the Thunderwolf cheap, but it also had superior attributes and an impressive appearance. Moreover, the mount could be upgraded. Before anyone knew it, the line of players outside of Zero Wing had doubled. More players joined the line by the minute. The guild recruiters were stupefied. However, in Heaven's Burial's residence in Star Moon City, when Singular Burial received the news, he felt an indescribable pressure weigh down on him. Zero Wing. Singular Burial fumed. If not for his collaboration with Abandoned Wave, Heaven's Burial wouldn't be a match for Zero Wing. What a pity. Even if you release your guild mounts now, it is too late to change anything. Relay my commands. Instruct Ghost Shadow to lead the Ghost Shadow Legion to White River City. As soon as Abandoned Wave's people take action, have them destroy Zero Wing's stable. Chapter 1335, Darkness Strikes. Chapter 1335, Darkness Strikes. Inside the guild leader's office. Daybreak Fog and Heaven's Burials, several other upper echelons were stunned by Singular Burial's command. They hadn't expected Zero Wing's guild mounts to inspire such a firm decision. In God's domain, the guild structures inside NPC cities could be destroyed. If one wished to rebuild a structure, they would require a new design to do so. However, these structures were generally protected by defensive magic arrays. They weren't easy to destroy. Normally, a guild structure's defensive magic array could absorb up to 15 million damage. As for a crucial structure like the stable, the guild would employ a far more powerful magic array to protect it. Inside a 2-star guild residence, the strongest magic array one could establish to protect its stable could absorb up to 30 million damage, while the weakest magic array in a 3-star guild residence could absorb up to 40 million damage. Taking into account the stable's own durability and defense, it would take a considerable amount of time to destroy the building. In addition, White River City was a major NPC city. An attack at night might have a chance of success, but now, they had been ordered to attack the stable during the day. The NPC guards patrolling the city were incredibly diligent. Even the slightest disturbance would attract a large number of these NPC guards. White River City was also Zero Wing's main headquarters. There were now fewer than 3,000 or 4,000 members stationed in Zero Wing's residence at a time. The guild had also hired tons of NPC guards to defend the residence. If they attacked, these players and NPCs would respond immediately. Unless they invested several times the number of players Zero Wing had, it would be impossible to destroy the stable under such tight security. The Ghost Shadow Legion only had 2,000 members. Although these players were all elites or experts, there were plenty of elites and experts defending Zero Wing's residence. Guild Leader, although Zero Wing's guild mount poses a threat, we're talking about an assault in White River City. Even if we dispatch the entire Ghost Shadow Legion, it won't even be enough to get through Zero Wing's main entrance, Daybreak Fog persuaded. I suggest that we follow the original plan and take things one step at a time. First, we'll secure Stone Forest Town. Then we'll kill the Frost King. Even with their guild mounts, we can whittle Zero Wing down. Such a forceful assault isn't necessary. The other upper echelons expressed their agreement. Zero Wing had a massive advantage over the other large guilds, which did not possess guild mounts. As time passed, this gap between Zero Wing and its competitors would only widen. It was wise to deal with this situation as quickly as possible. However, Heaven's Burial was an exception. With the Evil Beast army, Heaven's Burial could flatten any guild town it wanted. To a large guild like Zero Wing, losing a town meant losing an important income source. It would impact the guild's development. If Zero Wing lost its guild town, how could it possibly compete with Heaven's Burial? I understand your concern. Singular Burial could not help but laugh. Sending the Ghost Shadow Legion into action isn't profitable, but aren't you jealous of Zero Wing's stable? Of course, we are guild leader, but so what? Constructing a stable requires a design, yet we haven't even found a lead to the stable design. We might not have had the opportunity to build a stable in the past, but now we do. Saying so, Singular Burial revealed a thick, ancient tome and displayed it before everyone. Book of Replication, consumable. Saves a copy of a building for 10 days. When used, creates an exact replica of the building. Cannot be used if copied building exists. After Daybreak Fog and the others read the introduction text, they wore shocked and ecstatic expressions. With this Book of Replication, they could copy and destroy Zero Wing's stable, obtaining one for Heaven's Burial. When abandoned wave attacks, Zero Wing's members will flock to Stone Forest Town's defense. As a result, the guild's main headquarters will be left unguarded. That's our opportunity, Singular Burial said, smiling. Don't we have 8 gnome cannons? Give them all to the Ghost Shadow Legion. With 8 gnome cannons, the magic array protecting Zero Wing's stable can only last a few volleys at most, regardless of how powerful it is. Hearing this, the upper echelon's eyes shone with excitement. It wasn't possible for the Ghost Shadow Legion to destroy the stable by itself. However, employing the gnome cannons against Zero Wing's defenses wouldn't be a problem. Although they would undoubtedly lose all 8 cannons and many members of the Ghost Shadow Legion, the losses would be worth stealing Zero Wing's stable. However, as a preventive measure, lead the 3rd Legion to White River City, Fog. You can hand the 8 gnome cannons over to Ghost Shadow while you're at it. Destroy Zero Wing's stable once Ghost Shadow copies it. I want to see how Zero Wing intends to hold its position as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild after losing both Stone Forest Town and its stable. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Daybreak Fog turned and left the office. Zero Wing might have many experts, but after today, it would be Heaven's Burial's era in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, many adventurer teams and guild players lay siege to the Blood Ring bandit group at the border between the Stoneclaw Mountains and the Limestone Hills. The Blood Ring bandit group was one of the dark forces residing in this area. The group consisted of level 45 and above half-orcs. Among them, powerful chieftains and lords ambushed passing players and NPCs. Occasionally, even great lords patrolled the area. However, due to the Blood Ring bandit group's frequent robberies against NPC merchant fleets, NPC merchants had placed a high bounty on their heads, including the fact that the Blood Ring bandits had a chance of dropping the Blood Ring set, a level 45 fine gold set equipment, and the recipe for the Mad Demon Potion. Many players had joined the crusade against the bandit group. Level 45 fine gold set equipment might not be considered top-tier equipment to first-rate guilds, but independent players dreamed of such equipment. Moreover, level 45 fine gold set equipment generally only dropped in large-scale hard mode team dungeons. Raiding the Blood Ring bandit group was much easier than raiding a large-scale dungeon. Moreover, the Mad Demon Potion was a powerful concoction that, when consumed, allowed players to enter a berserk state, increasing all attributes by 30% for 20 seconds. It also only had a 1-hour cooldown. Hence, the recipe was highly sought after by the various large guilds. If the Mad Demon Potion recipe dropped, it could even sell for enough to make powerful adventurer teams and guild teams jealous. Because of these reasons, the various adventurer teams and guilds around Star Moon City had targeted the Blood Ring bandit group. However, even now, not a single guild or adventurer team had defeated One-Eyed Clyde, the Blood Ring bandit group's commander, a level 49 Grand Lord. But one of Zero Wing's 50-man teams had arrived. Leader, One-Eyed Clyde's resting place is ahead. But this time, we have the magic array we purchased from the guild to suppress Clyde. If we coordinate our AoE skills and spells properly, we'll kill him. If the recipe drops, we'll all be riding Thunder Wolves tomorrow, a level 41 ranger said. Hearing this, everyone grew excited. Following which, under this level 41 ranger's command, the team of 50 slowly approached One-Eyed Clyde's stone house. Just before the team reached the house, however, numerous figures exited the building. Why are other monsters here? The team was surprised to see the one-horned humanoid monsters emerge from the house. However, the ranger team leader, who had extremely sharp eyesight, paled when he saw these monsters. Inside the dimly lit stone house lay a 3-meter-tall, armored corpse. This corpse belonged to none other than One-Eyed Clyde. Fresh blood still flowed from his body. However, the ranger couldn't detect any other players within his eagle eye's range. The ranger also detected traces of green blood on these humanoid monsters. It was half-orc blood. Seeing this, the ranger thought back to the frightening monsters he had encountered during Stone Forest Town's last siege. Crap! Everyone, retreat! Chapter 1336, Stormy Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1336, Stormy Stone Forest Town. The sudden command to retreat confused the members of Zero Wing. Only 8 one-horned humanoid monsters stood before them. Although their levels were a little high, all above level 50, even the strongest among them was only a lord. They also had less HP than monsters of the same rank and level. Taking these monsters on wouldn't be impossible for this team from Zero Wing. Even so, everyone listened to their team leader and immediately retreated. Do you actually think you can escape? A cloaked figure suddenly emerged from the stone house. This cloaked man's entire body had been wrapped in bandages. Sneering, the man said, "Just stay here and sacrifice yourselves." Although the cloaked man hadn't been particularly loud, everyone had heard him clearly, and they shuddered involuntarily. The team's rangers were more shocked than their companions. They had kept eagle eyes active, which allowed them to perceive all players and monsters within a certain range, yet they had failed to detect the one-horned monsters and the cloaked man even as he stood before them. Before the team could put some distance between themselves and these new enemies, The humanoid monsters smiled sinisterly as they dashed forward. They were so fast that they left afterimages in their wake. With just a few steps, the evil beasts had crossed 30 yards and caught up with the retreating Zero-Wing members. So fast. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Realizing that they couldn't outrun these evil beasts, 3 level 40 shield warriors and 1 level 41 guardian knight turned to stop the monster's approach. Voice of anger. Justice roar. With their AoE taunt skills activate, the 8 evil beasts couldn't attack other players for a short time. Foolish, the cloaked man sneered. In the next moment, the evil beast's claws emitted a faint, gray fog. The evil beasts then launched a barrage of attacks against the shield warriors and guardian knight. The instant the evil beast's claws collided with the 4 MT's shields, the sharp claws passed through them as if they didn't exist and slashed the MT's helmets. These MTs instantly lost over 13,000 HP, a large fraction of their totals, after a single attack. Before the healers in the rear could react, these MTs took several more hits. In the blink of an eye, 4 MTs, each with nearly 40,000 HP, died. Their companions were stunned. However, several calm elementalists and rangers had reacted quickly and responded with attacks of their own. Immediately, dozens of arrows and spells flew towards the 8 evil beasts. However, like agile assassins, the evil beasts dodged most of the attacks and blocked the rest. As a result, they survived the volley, remaining unharmed. Most surprisingly, the distance between these monsters and the team had shortened. Suddenly, a level 54, Lord-ranked evil beast jumped into the crowd of players. It brandished its claws at the nearby healers, the gray fog extending and transforming into sharp blades. A gray arch, extending to 15 yards, tore through Zero-Wing's rear line. With a single attack, the cloth armor classes with low defense, aside from a few elementalists that had responded quickly and used blink to escape, died instantly. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the team of 50 had died. The level 54 Lord's strength made the surviving Zero-Wing members tremble. Scatter and run. The ranger serving as the team's leader shouted in the team chat. Hearing this, these players gritted their teeth as they split up and ran. With this, the 8 evil beasts wouldn't be able to catch them. However, the evil beasts were incredibly fast. Despite splitting up, most of the team died. Only a few assassins and players with instantaneous movement magic scrolls escaped death. Brother Wave, are you just going to let them get away? Flame Blood, wearing a black cloak and wielding a blackwood staff, approached from the nearby forest. Glancing at the fleeing Zero-Wing members, he could not help but ask, if you let them get away, they will warn Zero-Wing. Capturing Stone Forest Town will become more troublesome. That's exactly what I want, Abandoned Wave, who was covered in bandages, said, sneering. I want Zero-Wing to amass its combat power in Stone Forest Town. Only then will Stone Forest Town be worth destroying. Right? How are the preparations going? The evil beast army has gathered. They are standing by not far from here, Flame Blood said, smiling. Is it really necessary to dispatch all of them? We're talking about 500,000 evil beasts, and that's not including the evil demon army under your control. With this army, we can annihilate 2 or 3 Stone Forest towns simultaneously. Not many evil beasts had taken part in the prior battle for Stone Forest Town. However, this time was different. Not only were more evil beasts participating in the siege this time, but each one was also stronger than before. Even the weakest evil beast was a level 60 elite. Their army had nearly 40,000 level 60+ chieftains, 3,000+ lords, 200+ great lords, and 40+ grand lords. However, this wasn't the most important factor. To ensure Zero-Wing's destruction and avoid any mishaps, they had even dispatched 5 level 70, mythic-ranked evil beasts. In the face of such a force, Stone Forest Town's defenses were a joke. They also had the evil demon army, which Abandoned Wave and spent his time carefully nurturing. Although the army was not particularly large, with only 6,000 or so evil demons, the threat it posed could likely rival that of the 500,000 evil beast army. Good. We'll make our way to Stone Forest Town and show Zero Wing's people what despair tastes like, Abandoned Wave said, laughing. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. Zero Wing was the reason his plan to take control of Starmoon Kingdom had failed. This time, however, he wouldn't give Zero Wing a chance. As long as he annihilated Stone Forest Town and proved his strength to the corporation, he could reclaim his position in the Blackwater Corporation. Elsewhere, the sudden appearance of the evil beast army had attracted the attention of Starmoon Kingdom's various powers. After all, the numbers and strength of this evil beast army were not to be taken lightly. The army could easily trample any guild town. If players weren't careful, they could get caught in the devastation. This was especially true for the guilds based in Starmoon City. Although they had been aware of quite a few evil beasts operating near the city and had suffered many losses as a result, they had never imagined that the threat would be so great. What? You're saying these evil beasts are marching towards Stone Forest Town? This is interesting. Against so many monsters, even Zero Wing could fall. Ha! Even the heavens are helping us now. If Zero Wing loses Stone Forest Town, their guild mounts will mean nothing. After the various powers investigated the evil beast army's movements, they celebrated. Now, the threat of Zero Wing would vanish. Meanwhile, the players in Stone Forest Town were panicking. Why are these monsters heading here? Damn it! What should we do? Our adventurer team just spent a ton of gold to buy a house. Are we going to lose it just like that? Thank goodness. Zero Wing won't start selling houses until tomorrow. If we had rushed it, buying a house would have been worthless. What a pity. Such a good town is going to be destroyed, just like that. I wonder if Zero Wing can protect the town against so many monsters. I highly doubt it. You should have seen the monster army. Any player that it comes across will die. One of my assassin friends tried to record the monster army's march. In the end, however, the monsters discovered and killed him. They are ridiculously strong. Moreover, any player they kill can't log into God's domain for some time. My assassin friend is dying with regret. The town's players discussed the situation heatedly. Many had already prepared to flee. There were also some that considered staying behind, and others who wanted to watch the upcoming battle. After all, monsters didn't often siege a town. The atmosphere in Zero Wing's residence in White River City was tense. The guild's upper echelons had gathered in the residence's meeting room to discuss the current situation, trying to figure out how to deal with the evil beast army. There were simply too many monsters this time. Although Stone Forest Town had far more powerful static defenses than before, protecting the town against such a massive army would still be difficult. However, they were hesitant to mobilize the guild's members as any player those evil beasts killed would be barred from logging into God's domain for a short time. Meanwhile, the evil beast army moved ever closer to Stone Forest Town. If they weren't prepared, Stone Forest Town would be doomed. Yet, their guild leader had instructed them to stay here. One could just imagine how anxious they were. Suddenly, the doors to the solemn meeting room swung open, and Feng slowly entered. Chapter 1337, Unfathomable Guild. Chapter 1337, Unfathomable Guild. Noticing Feng's entrance, the players in the meeting room began to calm down. Feng was followed by a man and a woman. This situation confused everyone present. Most of the people in the room were unfamiliar with the man behind Feng. They could tell he was a lifestyle player of high standards based on his attire. As for the woman, they knew her well as she was none other than the Candlelight trading firm's manager, Melancholic Smile. Thus far, Feng hadn't invited Candlelight's people to take part in any of Zero Wing's meetings. Hence, everyone was surprised to see these representatives. However, with the situation as it was, They weren't in the mood to welcome these two to Zero Wing's upper echelon meeting. Instead, they focused on Shifeng, who sat in the guild leader's seat. Guild leader, the situation in Stone Forest Town is quite dire. Based on our investigation, we are likely facing more than 500,000 monsters, many of which are chieftains and lords. Even if we dispatch all of our guild's forces, the likelihood of fending off these monsters is slim. I suggest that we offer a reward to the town's adventurer teams and independent players and request their help. This way, we can make up for the numbers we lack. Our chances of winning will also increase considerably. Aqua Rose's suggestion earned the approval of many of her comrades. Stone Forest Town's player population far exceeded 500,000. Moreover, the average standard of the players in the town was considerably high. If Zero Wing offered an appropriate reward and offered players a small discount on the town's houses in exchange for their help, they would likely tempt many players into action. With so many players in addition to Stone Forest Town's defenses, they may be able to protect the town. At most, they would have to pay a huge price to do so. It was likely that the guild's development would stagnate for a considerable amount of time. However, paying such a price was better than losing Stone Forest Town entirely. After all, Zero Wing had invested too much into the town to lose it now. Suddenly, Gentle Snow spoke up. Guild leader, we've discovered some hidden ruins in the Black Dragon Empire and obtained over 600 intermediate thunder bombs. Although they are not as powerful as the mana pulse bombs, they can rival tier 3 spells. They have an effective radius of 20 yards and can paralyze the targets they hit for a short time. They can also amplify the effects of the defense turrets. Aside from these thunder bombs, we have also obtained 2 advanced gnome cannons that are roughly equal to the defense turret's firepower. Originally, I had planned to use these items to capture a town, but defending Stone Forest Town must be our priority. The other upper echelons were astonished to hear Gentle Snow's report. Tools of war were extremely useful and highly sought after by the various large guilds. However, they were also extremely rare, and very few guilds actually got their hands on them. They had never imagined that Gentle Snow would secure so many of these items. They had assumed that Gentle Snow had been struggling in Lake Heart City. After all, there were plenty of first- and second-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. It was even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territory. Without the home ground advantage, stabilizing a branch guild in the Empire would be miraculous. However, it seemed that they had severely underestimated Gentle Snow. Shifeng was similarly surprised. He hadn't expected Gentle Snow to be capable of capturing a town in the Black Dragon Empire so soon. Moreover, based on her expression, it would seem that she was very confident in succeeding. Guild leader, give us the command. We can't stand to just sit still. We're all determined to stop these monsters from stepping foot into Stone Forest Town, even when slaughtered. Many of the other upper echelons voiced their desire to join the fight. At this point, requests to take part in the upcoming war flooded the guild chat. Even the guild's normal members who were not required to take part wanted to defend the town, with some already forming their own teams. Zero Wing had defeated many guilds to become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. How could it abandon Stone Forest Town and accept defeat at the hands of a mere monster army? I understand your sentiments. Shifeng could not help but laugh when he heard everyone's opinions. However, Zero Wing has not fallen so far that we need to resort to such methods. I've only called you here to tell you to continue your duties. The 40,000 elite and expert members stationed in Stone Forest Town are enough to defeat the monster army. But before everyone could argue, however, Shifeng stood and continued, "Let me introduce you. This is Melancholic Smile. I believe you are familiar with her by now. This gentleman here is Candlelight's chief engineer, Burning Abyss. He has had a hand on many of our precious engineering tools. Both will participate in our guild meetings from here on out. Whenever I'm not around, Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm will be able to work together." Shifeng's announcement confused his commanders. They couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. The monster army was quickly approaching Stone Forest Town, yet Shifeng's goal for this meeting was to tell them to continue their tasks and introduce Candlelight's managers. First, Melancholic, tell everyone about your recent results, Shifeng said as he implied that the others stay silent. He then let Melancholic Smile take charge of the meeting. After Candlelight obtained the miniature ballista design, we invested a lot of time into manufacturing miniature ballistas each day. Thus far, we have manufactured 73 miniature ballistas. We have also successfully researched the exploding arrow. The arrows rival Tier 2 spells and any engineer can craft them. Moreover, both the arrow's production success rate and speed are considerably high. Thus far, we have produced 200,000 exploding arrows. We've secretly moved these arrows to Candlelight's warehouse in Stone Forest Town. They can be retrieved and used at any time. In addition, if Candlelight's 200-plus engineers, who have learned the exploding arrows design, produce them quickly, they can craft 4,000 arrows per hour. As everyone listened to Melancholic Smile's brief report, they were stunned into silence. Even Aqua Rose, who was very familiar with the ins and outs of Zero Wing, was dazed when she heard this. It was obvious that she struggled to process the information. 73 miniature ballistas. 200,000 exploding arrows that could rival Tier 2 spells. These players began to doubt that their guild was actually Zero Wing. Not even super guilds had this kind of weaponry. Apocalypse Empire, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in the Imperial capital. Over 100 players had gathered in the residence's top-floor lounge. Every one of these people was a level 43 or above expert. They were the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's core upper echelons. Among these people, there were some that even pavilion masters like Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor couldn't command and had to treat with respect. Normally, these people were scattered across the various branch guilds. Today, however, the great pavilion master had summoned them here. Although many of these players were pleased to be here, Phoenix Rain, who sat in a corner, wore a serious frown. Why would so many monsters attack Stone Forest Town? Phoenix Rain's expression darkened as she read the latest report her subordinates had sent. Stone Forest Town had only begun to develop properly after many challenges. Even leisure players had begun to move into the town, while real-world companies' virtual stores had begun to rake in profit. If Stone Forest Town were destroyed now, all of Zero Wing's effort would go to waste. Nine Dragons Emperor, who had also heard the news, strode over to Phoenix Rain with a smug look. Laughing, he said, "What a pity. All of your investment in Zero Wing was for nothing. I'm sure the guild elders will also be very interested to hear about this." The outcome has yet to be decided. Don't celebrate so soon. Phoenix Rain snapped. Ignoring Nine Dragons Emperor, she turned and left to contact Shifeng. The Great Pavilion Master had ordered her to complete a particular quest, so she couldn't mobilize too many players to assist Zero Wing. However, she could lend Zero Wing 7 or 8 gnome cannons and a large stock of special ammunition. Chapter 1338, Defensive Siege Battle. Chapter 1338, Defensive Siege Battle. After Phoenix Rain left, Nine Dragons Emperor returned to quietly sipping wine from his glass. Martial Dragon, the burly man exuding chilling aura from behind Nine Dragons Emperor, asked quietly, "Pavilion Master, should I use this opportunity to send some people to destroy Zero Wing's residence in Lake Heart City? The quest is about to start. There's no need to waste the manpower. In any case, it is only a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbles," Nine Dragons Emperor replied, smiling faintly as he watched Phoenix Rain's departing figure. With so many monsters assaulting Stone Forest Town, he wasn't even certain that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's full force could protect the town, much less Zero Wing's. Without Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to help Phoenix Rain. Meanwhile, standing in another corner in the lounge, Phoenix Rain waited a while before contacting Shifeng. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, to what do I owe this pleasure?" Shifeng asked. He could not help but poke fun at Phoenix Rain when he saw the woman's anxious expression. Due to Phoenix Rain's sudden call, he had been forced to end the meeting early and find a reception room to remove his black flame disguise. Only then did he accept the call. "Do you really have to ask?" Phoenix Rain rolled her eyes. "Getting straight to the point," she retorted. "Who doesn't know about Stone Forest Town's situation right now? Although I can't supply any manpower, I can lend you a few war weapons." War weapons? Sure Feng hadn't expected Phoenix Rain to be so generous. All of the large guilds treated war weapons like priceless treasure. They wouldn't even think of using these items if they could avoid it, much less lending them to someone else. They only put these items to use during crucial moments. Let's forget about the weapons. How many magic crystals do you have on hand? You don't need the weapons? Phoenix Rain was slightly surprised. She couldn't understand what Sure Feng was thinking. War weapons could be a saving grace during a monster siege, yet based on Sure Feng's reaction, it was obvious that he wasn't interested. "I've already spent most of the magic crystals that I borrowed from Zero Wing. Right now, I only have around 50,000 or so left. If you need them, I can have Blue send them over right away. But that's all I have." 50,000? After pondering for a brief moment, Sure Feng said, "That should be barely enough. Thank you for the help, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Regarding the 300,000 magic crystals that you've borrowed, we'll write off the interest." Phoenix Rain had wanted to respond, but as soon as Sure Feng finished speaking, he disconnected the call. Blue Phoenix walked over and asked, "Big Sis Rain, how did it go? Should I send some people to retrieve the gnome cannons from the guild warehouse?" "No. Just take 50,000 magic crystals to Stone Forest Town," Phoenix Rain said, waving her hand. "No." Blue Phoenix was surprised. "We're talking about tools of war? They can definitely help defend the town. Is Zero Wing really so confident of protecting Stone Forest Town against so many monsters?" "I doubt that Zero Wing would fool around with Stone Forest Town," Phoenix Rain said, uncertain. "Hopefully Zero Wing can defend it. As a preventive measure, take the gnome cannons and special ammunition with you." Zero Wing was going up against more than 500,000 monsters, and even the weakest among those monsters was a level 60 elite. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wouldn't be able to guarantee the town's safety. She found it truly hard to believe that all Zero Wing needed was a few magic crystals. "Understood." Blue Phoenix nodded before leaving the lounge. A horde of evil beasts had surrounded Stone Forest Town. Looking at these monsters, the Zero Wing members stationed atop the town's ramparts felt their knees grow weak. The players that had come to watch the battle were just as shocked. There was a great discrepancy between the information they had received and what lay before them. While the reports had stated that the weakest monsters within the monster army were level 60 elites was true, these level 60 elites did not make up the majority of the army. They weren't even a quarter of the enemy's forces. Rather, most of the monsters in the army were level 60+ special elites. Even from afar, one could easily find one level 60+ chieftain out of every 10 monsters. Such a beast could serve as a party dungeon's final boss. As for the number of Tier 2 lords in the army, that was even more frightening. The enemy also had hill-sized great and grand lords. It's over. Stone Forest Town is beyond salvation now. Even from here, I can count more than 200 great lords. The great lords are nothing. They can be defeated. You should be worried about the level 65+ grand lords and mythic monsters. I'm pretty sure those monsters can obliterate Stone Forest Town without help. How does such a powerful monster army exist? Even if every player in the town joins the fight, we can't stop these monsters. Upon seeing the enemy's forces, some players who had intended to stay to watch the war dismissed the notion. With such a massive gap in strength, this was no longer a war. It would simply be a one-sided slaughter. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't even get the opportunity to flee once the battle began. Abandoned Wave's army is truly impressive. Even if Zero Wing sends in every member, its struggle will be futile. Singular Burial was elated as he watched the live stream a subordinate had sent from inside Stone Forest Town. With such power, they could proceed to take control of the Star Alliance's towns once they finished with Stone Forest Town. After that, Heaven's Burial wouldn't have any competition in Starmoon Kingdom. Guild Leader, I just received news that Zero Wing isn't taking any action against the monster army. The elite members that were already in the town are the only ones stationed there. There are only 40,000 players, the subordinate recording the live stream reported. He then shifted the camera angle towards Stone Forest Town's interior. Zero Wing's members crowded Adam's Stone Forest Town's ramparts. However, there weren't many. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't even have nearly 100,000 players. They're giving up? Singular Burial roared with laughter when he saw this. What a pity! I had hoped to use this opportunity to deal a blow to Zero Wing. As expected, Black Flame's decision is a bold one. It's no wonder how he developed Zero Wing to its current glory. If it were up to him, he would defend his town with everything he had. However, from a logical viewpoint, giving up the town was the best decision. Otherwise, the guild would suffer additional losses while reaching the same outcome. Meanwhile, Stone Forest players realized that Zero Wing intended to give up on the town. No one dared to linger as they used their return scrolls to flee. How boring! So Zero Wing doesn't even have the courage to put up a fight. Abandoned Wave clicked his tongue when he saw the lack of reaction in Stone Forest Town. He had really wanted to watch Zero Wing's final struggle. Since that's the case, let's end this. Following which, Abandoned Wave swung his hand forward. Immediately, the evil beast army surrounding Stone Forest Town began their assault as they surged towards the town. Seeing the evil beast army approach, the Zero Wing members on the ramparts grew nervous. With just 40,000 elite players, just how were they supposed to face an army of 500,000 monsters? However, just as the evil beast army was 3,000 yards away from Stone Forest Town's walls, one miniature ballista after another appeared on the ramparts, 3 players controlling each weapon. Atop the magic tower, Feng smiled as he looked at Stone Forest Town's defenses. Following which, he commanded, "Let's kick their asses." Chapter 1339, Slaughtering the Monster Army. Chapter 1339, Slaughtering the Monster Army. A sea of evil beasts surrounded Stone Forest Town. The monster army stretched out as far as the eyes could see. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's members, hiding in Stone Forest Town, secretly live-streamed the siege. This allowed the players throughout Starmoon Kingdom to watch the battle in real time. There are so many monsters. This is the first time I've seen so many in one place. Can Zero Wing really face these monsters with so few people? By the looks of it, Zero Wing should be giving up on Stone Forest Town. After all, these monsters are simply too strong. Guild towns have no way to fend off such a horde at this stage of the game. The players who bought houses in the town and applied for membership to the battle arena are out of luck. Zero Wing is just going to sacrifice such a large town? They're not even going to try to defend it? If that's the case, who would be dumb enough to invest in their towns in the future? You have a point. In any case, I won't be buying a house in Zero Wing's towns in the future. The guild is too unreliable. The spectacular sight of the monster army shocked the players watching the livestream. At the same, they voiced their discontent about Zero Wing's decision to give up on Stone Forest Town. Despite being Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing wasn't even brave enough to face the monster army. The players who had wanted to join Zero Wing began to hesitate. Some Zero Wing members even began to withdraw from the guild. Did you think you can reduce your losses just by giving up Stone Forest Town? Singular Burial sneered as he read the recent forum posts. I want to see just how long you all can endure. Zero Wing's determination had put a wrench in his plans. However, if he uploaded the livestream of the siege battle to the forums, he could force Zero Wing into making a decision. Either Zero Wing chose to conserve its strength and give up Stone Forest Town, or it would try to defend the town with all its might at the cost of reducing the guild's overall strength. While the former option was a good choice, it would also damage the guild's carefully built reputation. Most likely, the results would halt the guild's development for some time. If Zero Wing wanted to continue developing, its only choice was to protect Stone Forest Town with everything it had. He did not hope that Zero Wing would mobilize all of its members to protect the town. It would be enough if the guild moved a portion of its members in White River City. At that time, Zero Wing would lose both Stone Forest Town and its stable. If that happened, Heaven's Burial would take Zero Wing's place as the #1 guild of Star Moon Kingdom. Just as the players discussed the livestream on the forums, the evil beast army began its assault. The earth trembled as the monsters swarmed towards Stone Forest Town. The players watching were stunned. They finally understood what Zerg tactics truly were. With so many monsters, even Stone Forest Town's defense turrets and magic towers were utterly inadequate defenses. It was no wonder why Zero Wing had given up Stone Forest Town. The guild might have expected this outcome. What are Zero Wing's members bringing out? Aren't those miniature ballistas? It seems that the guild did prepare. So what if they are prepared? The defense turrets and magic towers can't even slow down the monster army. What could a few miniature ballistas do? When the monster army was less than 3,000 yards away from Stone Forest Town, some of the spectators noticed quite a few miniature ballistas emerge atop the ramparts, and they couldn't help but laugh. Although the miniature ballistas were easy to move, their power was subpar at best. Moreover, their AoE wasn't as large as the defense turrets. The miniature ballistas might be useful against players, but against so many high HP monsters, they were simply a joke. However, before these people could finish their words, something else occurred on the ramparts that stunned the watching players. There were nearly 20 miniature ballistas on each wall. With all 4 walls, Zero Wing had almost 80 miniature ballistas protecting Stone Forest Town. How is this possible? Those are miniature ballistas we're talking about. The large number of miniature ballistas stupefied the spectators. The various large guilds watching the livestream were particularly shocked. Ordinary players might not understand how precious war weapons like the miniature ballistas were, but the major powers understood their importance well. Although the miniature ballista could not rival the gnome cannon's firepower, it wasn't easy to obtain. Not even super guilds could collect nearly 80 miniature ballistas, yet Zero Wing had. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Zero Wing's members began to load the ballistas with 2-meter-long arrows. Crimson runes danced across these arrows' shafts. It was obvious that these weren't arrows you could purchase from NPC merchants. Following which, explosions filled the air around Stone Forest Town. In the next moment, flaming arrows flew from the town's ramparts, raining down on the approaching evil beast army. Boom! Rings of fire erupted among the monster troops as the arrows struck, each covering a 15-yard radius. The miniature ballista's attacks were no less devastating than the defense turrets. The explosions forced back the evil beasts on the front line as they received heavy injuries. The elite-ranked evil beasts had lost over 1/3 of their HPs. After the first volley of arrows, the defense turrets and magic towers launched their attacks as well. When the magic towers attacked, the 7-colored beams they fired struck the heart of the monster army. The attack, which could rival Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells, instantly killed all of the monsters below Lord rank. As 3 7-colored beams cut through the evil beast army, over 8,000 evil beasts died instantly, tearing large holes in the enemy formation. Due to the miniature ballista's short cooldown, another volley of exploding arrows rained down on the evil beasts as soon as the defense turrets and magic towers finished their attacks. Before the army had even reached 2,500 yards of Stone Forest Town, over 30,000 evil beasts had died. Stone Forest Town's frightening defenses stupefied the spectating players. This is insane. These are Stone Forest Town's defenses? Zero Wing is amazing. They have so many miniature ballistas. If not for these monsters' numbers and strength, the guild might annihilate the monsters before they even reach the walls. How is this possible? Why does Zero Wing have so many miniature ballistas? Singular Burial balled his fists as he glared at the livestream. However, although he was very surprised and confused, he quickly recovered as he sneered and said, "Although I didn't expect such a trump card, so what? This army isn't like the last one you faced." While the miniature ballistas had claimed many of the evil beasts below Lord rank, this war would be as good as over once the monsters reached the ballistas. Interesting. And here I thought you had given up. Let's see how you deal with this. Abandoned Wave, who stood at the very rear of the evil beast army like a coward, sneered. He then waved his hand, and immediately, another large wave charged forward. This time, however, there were far fewer evil beasts in the charge. However, these were higher quality monsters, with the majority being chieftain rank and above. Even the Grand Lords had joined in the charge. These monsters were too large to have taken part in the initial charge, but now that less of their companions occupied the field, the Grand Lords could easily dodge the attacks from the town's static defenses. As these chieftain rank and above evil beasts inched closer to Stone Forest Town. Before anyone had realized it, 2 mana pulse cannons had appeared above one of Stone Forest Town's magic towers. Larger than the basic mana pulse cannon, these 2 weapons were none other than the intermediate mana pulse cannons Shifeng had obtained from the fallen Arkansas. Target the densest areas of the monster army. Fire. Chapter 1340, The Intermediate Mana Pulse Cannon's Might. Chapter 1340, The Intermediate Mana Pulse Cannon's Might. The instant the intermediate mana pulse cannons activated, 2 pitch-black, magic arrays formed above the magic tower as they absorbed the surrounding mana. The intense mana fluctuation immediately attracted attention. What's that? What an intense feeling. What's Zero Wing trying to do? Players in town were shocked by the pressure they felt from the magic tower. This was especially true for magical class players, who were far more sensitive towards elemental mana. Currently, the magic arrays above the tower felt like black holes as they devoured a massive amount of mana. Is this another attack from the magic tower? Abandoned Wave was not particularly surprised to see this. In response, he gestured with a hand. Immediately, the evil beast army charging forward began to spread out. He had long since familiarized himself with the magic tower's attacks. After all, these defensive structures were the reason he had suffered in the previous war. However, he had full control of the evil beast army this time. Although the magic tower's AoE was vast, if the monsters spread out, the magic towers wouldn't be as much of a threat. As the players on the ramparts watched, they shook their heads and sighed. These monsters' reaction time is too fast. Although the magic tower's attacks are powerful, they won't be very effective with how spread out the monsters are. As the players discussed their thoughts, the 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons finished their channeling time. In the next moment, the cannons fired 2 black beams, reaching the center of the evil beast army in the blink of an eye. As the beams struck the ground, 2 pillars of black light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. This phenomenon was nothing like the magic tower's prior attacks. As the black pillars rose, they expanded. Radius of 100 yards, 200 yards, 300 yards. The pillars of light devoured more evil beasts as it spread. The pillars only stopped after achieving a 500-yard radius. Any monster below chieftain rank was turned into ash instantly. Although the chieftain-ranked evil beasts survived initial contact with the pillars, the attacks eventually claimed their lives as well. Only Lord-ranked evil beasts and above survived the attacks. What were those attacks? They even killed chieftains in one move. This is insane. So, this is Zero Wing's foundation. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the Armageddon before them. Shocked by the Black Pillar's destructive power, even the evil beast army had halted its advance. Just what did Zero Wing do? How did the OE grow so large? Abandoned Wave stared at the pillars of black light, which had yet to fade, with wide eyes. Despite having spread out, the two attacks had killed over 15,000 evil beasts. Among them, over 2,000 chieftains had died, while the lords had less than half of their HP remaining. Although the higher-rank evil beasts hadn't lost a significant amount of HP, they were severely injured, reducing their combat power drastically. Such frightening, destructive power was simply unheard of. Such attacks could deal a devastating blow to his evil beast army. If he allowed several more of those attacks to land, the consequences would be unimaginable. Singular Burial wasn't the only one shocked. Every major power witnessing this was astonished. With such frightening war weapons, who would dare attack Stone Forest Town in the future? Fortunately, the town's current enemy was a monster army. No amount of players would be enough to capture Stone Forest Town. This won't do. I won't be able to sustain the losses if this continues. Abandoned Wave had lost his complacent attitude. Immediately, he took a dark gray crystal ball from his bag and started chanting. Go! Destroy the magic towers! In the next moment, the 5 level 70, mythic-ranked evil earth dragons' crimson eyes began to glow. With large strides, they approached Stone Forest Town rapidly. Although the evil beast army was relatively easy to create, chieftain-ranked evil beasts and above were difficult to produce. Not only did their creation depend on luck, but he also needed to sacrifice monsters of a sufficiently high rank and level. Moreover, he only had a chance of created mythic-ranked evil beasts by killing high-ranked evil beasts. It was utterly impossible to nurture a common evil beast to mythic rank. He wouldn't have minded losing these high-rank evil beasts in a normal slugfest, but it was a different story if Zero Wings simply slaughtered them. The moment the evil earth dragons moved, Stone Forest Town's players felt death loom over them. At this stage of the game, one mythic monster was more than enough to destroy a guild town, much less 5. Although Zero Wing had protected the town against mythic monsters before, it had only faced 3 during that battle. They had also only been level 65. Even so, those 3 mythic monsters had ravaged the guild. It had come very close to losing Stone Forest Town. Evil Earth Dragon, Dark Creature, Mythic. Level 70. HP 210, 000/210. 000. Currently, the evil earth dragons weren't suppressed as they had been during the previous war. Not only were their attributes terrifyingly high, but they also had a higher intellect and were easily capable of evading the miniature ballista's attacks. Moreover, the evil earth dragons could shake off the exploding arrows as if they were nothing. Their battle recovery alone was enough to dishearten even the strongest player. Although Stone Forest Town launched a constant stream of attacks, these attacks only eliminated the evil beasts below Great Lord rank. To Great Lords and above, the magic towers and basic mana pulse cannons were a minor concern. And the intermediate mana pulse cannons had a long, 3-minute cooldown. 3 minutes might not be long in a player-fought war, but it was more than enough time for Great Lords and above to end this battle. In the end, before the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown ended, the 200+ Great Lords, 40+ Grand Lords, and 5 evil earth dragons stood before Stone Forest Town's walls. Although Stone Forest Town had already upgraded to intermediate rank and was protected by very tall walls, these walls weren't half as tall as the evil earth dragons. Before the mythic monsters, Stone Forest Town's ramparts were easily crossed hurdles. It seems Zero Wing is truly finished. There are so many powerful monsters. This is insane. Even a 500-man elite team is unlikely to stop a level 65 Great Lord. If those 200+ Great Lords work together, Zero Wing's 40,000 members won't even serve as a warm-up. When the spectators had watched Zero Wing reveal so many powerful war weapons, they had held onto some hope of success. However, they realized how futile Zero Wing's attempts were as the evil beast stood before the town's walls. "Ha! Go, my servants! Sacrifice every life form in the town for the almighty evil god. Abandoned Wave commanded, laughing. He had been worried about the intermediate mana pulse cannons, but now that the monsters stood before the ramparts, the war was as good as over. Roar! Deafening roars filled the air as the great lord-ranked evil beasts leaped towards Stone Forest Town's ramparts. I've been waiting for this. You will be excellent test subjects. Standing atop the magic tower, Shifeng casually retrieved the movement type, defensive magic array he had obtained from the fallen Arkansas. He then inserted 5,000 magic crystals into the array and cranked it up to maximum. Immediately, a crystal-like barrier expanded and enveloped Stone Forest Town. Boom. Suddenly, these evil beasts slammed into an invisible, steel-like wall 10 yards from the ramparts, unable to proceed farther. What's this? A magic barrier? Zero Wings members, who had prepared for an arduous battle, were confused when they saw the evil beast army stop. Not even the 5 evil earth dragons were able to move an inch closer to the town. Chapter 1341, Trump Card Appears. Chapter 1341, Trump Card Appears. The barrier managed to block mythic monsters. Impossible! What kind of barrier is this? How much strength has Zero Wing kept hidden? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the beasts halted. Every large guild in Starmoon Kingdom had a few trump cards. They obviously had something as important as a defensive magic array. However, it was unheard of for a player-owned magic array to stop a mythic monster attack. The combined attacks of all 5 evil earth dragons' claws barely shook the crystal-like barrier. There wasn't a single crack on the barrier. The array's strength rivaled those used in NPC cities. In God's domain, even the most ordinary NPC city had a magic array that could stop Tier 4 monsters. Every major NPC city like White River City had a defensive magic array that could even hold off Tier 5 monsters. This was also the reason that, aside from special circumstances, monster sieges against the NPC cities were almost certain to fail. Monsters could only successfully siege NPC towns. Why wouldn't they be surprised to see that Stone Forest Town had an array that could rival an NPC cities? The Zero Wing members breathed a sigh of relief when the magic barrier appeared. If they faced these evil beasts head-on, they would die instantly. All members, prioritize killing Great Lord rank monsters and below. Aqua Rose barked out commands through the guild chat. When she read the description of the movement-type defensive magic array, she thought it could only block the Great Lord's attacks. She had never thought that it could hold off a Tier 4 mythic monster. Due to the presence of the defensive magic array, Zero Wings members started to regain their confidence. They began to bombard the evil beasts before them. Level 40 players might not normally pose a threat to level 65 Great Lords, but the 3 magic towers boosted their basic attributes by 30%. God's Domain's recent system upgrades also continuously weakened the effects of level suppression. Zero Wings members still managed to deal several hundred damage to the level 65 plus Great Lords even with a gap of over 20 levels. Those with equipment with the Ignore levels attribute dealt minus 1,000 damage on average. Several hundred damage might not be much to the Great Lords, which had over 60 million HP. The accumulated damage of hundreds, or even thousands, of players attacking at once was frightening. The Great Lords were taking hundreds of thousands of damage every second, greatly exceeding their battle recovery. It was definitely possible to kill all the evil beasts attacking Stone Forest Town, given enough time. There were also the miniature ballistas and Tier 2 NPC guards pitching in from the sides. All these factors combined reduced the Great Lord-ranked evil beasts' HPs at a rate visible to the naked eye. Evil beasts below Great Lord rank were even easier to deal with. They could be finished off with a brief burst of concentrated fire. Damn it! How did Zero Wing get such a powerful defensive magic array? Abandoned Wave gnashed his teeth as he looked at the scene. The magic barrier remained completely intact even after numerous attacks from so many evil beasts. At this rate, the evil beasts he nurtured were simply EXP for Zero Wing. He reluctantly manipulated the dark gray crystal ball in his hands once again. You might be able to block normal Tier 4 attacks, but what about Tier 4 destructive spells? The 5 evil earth dragons abruptly stopped attacking the magic barrier as the crystal ball glowed. Then they widened their mouths. The mana around the evil earth dragons started rampaging as it gathered in front of their mouths. 5 black beams shot out of the evil earth dragons' mouths shortly later. Tier 4 spell, Evil Energy Roar. The black beams shook the barrier violently. The other evil beasts attacking the barrier backed away from the powerful impact momentarily. It blocked the attacks? Abandoned Wave was shocked by what he saw. The Evil Energy Roar rivaled the intermediate mana pulse cannon's might. Its OE was much small though. HM? No, there are cracks on the barrier. Once the Evil Energy Roars ended, Abandoned Wave could clearly spot numerous cracks on Stone Forest Town's barrier. But the cracks were being repaired quickly enough to see with the naked eye. As expected of a Tier 4 spell, its might is truly frightening. Shi Feng took a look at the movement-type defensive magic array beside him. The 5 evil energy roars had depleted its energy by more than half. That was only one wave of attacks. All defensive magic arrays needed to be supplied energy. The more damage the magic array absorbed, the more energy it consumed. The magic array's endurance limit was the other important factor affecting the energy depletion rate. The movement-type defensive magic array he had obtained from the Fallen Ark had a Tier 3 endurance limit. As long as an attack's standard exceeded Tier 3, the energy depleted from such an attack would increase exponentially. Each of the Evil Earth Dragon's normal attacks had already depleted the magic array's energy by a frightening rate of 1%. This 1% was enough to hold off the combined attacks of the 200-plus Great Lords for a considerable amount of time. After the evil energy roars, the magic array's energy had decreased by nearly 70%. Restoring the magic array's energy cost 5,000 magic crystals each time. Currently, he only had around 60,000 crystals on hand, and that was including the 50,000 crystals Phoenix Rain had returned. In addition, firing the intermediate mana pulse cannons cost 2,000 magic crystals per shot, while the basic mana pulse cannons cost 1,000 crystals per shot. He could only restore the magic array's energy a limited number of times. Sure enough, it isn't invincible. I want to see just how long you last. Seeing the cracks on the magic barrier, a sinister smile appeared on Abandoned Wave's face. He then controlled the Grand Lords to assault the magic barrier with their most powerful skills. Although he did not have a good understanding of Stone Forest Town's magic barrier, he could guess the barrier's limit based on the cracks. Normally, a barrier would only show signs of damage when an attack exceeded its limit. When that happened, the defensive magic array would lose a significant amount of energy. Once the magic barrier's energy had been depleted, his evil beast army would storm Stone Forest Town and slaughter the players in it. As Abandoned Wave controlled his Grand Lords, they rampaged, hurling one high-tiered skill after another at the barrier before them. The magic array lost energy with each hit. For a moment, it even began to show signs of shattering. Seeing this, the Zero Wing members on the ramparts grew increasingly nervous. Once the magic barrier broke, their lives would be on the line. Sure enough, using such a method to fight mythic monsters is a little far-fetched. Shi Feng sighed when he saw the magic array's energy levels fall below 10%. He then contacted Blackie and asked, "Blackie, how are the preparations on your side?" "We're ready. We're just waiting for your command," Blackie said, grinning. "Although it is a little wasteful to use them here, it's about time we show our enemy that they aren't the only ones with Tier 4 forces." Shi Feng then commanded, "Summon the divine beasts. It's about time we refresh their memory." Following Shi Feng's command, 3 massive, golden magic arrays appeared above Zero Wing's residence, each array enveloping nearly half of the town. Immediately, 3 golden dragons that were over 100 meters tall emerged from these magic arrays. The divine dragons hovered in the sky as they flapped their massive wings. They released deafening roars that echoed throughout Stone Forest Town and its surrounding area as they overlooked all life forms like kings. Chapter 1342, Divine Dragon's Power. As the three divine dragons appeared, silence descended on the battlefield. Any who bathed in the divine dragon's aura, including both Stone Forest Town's players and the evil beasts attacking the magic barrier, looked up at the creatures as if they were staring at kings. Impossible! This definitely can't be real. 3 golden dragons? How much power has Zero Wing hidden? Zero Wing is too strong. It seems that the dragon summonings during the previous war hadn't just been due to luck after all. Sure enough, Zero Wing isn't Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild for nothing. Which guild in Starmoon Kingdom could possibly be a match for Zero Wing's foundations? Damn it! Why did I leave Stone Forest Town so quickly? I threw away the chance to watch such an interesting battle. Although the players who watched the livestream couldn't experience the battlefield's atmosphere personally, they were still shocked to see 3 divine dragons hovering over Stone Forest Town. To current players, Tier 4 mythic monsters were invincible. Not many had been optimistic about Zero Wing's chances of protecting Stone Forest Town. However, now that Zero Wing had summoned 3 of its own mythic monsters, it had a fighting chance. How is this possible? Singular Burial was momentarily stunned when he saw the 3 divine dragons. He couldn't believe his eyes. He, too, had been present during the last war. During that battle, he had assumed that Zero Wing had obtained a summoning scroll for the divine dragon by chance, only allowing the guild to summon it once. As a precaution, he and Abandoned Wave had prepared for the possibility that Zero Wing could summon another divine dragon. Yet, Zero Wing had just summoned 3 of them. Before everyone could react, the 3 divine dragons flapped their wings, creating a strong gale. They then vanished, transforming into streaks of golden light as they reappeared above Stone Forest Town's ramparts. Spreading their massive jaws, each of the divine dragons created a golden magic array. Divine Dragon's Breath. Immediately, 3 golden tornadoes swept across the evil beast army. As these tornadoes encountered 3 of the evil earth dragons, they threw the creatures hundreds of yards away. Any evil beast below Lord rank died instantly. This is so awesome. This attack must have killed at least 1,000 evil beasts. Blackie, who controlled one of the divine dragons, was astonished when he saw the destruction the golden tornado left in its wake. As the tornadoes danced across the battlefield, only death followed. This phenomenon continued for 500 yards. After watching Alluring Summer control the divine dragon during the last siege, he understood that the mythic monster was very powerful, but he only realized just how powerful the divine dragon was after controlling one for himself. Seeing 5 level 65 Great Lords charging towards him, Blackie sent a tail swipe at them. Ping! The attack sent the 5 Great Lords flying over 30 yards away, a damage of over -1 million appearing above each of their heads. Blackie's divine dragon then lashed out with its claws, turning over a dozen elite evil beasts into dust. The divine dragon's power was simply devastating. Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud controlled the other 2 divine dragons. Arriving before 2 evil earth dragons, the divine dragons swiped their massive claws. Reacting quickly, the evil earth dragons responded in kind. Boom! The instant the claws collided, the impact pushed the nearby elite evil beasts back. As for the 2 evil earth dragons, they were forced to take 2 steps backward. It was clear that the divine dragons surpassed them in terms of strength. Immediately, Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud attacked their respective opponents' abdomens with tail swipes. The collision threw the evil earth dragons over 40 yards away. Although Blackie, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud couldn't control the divine dragons as they did their own bodies, their combat techniques and experience far surpassed the evil earth dragons. In a one-on-one fight, they could easily suppress their opponents. The divine dragon's overwhelming display of power stirred a bloodlust in Stone Forest Town's players. Every one of the mythic monster's actions could destroy the surrounding terrain. Monsters below Lord rank couldn't even approach to the divine dragons. Although the divine dragon's combat standards were not high, they caused a much larger common than a player-fought battle. If not for the defensive barrier protecting them, no one doubted that the resulting shockwaves would be more than enough to destroy the town. By summoning the 3 divine dragons, Zero Wing had turned the tide of war. Is this our guild's power? This is too amazing. All hail Boss Blackie. Victory will be ours. Every Zero Wing member was ecstatic. They had never realized how powerful their guild was. Seeing this, the players that had chosen to withdraw from the guild turned pale. Use this opportunity to kill the Great Lord monsters and above. Don't let any of them get away. Shifeng commanded. Although the divine dragons were very powerful, each one cost 88 magic array scrolls to summon. The materials required to create the divine beast's descent magic array scrolls were also extremely precious. Each scroll cost over 10 gold to produce. However, the production cost was secondary. To produce the divine beast's descent magic array scrolls, one needed a special material called mana essence. It only dropped from 50-man or more team dungeons. It was a precious item to every large guild, and creating a set of divine beast's descent magic array scrolls required 88 mana essences. Even though Zero Wing now had a lot of members, it had barely collected enough mana essence for 3 sets. Zero Wing had invested everything in this war. Hence, it was of utmost importance that they recuperate some of their losses through these evil beasts' deaths. Unfortunately, evil beasts did not drop weapons or equipment. They only provided some EXP and materials. The most valuable loot, the evil energy crystal, only dropped from chieftain rank and above monsters. Compared to the cost of the 3 sets of divine beasts' descent magic array scrolls, these items were barely worth anything. The only consolation was the soul orb, which allowed him to absorb souls from great lords and above. He could absorb the souls from any of the great lords his guild team killed. With so many great lord-ranked monsters in a single location, this was a rare opportunity. 3 divine dragons? Abandoned Wave's mouth twitched as he watched the divine dragon slaughter his evil beasts. It had taken a lot of effort to obtain each of his great lord-ranked evil beasts, yet Zero Wing's members were farming them for EXP. Good. Very good. I want to see just how many you can kill. Once your magic barrier shatters, Stone Forest Town will meet its doom. Abandoned Wave steeled his heart. Now that he had revealed so many evil beasts to the public, the various large guilds would undoubtedly prepare countermeasures against the creatures. If he failed to destroy Stone Forest Town this time, it would be very difficult to nurture another large army. Although Zero Wing's prowess exceeded his expectations, the town's weakness was obvious. As long as he shattered the town's defensive barrier, the evil beast army would storm the town. Abandoned Wave commanded his monsters to attack the town's defensive barrier. He even instructed his 5 evil earth dragons to ignore their divine cousins, intending to trade the dragon's HP for the magic barrier's energy. Following which, the magic barrier's energy drained. At the same time, Shifeng replenished that energy. At the rate at which he poured magic crystals into the array, he didn't dare use the intermediate mana pulse cannons again. The intense slugfest stupefied every spectator. While the evil beasts assaulted Stone Forest Town's barrier and ignored their enemies' attacks, the latter threw everything it had at the evil beasts. Under Zero Wing's fierce assault, the army continued to lose monsters. The initial 500,000 decreased to 400,000, and then to 200,000. Even 2 of the 5 evil earth dragons had died. When the evil beast army had less than 100,000 monsters remaining, Stone Forest Town's magic barrier shattered under 3 remaining evil earth dragons' evil energy roars. Chapter 1343, Town Battle. Chapter 1343, Town Battle. It's shattered. Abandoned Wave released a sigh of relief when he saw the magic barrier disappear. Stone Forest Town's defenses had truly exceeded his expectations. To destroy the defensive magic array, he had lost over 400,000 evil beasts. Had he expected such losses, he would have waited to attack. At the very least, he would have only moved after readying 6 or 7 evil earth dragons. Finally, success. Singular Burial, who watched the Stone Forest Town battle from Heaven's Burial's main headquarters, wiped sweat from his forehead as he watched the magic barrier shatter. Had the barrier lasted a few more minutes, the operation may have failed. Although the evil beast army had attacked the barrier madly, their numbers had continued to decrease as the fight drug on. Even the 3 remaining evil earth dragons had less than 1/3 of their HPs remaining. Had the evil earth dragons all died before the barrier broke, the threat of the evil beast army would have decreased drastically. Such a sturdy defensive magic array was simply unheard of. Fortunately, the evil beasts attacking the array had high HP and strength. If it were up to players to take the barrier down, the army would pay a horrific price to deplete the magic array's energy. After seeing this magic array, Singular Burial's desire for Stone Forest Town grew. A guild town's key element was its security. It would only attract interested investors if it had powerful defenses. No one-time use magic array scroll could conjure such a powerful defensive magic array. The source was likely a defensive structure or tool. Based on the images he had received from his subordinates in Stone Forest Town, it was obvious that this defensive magic array had originated from the massive machine atop one of the magic towers. Letting a guild like Zero Wing hold on to such a tool is too much of a waste. Singular Burial turned to Broken Flow, the level 43 berserker in dark purple armor beside him, and said, "Teleport to Stone Forest Town's private house with your men. I don't care what it takes, steal that tool. If necessary, I'll permit you to expose the dark contract." Zero Wing was Heaven's Burial's greatest competitor in Starmoon Kingdom. Naturally, Heaven's Burial had planted plenty of spies in the guild. They had even purchased 2 private houses in Stone Forest Town as a preventive measure. This was the perfect moment to put those houses to good use. With the magic barrier shattered, Zero Wing would try to hold back the evil beast invasion. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial could use the opportunity to strike. The evil beasts might be a threat to other players, but Heaven's Burial had special tools that prevented evil beasts and evil demons from actively attacking them. I can use the dark contract? Excitement flashed in Broken Flow's eyes. He glanced at the movement-type defensive magic array atop the magic tower and said, "Guild leader, destroying that magic tower shouldn't be a problem, right? If it's necessary, then fine. But only as a last resort." Singular Burial nodded. "Understood. Guild leader, wait for my good news." Broken Flow chuckled before leaving the guild leader's office. Meanwhile, every Zero Wing player on the ramparts wore a solemn expression. In the end, they had failed to kill all the evil beasts before the magic array had run out of energy. Although there were less than 100,000 evil beasts remaining, the leftover monsters were mainly the stronger ones. Weaker monsters such as the elite evil beasts had long since been wiped out. The weakest remaining were special elite rank, while over 70 great lords and nearly half of the grand lords remained. There were plenty of high lords left as well. Magic array teams, prepare to trap those grand lords. Ranged classes, support the NPC guards and prioritize killing the great lords. All MTs, distract the evil beasts below the great lord rank. Do not let any evil beasts enter the town or destroy the miniature ballistas. Aqua Rose commanded. Zero Wing had invested tons of coins to raise Stone Forest Town to its current state. If they let the evil beasts invade and destroy it, the consequences would be unimaginable. If these monsters captured the guild residents, in particular, Zero Wing would lose Stone Forest Town. Following Aqua Rose's commands, Zero Wing's members burst into action. The numerous magic array teams promptly activated the 9-star polar domain magic array scrolls they had been given, trapping the Grand Lords that rushed into the town. At the same time, the level 75, Tier 2 NPC guards charged towards the Great Lords. Meanwhile, due to the Magic Tower's buff, Zero Wing's level 40+ MTs were more than capable of blocking the evil beasts below the Great Lord rank. Although the battle was intense, it was not beyond salvation. Moreover, Zero Wing had the strongest combatants with its 3 divine dragons. These creatures suppressed the evil earth dragons, preventing them from truly entering the town. Despite having no financial support, Zero Wing sure has hidden a lot of tricks up its sleeves. But it's too late. Despite watching both sides sustain casualties and Zero Wing having the upper hand, Abandoned Wave was very calm. He raised the dark gray orb in his hand and began to chant an incantation. In his opinion, this war had been over the moment the magic barrier had shattered. As Abandoned Wave chanted, a massive, pitch-black, 2-fold magic array appeared above him. When Abandoned Wave finished his chant, evil demons began to descend from the sky. In total, more than 3,000 evil demons had appeared. The weakest among these evil demons was a level 50 special elite, with the stronger being level 61 Great Lords. A total of 19 Great Lords had joined the battle. These evil demons were the result of his merciless hunt of guild and independent teams. Although there were very few demons, they radiated an intensely terrifying aura. These evil demons' aura resembled that of high-tiered NPCs. Wisdom and intelligence were evident in their blood-red eyes. Why are there so many Great Lords? Flame Blood, who stood beside Abandoned Wave, could not help his surprise when the 19 Great Lord-ranked evil demons dropped to the ground. Although Flame Blood had guessed that Abandoned Wave had not revealed all the evil demons he had nurtured, he hadn't expected the man to hide so many. Based on his estimates, the man should be lucky to have nurtured 7 or 8 Great Lords after killing the various guild elites and experts. After all, it was far more difficult to upgrade an evil demon than it was to upgrade an evil beast. Correspondingly, an evil demon was much stronger than an evil beast of the same rank. Against players, in particular, evil demons had an overwhelming advantage. A chieftain-ranked evil demon would have no problem slaughtering even an expert player with an active berserk skill. There was no need to mention the lords and great lords. They were practically living nightmares. "My servants, it is time to devour some souls." Abandoned Wave sneered as he pointed to the distant stone forest town. "Your target is the town before you. Gorge to your heart's content." He hadn't dared risk his evil demons while the magic barrier had been in place. Each one was just too precious. They could only be created from the corpses of powerful players. Nurturing them was even more difficult. In addition, they had much lower HP than their evil beast counterparts. Even the Great Lord-ranked evil demons would likely die if they received an attack from the intermediate mana pulse cannons. However, the situation had changed. Without the magic barrier, the evil demons could easily hide in the player crowd and infiltrate the town. Due to their small stature and high reaction speed, Zero Wing would not casually target them with its AoE war weapons. Without this issue, slaughtering the Zero Wing members in Stone Forest Town would be a piece of cake. Following Abandoned Wave's command, the highly intelligent evil demons left after images as they dashed towards Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1344, One-Star Adventurers Association. Chapter 1344, One-Star Adventurers Association. As the large group of evil demons descended, they attracted the attention of Stone Forest Town's players. Why are there still monsters? There doesn't seem to be a lot of time. Stopping them shouldn't be a problem. Why do these monsters feel even more dangerous than the evil beasts? When the Zero Wing members, who were busy fending off the evil beast army, noticed another group of monsters approaching the town, they promptly turned to look at the new arrivals. Although fear gripped their hearts for a moment, they relaxed and returned their attention to the evil beasts before them when they realized how small the approaching group was. However, Aqua Rose's expression darkened when she noticed the approaching evil demons. Hurriedly, she commanded, "Miniature ballistas, prioritize the approaching monsters. Do not let them get close to the town." They had seen evil demons during the previous siege war as well. Although there had been very few, their combat power had been incredibly frightening. They had also been far more intelligent than ordinary monsters. There were more of these monsters this time. If these evil demons infiltrated Stone Forest Town, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the players controlling the miniature ballistas did not understand, they followed Aqua Rose's command. Fortunately, these evil demons were within range. Immediately, dozens of arrows flew towards the approaching evil demons. Boom! A series of explosions shook the battlefield. What? The players controlling the miniature ballistas were stupefied by the results of their assault. The evil demons had dodged the dozens of exploding arrows they had fired. Although they were firing at near maximum range, not even elite players could dodge the arrows at that distance. In addition, the exploding arrows were AoE attacks. The Zero Wing members manning the miniature ballistas weren't the only ones stunned. Many of Stone Forest Town's players were also astonished. A meaningless struggle. Abandoned Wave wasn't surprised in the last. Even the special elite evil demons had a higher reaction speed than elite players. Furthermore, these demons' attributes were much higher than players of the same level. Dodging the small AoE attacks was a piece of cake for these monsters. The evil demons would only be at risk against large AoE attacks like those from the Magic Tower. Moreover, these evil demons possessed considerably high intellect. After learning about the town's defensive and offensive capabilities, they spread out as they advanced. Even if the Magic Towers attacked, the damage would be minimal. They're sending so many evil demons at is. The evil god's temple sure is determined. Shi Feng was also astonished when he saw the evil demons surge towards Stone Forest Town. Although he did not know much about the evil god's temple, he knew that these evil demons weren't easy to create. Every evil demon required blood and sweat from evil god players. Whoever was attacking Stone Forest Town must be very determined to send over 3,000 evil demons against the town. Guild leader, those evil demons are extraordinarily strong. If they enter the town, the situation will take a turn for the worst. Should we have Snow send 20,000 elites from headquarters? Aqua Rose suggested anxiously as she watched the evil demons grow closer to the town. Have everyone retreat to the town, and let as many of those evil beasts and evil demons enter, Shi Feng instructed. Let them enter the town? Aqua Rose's jaws dropped. She had no idea of what Shi Feng was thinking. Guild leader, if we let these monsters in, they'll destroy the town. Moreover, the Magic Towers will also have trouble targeting them. We'll be at a massive disadvantage. We can't hold them back, so it doesn't matter. We'll see who is truly at a disadvantage, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Just get it done. Let me deal with the rest. If the enemy had attacked before the Adventurers Association had occupied Stone Forest Town, Shi Feng would have even mobilized the entire guild to keep these monsters out. However, the situation was different now. In God's domain, a monster army besieging a town wasn't like that carried out by players. When players sieged a town or city, neutral NPCs would not participate in the war. However, it was a different story against monsters. After all, neutral, human NPCs and monsters were enemies. A neutral organization like the Adventurers Association wouldn't occupy a large plot of land in a player town for free. When monsters attacked the town, the Adventurers Association would lend a hand to defend it. Shi Feng hadn't resorted to this option simply because he wanted to keep it secret. Moreover, the town's popularity would decrease significantly if the Adventurers Association took action, which was a steep price as town popularity was crucial to promoting a town. Unfortunately, since they couldn't stop the monsters approaching the town, they didn't need to continue to exhaust the guild's strength. Although Shi Feng's decision confused Aqua Rose, She had no choice but to organize a retreat into the town. Due to the town's various buildings, the massive evil beasts would struggle to maneuver through it. As a result, they would become easier to deal with. Some players even used the buildings as cover. Unfortunately, although more players survived, their prowess had decreased as well. Has Zero Wing lost its mind? Why are they retreating just because of an extra 3,000 plus monsters? What is Zero Wing thinking? Aren't they afraid that these monsters will destroy the town's buildings? For a time, the spectating independent players and major powers were dumbfounded. By letting these monsters invade the town itself would take a lot of damage and its war weapons would be less effective. For example, if the magic tower attacked a target inside the city, not only would it damage the monsters, but it would also damage nearby buildings. What quick reactions? But so what if you switch to guerrilla tactics? Do you think this will change anything? Abandoned Wave sneered. What foolishness! Nobody in Starmoon Kingdom can stop my evil demon army. This will only lead to a quicker death. Following which, Zero Wing's members retreated to the town center, taking out far fewer evil beasts as they did so. If not for the 3 divine dragons pinning down the 3 evil earth dragons outside of Stone Forest Town, the streets of the town would have been devastated. Upon entering the town, the evil demons dashed through the streets, rushing to the town's core. All right, time for you to take action. After seeing the entire evil demon army enter Stone Forest Town, Shi Feng smiled. He then clicked to approve the Adventurers Association's request to help defend the town. System, you have agreed to let the Adventurers Association assist in defending the town. Calculating the number of monsters inside the town. System, current number of monsters, 94,347. Strongest monster detected, level 70 Grand Lord. System, current Adventurers Association is a 1-star association. A minimum of 500 NPCs must be dispatched. A maximum of 1,000 NPCs can be dispatched. Every additional NPC adventurer will decrease Stone Forest Town's popularity by 20 points. Please choose the number of NPC adventurers to mobilize. 20 points. Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the system notification. It didn't actually cost as much to mobilize these NPC adventurers as he had assumed. In the past, every additional NPC adventurer had cost 100 town reputation. However, after giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng found the situation reasonable. After all, Shadow's towns had been Tier 4, level 100 plus monsters. Naturally, that guild had been forced to dispatch more powerful NPC adventurers. As a result, they had cost more. Let's mobilize 1,000 NPCs. Shi Feng then chose to mobilize the maximum number of NPCs. Chapter 1345, Reversal. Chapter 1345, Reversal. With the entire Stone Forest town embroiled in the battle, many streets had already been destroyed. Is it finally starting? The corners of Singular Burial's mouth curled up when he saw the evil demons charging at Zero Wing's members. Slaughter them! Kill every Zero Wing member inside the town. Evil demons were different from evil beasts. The players killed by evil beasts would suffer only the normal death penalty. However, players killed by evil demons were not as fortunate. When killed by an evil demon, not only would players suffer double the death penalty, but their immortal souls would also be devoured, preventing them from logging into God's domain for a certain period. Such an outcome was a nightmare for guild elites and experts. Recovering from such a loss would be very difficult. Meanwhile, standing in front of a magic tower, Aqua Rose was currently commanding the Dark God's Legion members and a large number of NPC guards to prevent the evil beasts from destroying the magic tower behind them. At this time, a larger group of evil demons joined the fray as well. Sure enough, their targets are the magic towers. When Aqua Rose saw the evil demon army charging at her group, she hurriedly commanded, "Everyone, prioritize killing the evil demons. Activate your berserk skills as soon as the fight begins." Let the Tier 2 NPCs be the main attackers while you all assist from the sides. Seeing the evil demons entering their attack range one after another, the ranged classes of the Dark God's Legion promptly went on the offensive. Tier 1 spells and skills rained down on the evil demon army. However, aside from the special elite-ranked evil demons, the other high-ranking evil demons dodged the attacks easily as if they were expert players. Moreover, they were also able to keep advancing as they avoided the attacks. Only when an attack was unavoidable would they retaliate. As for the Tier 2 NPC guards, although they held the advantage when going up against chieftain-ranked evil demons, the lord-ranked ones easily overwhelmed them. If not for the healers at the rear line, it was only a matter of time before these NPCs got killed. Such high intellect. Are these things really monsters? How can there be such powerful monsters? Their combat standards are already on par with expert players. The players spectating the battle through the live stream could not help but gasp. They never thought that monsters were capable of achieving such a high combat standard as well. Even the weakest special elite-ranked evil demons had combat standards rivaling the current expert players of God's domain. Meanwhile, there were actually over 3,000 of such monsters. With this, Zero Wing really won't have any hope of a reversal. Even an army of 200,000 elite players would be no match for this army of evil demons. Everyone could not help but shake their heads and sigh as they watched Zero Wing's members continuously retreating. Currently, Zero Wing's experts were barely holding their own against the Lord-ranked evil demons. If the players had not activated their berserk skills, they would have been killed already. Not to mention, the lords weren't the strongest evil demons present. There were still High Lord and Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Against these evil demons, even when the level 65, Tier 2 NPC guards worked together, they still did not have a chance to retaliate. The NPC shield warriors and guardian knights could not at all keep up with the high-ranking evil demons' attack speed, receiving blow after blow. If not for them having activated their life-saving skills and berserk skills, as well as rapid healing coming from the rear line, these NPCs would have long since met their makers. Once the duration of their berserk skills ended, the battle would also end entirely. Meanwhile, hidden at a corner a short distance away from the magic tower was a party of 6 cloaked players. Currently, these 6 players had their eyes focused on the entrance of the magic tower. Boss broken, should we take action now? Zero Wing's magic tower doesn't seem like it'll be able to hold on for much longer. If they complete the disassembly of the defensive tool and teleport away, we'll have wasted a trip here, a pale and slim level 37 assassin asked as he looked at Broken Flow standing beside him. No hurry. We have the Tier 3 Space Freeze magic scroll. Stopping them from teleporting away will be a piece of cake. Let these monsters whittle down Zero Wing's members further first. We'll then have an easier time snatching the tool later on, Broken Flow replied calmly. Speaking of which, has your skill locked on to that item yet? Boss, rest assured, I've already locked on to the item. No matter who picks up that tool, as long as we kill that person, we can get it to drop at a 100% success rate, the slim assassin said with confidence. He was originally a very inconspicuous member of Heaven's Burial. However, he had fortunately learned a special skill called Plunder. At Tier 0, this skill only allowed him to steal some money from players' bags. Moreover, it needed him to loot players within 5 seconds of their death. It had been a very useless skill. However, when the skill reached Tier 1, it had undergone a heaven-defying change. The skill now allowed him to lock on to a specific item, and if this item was placed in a player's bag, then after the said player was killed, the targeted item would drop with 100% certainty. Due to this godly skill, Heaven's Burial directly promoted him into a core member and invested resources into his development. Excellent. Broken Flow nodded. Listen to my commands later on. During the time Broken Flow was speaking, the Zero Wing members defending the magic tower kept retreating towards the defensive structure, the battle becoming increasingly disadvantageous for them. Numerous level 50 plus one-horned humanoid evil demons could be seen easily dodging the spells and arrows sent by players. At the same time, a level 61 Great Lord ranked evil demon leaped abruptly into the air, both its claws emitting gray fog that promptly transformed into a massive greatsword as it descended into a crowd of players. The frightening might exuded by the greatsword made even Aqua Rose feel the threat of death. Not good. It's a tier 3 skill. Everyone, avoid it. Aqua Rose reminded hurriedly. However, Aqua Rose's warning was still a step too late. The players within the attack range of the Grey Greatsword could only watch as the massive weapon descended towards them. Just as the Greatsword was about to crash into the nearest player, a spear of light suddenly struck this Great Lord ranked evil demon. The instant the spear of light came into contact with the Great Lord, it sent the latter flying 20 yards away, the evil demon's HP decreasing by over 1,600,000. Meanwhile, when this Great Lord hit the ground, the spear of light piercing its body suddenly transformed into golden chains that bound the Great Lord, preventing it from budging even an inch. Immediately after, hundreds of spells descended accurately on this Great Lord ranked evil demon. In the blink of an eye, the level 61 Great Lord, which had 22 million HP, turned to dust. It died. Aqua Rose, who was prepared to make a last stand against the evil demon army, was momentarily stunned. She had fought evil demons before, during the previous siege war. Although the evil demons back then were only at the Lord rank, if not for Anna and Kite's assistance, even a team of experts of the same level would most likely have been annihilated. Nevertheless, now, a Great Lord ranked evil demon was actually killed almost instantly. At this moment, Aqua Rose wasn't the only person stunned by this situation. Even Singular Burial and Abandoned Wave, who were watching the live stream of the battle, were stupefied, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. Nobody had a clearer understanding than they did of just how powerful a Great Lord ranked evil demon was. Yet, such an existence was actually killed instantly, so suppressed that it did not even have the power to retaliate. Before anyone realized what was going on, a group of NPCs suddenly appeared behind the evil demon army. Unlike the town's NPC guards, these NPCs wore all sorts of attire. The classes they possessed were also diverse. The only thing these NPCs had in common with each other was that every one of them sported the adventurer emblem. In addition, these NPCs were all level 70, and even the weakest among them was tier 2. Among these NPCs, there were even 10 tier 3 NPCs. Chapter 1346, The Horror of Tier 3 NPCs. Chapter 1346, The Horror of Tier 3 NPCs, NPCs. Why are there so many NPCs here? Zero Wings members, who had been fending off the monster army, grew confused when they saw so many powerful NPCs appearing one after another. However, compared to the surprise Zero Wings members felt, the players and various major powers watching this scene through the livestream were even more shocked. What? There are actually Tier 3 classes among these NPCs. Tier 3 NPCs? How is this possible? Tier 3 NPCs are already considered overlords in minor NPC cities. Just how did Zero Wing manage to get these 10 Tier 3 NPCs to defend Stone Forest Town? The players on the forums were momentarily dumbfounded by the appearance of the 10 level 70, Tier 3 NPCs. As for the various major powers, they felt both confused and afraid when they saw this scene. Ordinary players might not understand how strong Tier 3 NPCs were, but they had a clear appreciation of this. Although only one tier separated Tier 3 and Tier 2 NPCs, this was a massive gap. Not only was there a huge disparity in basic attributes, but there was also a massive difference in combat standards. Even in a situation where both sides had equal basic attributes, a Tier 3 NPC could easily beat up a group of Tier 2 NPCs. This difference was the reason Tier 3 NPCs were usually tasked with ruling and safeguarding minor NPC cities. Yet now, Stone Forest Town actually had 10 Tier 3 NPCs guarding it. Moreover, NPCs were different from monsters. NPCs were capable of coordinating their movements to display superior combat power, only their coordination was still not as good as players. If 10 Tier 3 NPCs worked together, not to mention dealing with a Grand Lord of the same level, even thrashing a mythic monster of the same level would be child's play. While everyone was shocked by the appearance of these NPCs, a large number of NPCs also turned up at the other 2 magic towers and Zero Wing's residence. Although these NPC adventurers were not as numerous as the town's NPC guards, even the weakest among them was level 70, Tier 2. They were far stronger than the majority of Stone Forest Town's Tier 1 NPC guards. Moreover, every one of these locations was also graced by the presence of Tier 3 NPC adventurers. If one counted the Tier 3 NPC adventurers, one would discover a total of 30 of them in Stone Forest Town. They were even more numerous than the Great Lord ranked evil demons. Damn it! Just where did Zero Wing find so many Tier 2 and Tier 3 NPCs from? Abandoned Wave felt his heart bleeding out when he saw the NPC adventurers assaulting his evil demons. These NPC adventurers were ridiculously strong. Their fights with Lord-ranked evil demons were no different from child's play. Although Lord-ranked evil demons could overwhelm Tier 2 NPCs in a one-on-one, there were simply too many Tier 2 NPCs. Moreover, the NPCs were skillfully cooperating with each other. As a result, a single Tier 2 party could easily finish off a Lord in just a few moves. However, this was still not the worst part. When those Tier 3 NPCs faced off against evil demons and evil beasts below Lord rank, they would almost always eliminate their opponents in a single move. Whenever the NPCs used a Tier 3 skill, the death of a large group of monsters would follow. The Tier 3 Great Mages were killing monsters below Lord rank as quickly as the magic towers were. One could practically hear explosions echoing throughout Stone Forest Town at every passing moment. As for the Great Lord-ranked evil demons, which were practically invincible, they were rendered utterly helpless under the coordination of just 2 or 3 Tier 3 NPCs. Meanwhile, whenever a Great Lord got pinned down, the other Tier 3 NPCs would use the opportunity to attack it together, bombarding it with Tier 3 skills and spells, one after another, and killing it in the blink of an eye. Seeing the evil beast armies and evil demon armies' numbers plummet, Abandoned Wave immediately commanded all the monsters to give up on attacking the magic towers and shift their focus towards Zero Wing's residence. Previously, Abandoned Wave had commanded his monsters to attack the magic towers merely to kill more Zero Wing members. However, the current situation no longer permitted such an action. If the battle continued, although he could inflict more losses on Zero Wing, the monster army he built up with great difficulty would also suffer annihilation. Now, the only thing he could do was destroy Zero Wing's residence. This way, he would have at least achieved his main goal. In the next moment, the evil beasts and evil demons inside Stone Forest Town began surging towards Zero Wing's residence in a frenzy. Black Flame, I admit that your guild's strength and foundations have greatly exceeded my expectations. Unfortunately, you are fated to lose Stone Forest Town in this war. Abandoned Wave smiled faintly when he saw his monster army surrounding Zero Wing's residence. His losses this time had indeed exceeded his initial estimates. However, with the destruction of Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing would lose its foundations. Meanwhile, he could still obtain more evil beasts and evil demons. At most, he would have to spend a little more time doing so. They really are nuts. Do they plan on attacking the guild residence's magic array at all costs? When Shifeng saw the monster army focused on assaulting Zero Wing's residence, he immediately had everyone gather back at the residence. At this moment, aside from attacking the guild residence's defensive magic array, these evil beasts and evil demons were doing nothing else. They did not even bother defending against or avoiding the attacks sent at them. However, Shifeng also could not help but admit that these monsters' plan was working, as the guild residence's defensive magic array was rapidly weakening. Most likely, the magic array would shatter in less than a minute. At that time, these monsters would be able to charge into the guild hall and destroy the guild flag. A town siege carried out by monsters was different from that of players. Players needed to obtain the town token in order to capture the town. Meanwhile, monsters only needed to destroy the guild flag to do so. As long as the guild flag was destroyed, Stone Forest Town would be finished, becoming a town controlled by monsters. If that happened, all players within the town would be forcibly expelled from Stone Forest Town's vicinity. Meanwhile, Shifeng would also lose his authority over Stone Forest Town, and for the following 1 month his guild would be barred from raiding Stone Forest Town. However, it would be a different story for other guilds. Instead of a month, they would only need to wait 15 days before they could start raiding Stone Forest Town. During this 15-day grace period, most likely, every guild in Starmoon Kingdom would attempt to raid Stone Forest Town. After all, as long as they succeeded, they would get a ready-made intermediate town. Kill. Go ahead and kill as many as you can. I want to see just how many of my monsters you all can kill. Abandoned Wave laughed involuntarily when he saw the cracks on the residence's magic barrier. At this moment, there were still 50,000 evil beasts and evil demons, more than enough to last until the monsters invaded Zero Wing's residence and destroyed its guild flag. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members were desperately trying to stop the monsters' attacks. Boom! When a level 70 Grand Lord bombarded the magic barrier with a Tier 3 skill, the guild residence's defensive magic array finally gave, crumbling upon itself. Everyone move forward and block those monsters. Do not let them set foot in the guild hall no matter what. Aqua Rose shouted urgently. Zero Wing's members understood the severity of this matter. Immediately, all the MTs charged forward to block the advance of the monsters. At the same time, the magic array teams also activated one magic array after another to trap the approaching monsters. Very quickly, chaos fell upon the entire guild residence. Idiots! Do you think the entrance is the only way to enter? Abandoned Wave sneered. In the next moment, a Lord-ranked evil demon leaped high in the air and landed at the side of the guild hall. It then sent a fierce punch at the wall and opened a huge hole in it. Immediately after, over a dozen small, chieftain-ranked evil demons dashed into the breach. Not good. Aqua Rose also noticed this situation from the corners of her eyes. Although they were blocking the larger evil beasts, they couldn't stop the nimble and smaller evil demons. Not to mention, Zero Wing's guild hall was also very large. It was simply impossible to defend all the sides completely. At this moment, Zero Wing's members also felt a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. Ha! Everything's over. Abandoned Wave could not help laughing madly when he saw the evil demons surging into the guild hall. There might be a lot of players and NPC guards inside the guild hall, but the dozen or so evil demons were both agile and skillful. Their target, the guild flag, was also prominently displayed inside the guild hall. Destroying it would be a piece of cake for them. However, in the next moment, boom! The dozen or so evil demons that charged into the guild hall actually went flying back out through the same hole they entered from. However, before these dozen or so chieftain-ranked and one lord-ranked evil demons could even land, their bodies had already transformed into ashes and disappeared from everyone's sight. How? Abandoned Wave's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members also became slack-jawed at this scene, unable to comprehend what had just happened. When everyone turned to look at the hole in the wall, they could faintly make out a muscular man in black robes standing before the guild flag. With both hands, the man gripped a blood-red greatsword that was stabbed into the ground before him. Even when just looking at this man from afar, everyone could clearly feel their souls shuddering in fear. This man was none other than Gilbert, the hero Shifeng had summoned. That you're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.